Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands, dust off your broomsticks, and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 16, The Chamber of Secrets.
The title chapter.
The title chapter.
I was like, wait, did you just walk into something? No.
And I was like, and it's the same thing again.
It is indeed. Does every book have a title chapter?
Oh, I don't. Does Philosopher's Stone?
Does it?
I don't know if it does.
Because the last chapter is like the man with two faces.
The man with two faces, it's not the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah.
And then like when they figure it out, the chapter is called like Nicholas Flamel, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it is. I don't think it's got a chapter for itself.
I know
and I don't think the Prisoner of Azkaban does either.
I don't think it does. I was going to say, I know there's a Goblet of Fire.
There is Goblet of Fire for sure.
Is there Order of the Phoenix or is it Grimmauld Place?
Great question. I feel like Order of the Phoenix is probably in there.
Okay.
Is the Half-Blood Prince?
The Half-Blood Prince feels like it could be.
It does feel like it could be. The Deathly Hallows feels like it could be, but also I think that might be Xenophilia's Lovegood.
Oh, you're right.
Chapter.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this one has it, and it's this one.
Okay, perfect.
Which I almost feel like it's like a. Do you feel like the title is maybe like one chapter too soon?
I sort of do.
I know.
I turned the page and I was like, oh my gosh, Chamber of Secrets. We're there. It's happening.
We're there.
And it's like most of it happens. Like most of the chapter happens in like hallways.
Right. It's like they're like getting to the chamber.
Yes.
It seems like because like he like steps inside and like chapter ends, and it seems like the next chapter should be like the Chamber of Secrets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like, okay, now we're in here. But no, that's not the case. So instead, we've got a chapter that's sort of like, it's very interesting. I actually listened to and read it twice because I was picking up on sort of like an interesting little like ism here about like writing.
Okay.
Which is that there's typically a rule when it comes to writing that you can use coincidences to get your character into trouble, but usually don't use a coincidence to get them out of trouble. So like, you wouldn't get them down to the bottom of the Chamber of Secrets and it's like, oh, by weird happenstance, there's just a couple of racing brooms that hang out down here. Somebody must have left them. And it's like, okay, so now they have a way out, like, just because there happens to be brooms down there or something. Right. Like, that's usually not okay. So a lot of what's happening inside of this chapter is a lot of coincidence, and a lot of the coincidence is getting the characters into trouble because it is, like, at the start of the chapter, you're basically starting with McGonagall announcing, or is it Sprout? Someone announces that, like, the mandrakes are ready, that everybody who's petrified will be better as of tomorrow.
Yes.
And so, like if you're the reader at home and you're going through it for the first time, or like you're like, like young set of eyes here, you might be like, oh, how about that? Book's almost over. They found a solution.
Exactly. Like basically, as of tomorrow morning, mystery solved.
Right. But like if you're rereading it and you get to that point, you're like, wait a second. If they're going to solve everything tomorrow, how do we still get to the key plot, the climax of our story here? And the answer is basically, and we can go through it as we like examine the chapter, kind of like sentence by sentence, page by page as we do. But it's sort of, there's like a mounting stack of bizarre coincidences that lead us from a scenario where, hey, the mandrakes are ready. As of tomorrow, everything will be fine. And then pretty much everything else that happens, it's like, would that happen? Oh, okay. But then they ran into someone. Oh, okay. But then this happened. It's like, it's very odd the way that like the story plays out in order to find a way to get them
to the chamber
with Lockhart to the chamber.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, okay.
All right.
We got there. So I don't know if it's a critique because it, like I said, it's okay to use coincidence to get them into trouble. It's just a lot of coincidence.
It's a bunch. Well, let's see. Let's dive on in and we can start examining them. Well, first of all, what do you think of the chapter art here?
Chapter art's pretty impressive.
Chapter art's pretty good on this one. I like the spookiness of it. It's just a giant snake skin, and then I guess you have Harry, Ron, and Gilderoy back there.
Yes. Yes. Is Harry holding like a torch?
It looks like he's holding a torch.
Like a flaming torch, which is, I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a world where there was a flaming torch, but the thing is that there's not. He's using Lumos with his wand.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
It's like,
does Lumos? Yeah, this makes it. If that's the case, it makes it look like Lumos like lights your wand on like artificial fire or something.
It does almost seem that way.
I've always imagined it more like a flashlight or something.
Like a flashlight, a little tiny like LED bulb on the end of your wand. It's just kind of
just like that.
It's a little bit brighter than it should be, but why not?
Yeah, it's magic. You know, it can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, very cool chapter art. I think it's very, very menacing, very like, oh man, okay.
Yeah, like that's a big snake. That's a big snake.
That's a big snake.
Right. So I love the chapter starts where Ron like is upset. He says, all those times you're in the bathroom and she was just 3 toilets away and we could have asked her, and now, and I'm like, Ron's upset because he didn't take advantage of this over the past like few months, and I'm like, just imagine what Dumbledore thinks. It's like, 50 years, I didn't even think of it.
What killed you?
Like, yeah, no one's concerned about that. No one asked. It is so unbelievable to me that no one ever asked Myrtle how she died.
How she died. I know it does. It does seem very, very unlikely. And poor Myrtle, like by the time somebody does ask her, she's like, "I've been waiting 50 years."
I know. She's like so happy. That's almost like proof that no one has asked her, because she's like, fine, someone cares.
Right. Yeah, that's really what's sad about it, is that it's like, Myrtle is being like bullied by like what's her name? You always remember
Olive Hornby.
Olive Hornby.
Yeah.
She's being bullied by them, and it's like, but then it's like she dies, and like no, there's no investigation whatsoever.
No one even cares. They're like, yeah, it was Hagrid. It was a spider. That's it. No reason to ask any more questions at all. End of story.
We're done.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, so they're basically the other thing that's kind of interesting too about like where the state of mind of the school is that like throughout most of the school year, there's been attacks, and despite the attacks, they've just continued to hold lessons.
Yeah.
And then there's the day that there's like the double attack on Hermione and Penelope Clearwater, where everything seems to get really intense really fast, and everybody's kind of up in arms. But as we start this chapter, and with the promise of the Mandrake's, restorative draft en route, it's basically like, yeah, Dumbledore basically said business as usual. So business as usual means exams.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
All right.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. It does seem a little surprising, but also maybe it doesn't seem surprising. Like, she even says like, we kept the school open. What do you think?
Well, I guess that's a good point. It's like, we wouldn't be keeping it open if we weren't going to be here to like, test what you've learned.
Yeah. But at the same right, it's been a fairly traumatic year.
Right.
Might be good. Let's see. Oh, I love how Neville, so she tells them they're going to have the exams. Neville accidentally vanishes a leg of his desk, and I just love the little, McGonagall restored it with a wave of her own wand. Like, it's such ease. It's just it's like you don't get to see the adults doing magic a ton of the time.
I know, yeah. That was one of the things I really loved about the Fantastic Beasts saga, was, just getting to see just how good at magic Newt was.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, whoa, okay. Like when they're students, they are really just, kind of cutting their teeth on this whole magic thing. But once they're out there in the real world, they can do some stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was looking at the next thing.
That's okay.
I know. It's when you're watching Newt in Fantastic Beasts, it's like, oh man, the advantages of being a wizard are so magnified.
I know. Yeah.
Just in regular everyday life, it's nonstop. It's so fun. When he's in the bank and stuff.
Yes.
Especially.
Yes.
Let's see. This is a random bit of punctuation that I circled here. It says, the exams will therefore take place as usual, and I trust you are all studying hard. And the next sentence is, studying hard! ! It had never occurred to Harry that there would be exams. I just love that there's an exclamation point after it. I know this is such a silly thing to point out, but it's just it's like you could feel Harry thinking it. You could feel his anger in this sentence.
Yes, because it's not even in quotation marks or anything. It's not. No
one's saying it.
He's not saying it. This is the narrator again, sort of interjecting the injustice of the thing. What? Studying hard?
There's not even a question. It's just. Anyway, that's all. Yep. Very tiny thing. Let's see. Harry's looking down. He's trying to transfigure rabbits into slippers. So nice little easy transformation, it feels like.
It does feel pretty easy.
Yeah.
I always love how on the nose, because bunny shaped slippers are sort of this very classic version of what slippers look like, which I don't know. I have house slippers and they're not bunny shaped.
They're not bunny shaped. You know who has bunny shaped slippers?
Who's that?
Neville.
Neville has bunny shaped. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I wonder if he got them from an older student who had successfully passed this particular class.
That'd be so funny.
It's like, were those slippers formerly animals?
Yeah, that'd be so weird to be walking around like, I hope this magic doesn't just like undo itself mid-step.
Oh yeah, wow, that
Right?
would be terrible.
That'd be weird.
I highlighted that piece as well. Just to get a little bit of trivia. It's like, what was Harry attempting to transform the white rabbits into in his second year transfiguration class?
Yeah.
Slippers.
Slippers, rabbits into slippers. Then Ron brings up an amazing point. And he says, can you imagine me taking exams with this? He asked Harry, which is, he's talking about his broken wand. And I'm just like, again, it's like, I can't imagine how you've made it this far into the year.
Yes, exactly. It's like, you would think that of all of the required items for a wizard to have at school, like for all intents and purposes, Ron went to school this year without a wand.
Without a wand,
like,
basically.
It is not functional.
Yeah, like it's not. Yeah, we have not seen it perform correctly at all.
Right.
Like, I know that Ron having a broken wand is like a critical point of them surviving Lockhart, like later in this chapter, and this is the real reason he breaks the wand. But it's just like I can understand maybe at the beginning of the year, Mrs. Weasley is like, well, that's what you get for stealing the car. But like eventually, like, reasonable thinking should take over again and be like, okay, but you actually do need a wand to go to school.
Right. Like, otherwise we're burning a whole year here where you're not making any progress in your magical prowess at all.
Yeah.
No, it's true. I feel like that's like one of those where we almost need like a small handful of instances like where he's successful. I mean, I guess we get like the eat slugs.
Yeah,
which, like backfire. So it's sort of like a setup for later. But it really is like a lot of. It must have been so difficult to think of a good way to have Lockhart. Like this is like one of those coincidences that I'm more okay with.
Yeah.
Because this has been set up for the entire book. It's central to the plot, like in and out. It's woven through the fabric of the story.
Yeah. I mean, even down to like it's like even down to like Dobby appearing at the Dursleys.
Yes.
Is like directly leads to Lockhart's wand backfiring.
Right. So basically, like the setup for like what happens to Lockhart in this chapter has been established for forever and for always. So again, since we're going to spend some time on that, that's a good one to point out. It's like that's good coincidence at play, even though it doesn't totally make sense for Ron. It's like that's all very like ingrained into the story.
Yeah. So I love that then McGonagall does announce that the mandrakes are going to be ready, which I almost feel like is kind of a mistake that she announces it. Like that they're going to like have mystery solved because like it sort of tips off the perpetrator, ahead of time.
Oh, like that we're about to like find like the resolution to this particular thing.
Like, hey, we don't know who you are, but guess what? Tomorrow we're gonna find out. It's like, and sure, I feel like if she doesn't make this announcement, maybe Ginny doesn't act.
I know, that's a good point. I feel like I always underestimate the amount that by unpetrifying each of these students, what information it will provide. Like usually I just think it's like everybody's just so preoccupied with like getting them back to life.
Yeah.
That like I usually don't put enough weight on the fact that they're going to be able to like relay information.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a good point. So, yeah, you're right. Like if this is like more of like a quasi hostage situation or something, it's like,
right.
It's like, don't like tip your hand.
Right. Yeah. Like don't tell them. Just restore them tomorrow morning, ask the information, and then go get the person.
And then go get the person. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it does. Yeah, and that is the big setup, though, because that sets up some coincidence that happens like a little bit later in the chapter that I think helps the argument a little bit. Because it's like there is a reason why something would happen today in particular.
Yeah. Yes, there is. Like, that like this is the catalyst for like Ginny being taken down. I think is the announcement.
Yes.
But I love also we can't skate past it is Oliver Wood's interpretation of the good news is Quidditch matches are back on. Just like Wood is so single-minded all of the time.
All the time. Yes. He is like heavily and completely like his entire Hogwarts experience has revolved around what he intends to do on the Quidditch pitch.
Yes.
It feels. Yeah. But I highlighted that as well and just wrote, oh, Wood.
Yeah.
It's like people have been in the hospital wing, some of which for like literal months.
Right.
And you're just excited about getting back to the game.
To him, the tragedy isn't that people are petrified. It's that because people are petrified, there's no Quidditch.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the real thing here. There's another example of Ron predicting the future here, sort of. just Ron says like Hermione will probably have all the answers when they wake her up, which is like, yep, she does.
Yep, you're right. Yep.
Yep. Which I mean, maybe that's not. I don't know. There is like this sort of like. I feel like this happened a lot in the last book, where like Ron would sort of like predict the future a bunch.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's well, I mean, he is like oddly on point more often than I think people give him credit for. Like out of the trio, oftentimes I think like Ron's contributions are like kind of like easy to overlook just because like Hermione's so smart and Harry is so like central and brave. And a lot of times like Ron is just sort of like filling in gaps of like, you know, what it's like to grow up like in like the wizarding world, that things that like Hermione and Harry might not have.
Right.
Which, you know, to be fair, is a wealth of knowledge in and of itself. But yeah, I do think a lot of times Ron does, he's kind of got like his finger on the pulse a little bit.
Absolutely.
On that exact note, he follows it up with, she hasn't studied. It might be kinder to leave her till the exams are over. And that's like one of those where it's like, I could totally see a world where Hermione wakes up and she's like, exams next week? What?
I think that actually is what happens.
Is that
like,
right?
I haven't studied. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Probably acism anyway.
Yep. So let's see. Then Ginny shows up, who's finally ready to spill the beans about it being her. I guess because she knows now she's about to be found out for certain.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do like the fact though that like Ginny has always struggled talking in front of Harry, and I do like the fact that like it says that like Ginny came down and sat next to Ron, and it kind of seems like she's like sort of not looking at like Harry in particular. So it's like in order to like speak in front of him, it's kind of like she's having to like sort of like keep her eyes like averted away.
Yeah.
So,
That's very good. It's like that's also been established. So it's like why is it so hard for Ginny to tell them? It's like, well, not only because it's like very bad news for her, but it's like she just can't talk in front of Harry in the best of times.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So there is that. But as she is about to tell them, Percy shows up, of course, and interrupts everything.
Coincidence
Indeed. I also don't even think what he shows up. He says, if you finished eating, I'll take that seat, Ginny. I'm starving. I'm sorry. Aren't they giant benches? Like, you're going to make her move? Isn't there another side you could sit on, Percy? Like, this doesn't... I can't imagine anyone being like, I'll take that, leave, I'm gonna sit there.
No, that's exactly what I mean. It's like there is important information that is about to be relayed from Ginny, who is absolutely vital to this entire situation. And if not for Percy's arrival and like dismissal of her from the table, which wouldn't make sense in any other situation.
Right.
Like it's these are big tables. There's plenty of room. The entire like Gryffindor school, house can all sit at the table at once. Like, it's not like they have to come in sessions or something. It's sort of like, I got third period lunch this today.
Yes.
Like it's like she's about to tell them, and then Percy's like, Ginny, could you leave, please?
Yeah, it's like that just, there's no reason for that to happen. There's no reason for him to not just sit next to Ginny, who's also his sister.
Yes.
You know?
Right.
Like, there's also, why are you sitting with Ron and Harry and Ginny? Don't you have, friends in your year, Percy? Probably not.
She's petrified, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay, be a little more delicate
friend.
with the situation.
That'd be at the wrong table, Ben. Dead giveaway.
No. Petrified giveaway.
No, you're absolutely right. Anyway, and also, this is one I know you've been listening to the book as you read it, but there's one line here where so Ginny leaves and Percy and they're all upset because they're like, but she was about to tell us something important, and Percy is convinced that she was about to spill the beans about him and Penelope.
Yes.
And he's trying to save face really quick. And one of my favorite Jim Dale lines in the entire series is the amount of glee Ron has about whatever it is Ginny walked in on. And he says, "What were you doing, Percy?" And he's like, I'm not doing it justice at all. It is so good the way he says it, because it's the tone shifts entirely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ron is sort of okay, one of my best friends, petrified, people in the castle, Chamber of Secrets, all this stuff going on. But hold up, my older brother has got a secret that Ginny knows about. I can put everything else aside for this.
Yes, very, very good delivery. If you've listened to the Jim Dale audio, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
I do. It is truly spectacular.
Yeah.
Rather top shelf indeed.
What were you doing? Yeah. Oh man, this whole book's just a good one for Jim Dale because he gets to do Lockhart in this one, and Dobby is so many good ones.
I know. Yeah.
Anywhere.
It is. It's so great.
Let's see. So they're going to History of Magic by Gilderoy Lockhart, who is convinced that the danger is out of the way and that this is not worth the trouble. Let's see. I love that they're still making him patrol through the night, though.
Yes.
Like, yeah, because it seemed to be he's been up most of the night patrolling the 4th floor. He's not able to talk his way out of it. Like, he still has to do this annoying job on the side.
Well, when you see the way that the rest of the teachers treat him, it's almost as if there's a world where they're all working in shifts and they're like, Gilderoy, you got the 4th floor, right? You can do it by yourself.
You can do it by yourself.
I could see a world where McGonagall's just sort of yeah, we'll split up all the other duties and take turns, and everybody can sleep in shifts.
Everyone else has a 1 hour shift, and they just take turns.
Yes, yeah.
Gilderoy, you're so talented. Why don't you take the whole 4th floor all night?
All night, just 12-hour shift.
Just
You'll
12
be fine.
hours.
Yeah,
you can do it.
You can also teach all day tomorrow too, right? No big deal.
Young lad like yourself.
Yes,
not going to be a problem.
But so this is another one of those instances where, well, I guess for one, we got to mention the fact just that Lockhart is still just absolutely convinced, really for no actual great reason, that it's going to be Hagrid.
Yeah.
But he's obviously very frustrated with the fact that he is still having to do this particular task. And this is where Harry sort of plays into Lockhart's ego a little bit. And it's another one of those where it's sort of this would be the next little coincidence for me, or the next little circumstance. It's sort of well, that worked out well for them. And then it'll fold on itself a little bit. But basically they're they're all going to be fine by tomorrow, Lockhart. Why don't you just go on and take off? I realize you've been staying up all night and doing all these things, and basically
we can take it from here.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's it really feels like even as thick as Lockhart is, it's as much as he's committed to everything else to be as tired as he is, it doesn't feel like you give up right now.
I know this is an annoying, because it's he's escorting the entire class, and it's just Harry and Ron talking to him, and he's like, you know what? You're right, boys. See ya.
Yes.
It's it feels like none of the rest of the class has a problem with this, and it feels like maybe they would. They'd be like, hey, wait, what? Where are you going? No, some of them don't think he's a fraud, or I bet even if they do, I'm sure they're more comfortable with him there.
Having
some of them are still scared, right?
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but yeah, so it's so funny because I love how it shakes out here, because Lockhart says, Weasley, I think I will. I really should go prepare for my next class. And then Ron says, prepare for his class. Ron sneered after him. Gone to curl his hair more like.
Yeah.
I highlighted it and wrote in all caps, more like.
I know. I also highlighted it. Gone to curl his hair more like. Great line by Ron. Ron's having a good chapter.
He is having a great chapter.
Yes.
Yep.
So that immediately Harry and Ron take this opportunity to separate themselves from the rest of the class so they can go try and talk.
When all of a sudden
McGonagall
shows up. What are the odds?
Yeah. Shouldn't she be escorting a class somewhere else? Didn't she just teach a class probably?
Probably indeed. Yeah. It's so the coincidence number next is that it's sort of they're going somewhere, but wait, no, somebody's going to interrupt them.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's another little step in. It's we got to keep guiding the story where we need the story to go.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. So yeah. McGonagall shows up, and very quickly, to Harry's credit, he basically starts thinking on his feet, and he's just sort of we've been thinking about Hermione, and I feel like we really need to go and see her. We haven't seen her for a long time, and maybe we could go let her know that the mandrakes are almost ready. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah. And
McGonagall, out of nowhere, has a total soft spot moment herself, where she's similar to Lockhart, who's just walked away. She's that's a really good point. I'm going to allow you to head off unescorted.
It does I love this McGonagall moment because Harry's lie appeals to her more emotional side and totally works.
Yes.
And I love seeing this side of McGonagall.
I agree with that.
But it is unlikely to me that she does not escort them to the hospital wing.
Right.
Which I guess doesn't really make a difference because they'd still end up there. It's not like if she was there, it would have been different.
Right, that's true.
It does seem like maybe she would have. I'm informed Professor Binns where you've gone. You go. I'll go tell the professor that you're not here.
Right. Yeah.
That'll be what I do.
The professor who doesn't know anybody's names and barely even realizes that he has a class in front of him.
Exactly.
He's going to be worried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Do you think Professor Binns has to do escort duty?
I have no idea.
You know, like, what's he going to do?
I also have no idea.
We know that ghosts are no good against the basilisk.
We know that.
Or the threat.
Right.
Yeah.
But so this ends up, I mean, again, so coincidentally, this works out rather well, though, because they are like, well, I guess at this point in time, we pretty much need to go up to the hospital wing. So it's like, but like otherwise, they have zero intention of going there.
Yeah.
Like this is not part of their plan, but because their other plan was interrupted, they're like, well, we may as well. And the thing that's interesting about that is that now this unplanned trip up to go see Hermione, where they're going to go and talk to a petrified person, who Madame Pomfrey's like, there's just no point in talking to a petrified person, does yield additional information.
It does.
That then continues to further the plot.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Like
Yeah.
where like it's kind of like, okay, this wasn't supposed to happen, and yet it did. It's almost like there was no other logical way to get them there. So it's like a rather like convoluted path to like getting to Hermione all of a sudden.
I know. And it's almost a little bit weird because like it didn't need to be this convoluted, because I think last chapter there was that line from Madame Pomfrey where she was like, nope, no more visitors. There's every chance the culprit will come to finish them off or whatever. So it's like there's like a reason they haven't visited Hermione before now.
True.
But I guess it's like if they had, which they probably would have, they probably would have found the piece of paper earlier. But then if they knew it earlier, then like they could have done something about it before Ginny was taken. So there's like a lot of like, oh wait, let me arrange the puzzle pieces such that things happen this way.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, it's like it's so like it's a little convoluted.
It's definitely like a slider puzzle where it's like, okay, we got to have this happen so that can happen, and this can't happen till that's happened. In order to like stall that, we need this line here.
Yeah. There needs why can't students come visit their petrified friends?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, no, because the killer might show up to kill them, and it's like, isn't that like? But you're escorting students around the hallways with just like a professor there. Like certainly, Madame Pomfrey herself is just a witch, right? She's an adult.
Yeah, capable of like looking over them.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Looking over them or sounding it. Like it doesn't seem unreasonable to want to visit the petrified students.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's totally one of those things. So,
but anyway, you're right. They end up there.
Yes, they end up there where basically like, they right away realize there's not a whole lot, but they do also see that she has got something in her hand. And the thing that they have in their hand is very vital information, which I think is basically just outlining that the day that Hermione realized something and rushed off to the library without telling anybody what she realized,
which
again,
that is a coincidence though that I'll let slide, because Hermione always does this. This is like
true.
a character trait more than anything.
I mean, it probably speaks to how much Hermione only like what she's saying she's sure of in most instances. And it's like, so she's able to like know that she's like backed, and in this case she's like, I think, but let me go check before I say anything.
Right.
So it's like, so she runs off. This is where we get the good description of the basilisk.
Yes, we do.
King of serpents.
King of serpents in all capital letters. Bam. And let's see. I highlighted this. It says, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. So I also added in the word laser.
Laser vision, man.
Yeah.
I highlighted the exact same thing because I was like, we had never picked up on this before.
I know.
But it almost kind of seems like the basilisk has laser vision.
No laser vision, man. It's leaving scorch marks. There's burn marks. It burns the camera. It burns Nick. It burns the stone wall next to Mrs. Norris or whatever.
Yeah, the scorch marks.
Yeah. Whatever beam it's firing has some sort of like fieriness to it.
Yeah. It's like a Cyclops type of situation.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but the other important detail here, I guess the takeaway is that, what do you think about this? Which is the fact that like Hermione went to the, I guess there could be a reason behind it, but like Hermione tearing a page out of a library book seems a little unlike Hermione.
Yeah.
Unless what was happening with Hermione on this particular day was she was kind of like, because she needs to do a lot of planning and forethought with this, because not only does she like not just go to the library to confirm her belief, which she's able to successfully do, like she could just take this information back to Harry and Ron and just be like, okay, I went to the library, I'm correct, it's a basilisk.
Yeah.
But no, she goes to the effort of tearing it out and including like the detail on the back of it where she's handwritten the word pipes, which is also kind of cryptic. Like for this much forethought, it's sort of like a small amount of information that she's included. Like, especially because if she was like, imagine she shows up and it's just like showing this piece of paper to Harry and Ron. It's just like, I had one more thought. What was it? Oh, I wrote it down. Pipes.
Right.
He's traveling in the pipes.
Yeah.
Like how does this play out in the world where Hermione doesn't get attacked and she just shows back up?
Right.
Like instead it's like
would she like show them the paper? I guess maybe. Like just make sure I get all the details. Do you think she ripped it out of the library book?
I mean, does it not say it was a page torn from a very old library book?
No, you're right. Yeah, page torn. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she definitely did.
Yeah. Okay.
So
right.
I don't know. It seems vaguely un-Hermione like.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering if there's like, does she like magically copy and paste it over or something?
Oh yeah. I can see that.
But
as
no,
well.
it does say torn, and that also seems like plagiarism of some sort, or I don't know, maybe not. I don't know.
I guess it just depends.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
copying
really good
notes from a book,
note-taking.
that's
Yeah.
like, I mean, students do that all the time, right?
Yeah, right.
She wasn't
Gather the
presenting it
information.
as like a published paper.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. This is just like proof. This is what's happening. Absolutely. This is what's happening.
Yep.
Yeah. You're right. Why does she write pipes on the page? Just as like a reminder to herself, like, oh, I forgot.
So the other kind of interest. Okay, do we know that? I'm just trying to go back in time now in the book as well, because the other detail that we get from here is that spiders flee before the basilisk, but Harry and Ron are specifically without Hermione at Hagrid's hut that night when he gives the advice to follow the spiders. Does Hermione? Would she have had that additional piece of like information? I'm just trying to remember.
No, she would not.
Okay, so
but
that would
they
be
would
something.
notice the spiders at least.
It's scuttling away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there was that. Yeah, I'm trying to think now. If McGonagall doesn't intercept them and they don't get this bit of information, then they probably just end up. Then what would happen? Right? They just make it to Myrtle's bathroom.
They would just make it to Myrtle's bathroom.
Right.
Myrtle would just say, and then I died, and she would say the gleaming yellow eyes.
Right.
Which they wouldn't know what the gleaming yellow eyes could mean. They could think that the heir of Slytherin had yellow eyes.
Right. Or they could, I mean, they know, I guess they know there's a monster. They could assume that's the monster, I guess.
Right.
And they ask her, like, where it happened, and she points over at the sink. And, like, they could presumably search the sink and find the snake.
Right.
And they could even assume snake, Slytherin, Parselmouth.
Right.
Right. Like, I mean, Harry already knows ahead of time that he can hear it because of the Parselmouth, because of finding this passage.
Right.
But like, maybe they could get this far, but then Harry and Ron probably just like go down by themselves, maybe, or do they go get somebody?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's because that's the other thing too, is that like even the eventual like blockade that separates Lockhart and Ron from Harry allows it to be just Harry who
Just
goes
Harry,
in,
yeah.
and not like Ron in there as well. So it's like I could see a world where like Ron is just potentially with Harry. They walk into the Chamber of Secrets, but then Ginny wouldn't have been taken. Ginny would be taken down still.
Yeah, Ginny's. Has
So-
she? Wait, has she been taken?
It's actively happening as the rest of this is unfolding.
okay,
So,
yeah.
Most likely that goes back to the comment from McGonagall at the beginning of the chapter where she announces to the school that the mandrakes, because that is what basically causes.
Oh, so maybe if they go straight to Moaning Myrtle, they just like intercept Ginny.
Oh, that's interesting.
That'd be really odd.
Maybe So if you assume they intercept Ginny, there's a possibility they could, like Harry doesn't even have to be the one who speaks Parcel Tongue because Tom Riddle's able to do it on her behalf, right?
Yeah.
That's how he's basically luring her down there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. So at that point, they would just be able to follow Ginny down. They'd find, I don't know if it would make a whole lot of difference for like Tom Riddle, who's still already kind of like translucent-y, like not fully himself.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, but if they see her, do they like snap her out of the trance or something? Does that like...
Would it work? I have no idea.
Would it work? I don't know. Yeah, or do they just like follow her?
Or could like Tom Riddle, through occupying Ginny, like actively like use her wand to attack them or something?
Oh man, yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, that's like a...
this is a big what if. I guess, okay, assuming Ginny's already been taken and they're like just going to go find her though, they would get down there and see the snake skin still.
Yes.
Right. At that point, they're like, okay, it's definitely a snake.
Big snack.
But they don't know about the eyes.
They don't know about... Oh, that's a good point. They wouldn't know about the
eyes. Yeah.
Which would mean, okay.
Yeah, so like there is a little bit where the basilisk shows up and Harry is like covering his eyes before Fawkes gets there and solves that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe they just they just get
maybe Harry gets laser beamed.
laser beamed. Okay. Okay. Oh, we had to pull on that string a little bit, but I think that there is a possibility that Harry and Ron both die.
Yeah, that might be the case. Yeah.
And Tom Riddle's like, wow, that was easy.
That was easy.
This snake is so useful.
Really seems like the basilisk should have been able to just take out Harry almost immediately anyway. But
Yeah, especially with all that rhetoric about ripping and tearing.
I know. Right?
Unless, of course, it was in reference to the spider webs.
Exactly. Yeah. So many spider webs.
So rip them down.
Rip them down.
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh,
so
man.
anyway, but this is where Harry, after reading the note, he's able to sort of like put the pieces of the puzzle together. The one thing I got to say, he's like, okay, yeah. So he references the burned up film inside of Colin's camera. Justin must have seen him through Nearly Headless Nick. Hermione was using the mirror to look around the corners. Then Ron is like, and Mrs. Norris, he whispered eagerly. This happens sometimes when we're theory writing where it's like, okay, does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Oh, crap. There's something that we can't explain.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
so much for that one.
Works for 9 out of 10, but that 10th one.
I know, the 10th one is a real problem for us. Now we got to figure out how to explain that one.
Yeah. What is the scenario to like? Why at the Quidditch match are Hermione, Penelope, and Ginny the only people left at the school? You know, like why isn't Penelope down at the match?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Question. Maybe she doesn't like sports, which we don't even. That can't even be true because I'm pretty sure Percy bets her like 10 galleons.
Yeah, something like that.
on Gryffindor.
Yeah, beating Ravenclaw.
Yeah, next year against Percy. So anyway, I don't think that could be the case. But the thing I was going to say next is that Ron's like Mrs. Norris, and Harry like goes. He must have like a really amazing memory for specific things. Like maybe he was built to be an Auror because he is remembering back to the night of Halloween. And keep in mind, this is like June 1st.
Yeah.
You know, so this is what, 8 months prior to like a scene of a crime, very stressful type situation. And he's like, the water was on the floor. Remember that? There was water on the floor.
Yeah.
And it's like, Harry, well done, man.
Dude,
like,
you got it.
Very impressive. I'm just like, that seems like a lot to keep in mind after all this time.
Yeah.
So he finds the explanation, then they go through the rooster and the
spiders.
Yep.
And then Ron's like, a giant snake. Someone would have seen it. I just highlighted that. I was like, yup. Honestly, the fact that you figured out the pipes doesn't explain why nobody's seen it because it's not like it's attacking people from the pipes. Like it's still emerging to do the attacks.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. It does seem like it must be like a rather shy creature.
Yeah.
It's sort of like I just sort of like swiggle through the hallways and it's like,
how many people are out there?
Are you a ghost?
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. So no, it seems like you're right though. I mean, it feels very like Scooby-Doo where it's kind of like you can always find the evidence, but like somehow they've miraculously like gotten away before. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, so starting to figure out that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the bathroom, which again, going back to last week's episode, I think I was just for the first time in my entire life after reading this book so many times, realizing like chamber pots, Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in like a chamber room.
Bam.
Yeah. How about that?
Hilarious.
I don't know why I find it clever, but it's like, I'm like, all right, that's not so bad.
It's pretty good.
Let's see here. The other thing that I think is also kind of interesting that like I've kind of forgotten about as a reader is like Harry says, this means I can't be the only Parselmouth in the school. The heir of Slytherin's one too. And it's like technically that's correct, but it is still like interesting in my head how it's like Harry still thinks that like one of the other students or faculty members or someone is the heir of Slytherin.
Yeah. And there's actually the next sentence says that's how he's been controlling the basilisk, which is just another little like tiny misdirect right here at the end that it's like a male and not Ginny.
Oh, yep, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yep.
So anyway, for once in their lives, Ron's like, "What are we going to do? Should we go straight to McGonagall?" And Harry's like, "Yes, let's go to the staff room.
Yeah.
She'll be there in 10 minutes. It's nearly break." So it's like okay, they're doing the thing. They're going to consult the adults, but then they run downstairs and they go to the staff room when there is McGonagall like using the magically magnified voice, which is the Sonorous. Is that the name?
Sonorous,
of that?
right? Yeah, that like Luda Bagman uses at the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of cool that like, McGonagall's using it. But basically, she's making an announcement. So something has happened, which like this one may be a little bit less coincidental that something happens. Again, kind of going back to your point from earlier that like like McGonagall's announced it. So like today's the day that the perpetrator's like, okay, if you're going to figure me out tomorrow, like I got to start acting, I got to get my plan and fast forward all of a sudden.
Yeah. Things got to happen.
Right. So the thing that I find to be kind of interesting is that they get to the staff room and they're intending to tell teachers, and the teachers are about to go to the staff room where they were hoping to talk to them. And for whatever reason, now inside of the situation with this new information, Harry's like, okay, how about instead of telling the teachers, we listen in on the conversation instead?
Right.
It's like, literally, they were like, let's go to the staff room to tell a teacher. And McGonagall's just like, all teachers to the staff room. And they're like, hey, let's change plans.
Right.
It's like, why change plans? Instead, you're just going to have all of the teachers there to tell instead of just McGonagall.
I know. Like, I don't understand. How did they escape this situation without telling anybody?
Yeah.
You know? Like, that seems like it would have been the thing to do. Instead, they hide in the wardrobe in the staff room, which coincidentally is the same wardrobe the Boggart's hiding in next book.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there you go. How
fun
about
fact,
that?
fun fact. In here, let's hear what it's all about. Then we can tell them what we found out. Like,
yeah, what are you going to do? Just like pop out of the thing and be like, hey, we were listening?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not going to go well.
That's not going to go well. You're going to just be like, oh my gosh, there's been another attack. Great news. We know exactly what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But so the one thing I do like about this particular situation, though, is McGonagall walks in. She's got the rest of the teachers there right away. She says, it's happened. A student is taken by the monster right into the chamber itself. I like this moment because it's a candid Snape moment.
Yes.
Where he doesn't know that Harry and Ron are listening.
Yes.
And what it describes it as is Snape gripped the back of the chair very hard and said, how can you be sure?
Yes.
It's like, okay, Snape is like concerned.
Right.
Like I mean, to me, that shows like, maybe on some level, like when he's around Harry, he can't help himself. Like he needs to be contrary to Harry. And because Harry is good, Snape is always going to come across as like greasy and stuff. And it's like, but in this particular instance, like surrounded by the rest of the teachers, like whatever,
right.
It's like, he's just
regular Snape.
He's just regular Snape.
Right. And he is concerned.
Yes, he is concerned.
Yes, which I do like that line especially. It is a very rare candid Snape moment.
Exactly. But so what McGonagall says, the heir of Slytherin left another message right underneath the first one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever.
Oh, this is the other thing. This is as bad as McGonagall announcing that we're gonna have the Mandrake potion. Why is the heir of Slytherin like, hey, guess what? Just to get FYI, I got another message for you real quick. Like just in case you wanted to know, you got like 8 hours to stop me or whatever, it's fine.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
like, dude, just don't put the message on the wall.
Right.
Like, just finish your plan first. Come all the way back to life.
It's the vanity.
No reason to write this on the wall and tip your hand at all.
This is like the serial killer leaving like the calling card thing. It's like you just can't help yourself. You just can't help. It's going to be your unraveling.
I know. Like, wait, just like what? Because like wait until you're done and then come write the message.
Yeah, right, right.
Like
yeah.
now it's true. Her skeleton's already rotting.
Right.
I took care of it.
Rotting. Well, skeletons don't rot, but
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
what you mean.
lie. It's already lying in the chamber forever. Sorry, not rot.
No, that's okay.
Also, how do they know it's Ginny Weasley? How do they know?
I know. Yeah, they figured that out.
They've quickly deduced it. They certainly don't know where Harry and Ron are.
Right. Yeah.
I guess it says her, but still. Yeah.
It's a good point. But yeah, so you kind of get like a soft and tender moment from just about all the teachers who are definitely having like a difficult time, and basically like describing. McGonagall says this is the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said, and then the staff room door banged open for one wild moment. Harry was sure it would be Dumbledore, but it was Lockhart, and he was beaming.
I know. I just highlighted that. I was like, goodness.
Come on, man.
Dude, read the room.
So
does.
sorry, dozed off. What have I missed?
Yeah, dozed off.
I like the description of what the other teachers look like here, which is they looked at him with something remarkably like hatred. So remarkably that it might just be hatred.
It might just be hatred. It's like, if I didn't know any better, I think they hate the man.
Yeah, yes, indeed. But it's kind of funny because like this is a moment where like all 4 heads of house are sort of like, okay, we have had enough. This is a stressful situation. We are all really spooked right now. Someone is possibly dead, and you are such a moron.
Yeah,
And so I love the fact that they shift from like being in like a state of mourning to being like they all like a secret conversation in their head. They're like, maybe we can get him to go try.
Yeah. All right, let's get him out of here so the grown-ups can keep talking.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly it. So basically, they're like, Lockhart, weren't you just saying that you knew where the entrance to the chamber was all along, and you knew what was inside? Did I? I don't recall.
I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before Hagrid was arrested.
Yes.
Says it's another Snape just being like, oh yeah, I'll join in on this. I'll be on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
me and my buddies over here,
Yeah.
like we're coming after you.
Exactly.
Yep. And
It does. On that note, it does feel like basically at this moment, McGonagall should also be sending like a letter to Azkaban, being like, "FYI, there was another attack. Wasn't Hagrid?
Wasn't Hagrid? Let him out. Yep. Let's go.
Let's go."
Yeah. So what's funny about this though is that. This is like another one of those instances that I think like what Harry and Ron's reaction later is kind of interesting is because Harry and Ron are in there. They're watching all of this unfold. They successfully get him to leave the room. It says, very well, I'll be in my office getting ready. And he left the room. Right, said Professor McGonagall, whose nostrils were flared. That's got him out from under our feet. And so it's like, it is very clear that like if you're Harry and Ron watching this scene unfold, that they're like, Lockhart's not going to do anything. We just need to get him out of our way.
Yeah.
And so it's like in the next several pages, basically they're up in the Gryffindor common room and like they're all just sort of in this like very subdued state and everybody's sad and everybody's really worried. And at some point in time, Harry and Ron are like, we should probably go talk to Lockhart, give him all the information we have just in case it helps. And it's like, why all of a sudden do you care? Or do you think that Lockhart is actually going to be useful?
Yeah, I know. Like, what do you? Yeah, why do you think he's actually going to go try and do it?
Right.
Like, you pretty much thought he was a fraud. It's like, still, why aren't you going to tell McGonagall of all people?
I know. Yeah. So they hang out in the wardrobe. They listen in, they get all this information, and then they don't exit the wardrobe and tell any of the teachers like the rest of the information that they know, which especially once they discover that like it's Ginny, it's like, okay, now like all heroics aside, everything else aside, like it's like just go and communicate to the people in charge what's going on.
Right.
But I mean, that's always sort of like the thing with Harry Potter. I said it's sort of like if they had the help from adults, they wouldn't have to do it on their own. If they didn't have to do it on their own, it wouldn't be a story.
Exactly. So
there's that.
There is that. So anyway, I guess they make their way back up to the common room where Harry, Ron, and Fred and George sit in the corner without Percy. Because he's gone to, I guess, write a letter to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Shut himself up. That's another little like, was it Percy? Percy's not there. What's he doing? Situation.
Yep. I still stand by the belief that like as much as I am aware of the fact that Percy is supposed to be like suspicious and there are clearly instances of it, it's like I can't even bring it in me to suspect him.
Yeah.
It's just
I know.
It's not Percy.
It's like it just wasn't Percy. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Then Ron starts to realize that like what Ginny was going to tell them wasn't about Percy, that that's not why she was taken. It was some stupid thing. It wasn't some stupid thing about Percy at all. And it's like, actually, she knows both, which is kind of funny.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he quickly points out, like, she was a pureblood. There can't be any other reason. It's like, that is a good point. No one seems to be concerned that it was a pureblood who was taken.
That's true.
Yeah.
It does seem to go against everything that would sort of be like, I mean, enemies of the air beware.
Right.
You'll be next mudbloods.
Right.
All that. Well, I guess it's just Draco that says that.
Yeah. Just otherwise, the message is just enemies. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Enemies of the air beware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. Are the Weasleys such obvious blood traders already?
I suppose they could be, but
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, so basically then, Ron's like, we need to go talk to Lockhart, tell him what we know. He's going to try to get in the chamber. We can tell him what we think it is and tell him it's a basilisk down there. It's like, this is a real question. It's like, is it just desperation? Like,
maybe. I think it's just like, it's better to be doing something than nothing.
Right.
Yeah. But also they got up, crossed the room, and left through the portrait hole, like, unprotected. Like, there's not a teacher in the common room.
Right, yeah.
There's not like someone sitting outside the common room.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it definitely, I mean, if there was a time for a prefect to be on duty, it seems like just standing in front of the portrait hole being like, sorry, you can't leave.
No, you can't leave. Yeah.
It's not safe out there.
Absolutely not.
But they're able to just, it doesn't even say they use the invisibility cloak. They just walk
right down.
Office. Yeah.
Yep.
Which maybe this is the real reason there's always so much danger. It's like, as much protection as is supposed to be there, it's just
Yeah, they're not doing a good job of it. you
Yeah,
know?
not so much. Not so much. That's
Yeah.
okay though. So they go to Lockhart's office. They knock on the door. You're starting to see that Lockhart is just in a full state of panic. He is shoving all of his various colored robes, including jade green, lilac, midnight blue, into his trunks. There's a moment here where they're in the room with him, and all the photographs that had covered the walls were now crammed into boxes on the desk. Harry asks, "Are you going somewhere?" Lockhart responds, "Well, yes," ripping a life-size poster of himself from the back of the door as he spoke. And I was like, I literally just wrote, "LOL, a poster?"
Yeah.
like what is this, like a dorm room?
Yeah, basically.
You know, like posters. I mean, nothing wrong with posters,
But it's unframed. He immediately rolls it up.
I know, yeah. It just seems like such an odd thing for him to, like. I mean, all of Lockhart's vanity is overwhelming and obvious and all the rest. But I don't know why this one stuck out to me. I was like, a poster.
You know what also stands out to me though, which is kind of like in character, is that he is not packing by magic. He's like manually having to pack everything.
Yes.
Which
yeah.
like for an adult wizard should not be a problem. It should just be like wave wand, go. But of course Lockhart can only do like one spell, so he does still have to pack manually.
Yes, no, it's a good point. It's
Yeah.
a good point. But this is another one of those where I actually frequently think everyone kind of does this with the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. But Lockhart's basically just saying, like, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help. And Harry responds with, "You're the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher."
Yeah.
And, like, this is one of those where I think in Deathly Hallows, is it Deathly Hallows? No, or is it Half-Blood Prince? There's a moment like where McGonagall herself refers to Snape and saying like, he was the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. And it's like they put like a lot of stock into that.
Right, like
as if
your
it's like,
personality is your position.
yes, exactly. As if like it's like by being that teacher, you must be prepared for everything. It's like they're all just teachers, you know. It's
Yeah,
not
right,
like
yeah.
it's not like he's the general in the army,
Right,
Like
yeah.
of course he should be there. It's like he's a teacher.
Yeah.
So anyway, but it's like I think it's just interesting that they put so much emphasis on that as if that carries this much additional responsibility. To which Lockhart's response is sort of like, there was nothing in the job description. I mean, I didn't expect this, and it's like I honestly think it's like fighting a massive ancient beast underneath the castle probably wouldn't be in the job description
Yeah, probably not.
for this particular thing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like even like, you know, even if he was Lupin, like it doesn't seem like it would necessarily be his responsibility to go do this.
No.
Yeah, right.
Most certainly not. Most certainly
Yeah.
not. But then, of course, basically Lockhart just becomes very candid with the boys right away. Like I literally wrote down, like, you know, he pretty much starts like monologuing.
Oh,
a
I
little
know.
bit.
Yeah,
Like,
he comes clean really quickly.
Yes. So he's basically just saying, like, my books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done those things.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of funny too, though, like what Lockhart really thinks that he brings to the table, or like he's so convinced that his like good looks and charming smile and stuff like that is like what makes the stories so phenomenal, because like he starts talking about like the actual people who
Right.
like did these things. He's like, nobody wants to read about some ugly old Armenian warlock, even if he did save a village from werewolves. It's like,
Right.
I don't think that people are really that tied into the appearance of the hero,
Right.
when it comes to a genuine act of heroism.
Yeah, like the story is interesting regardless, but like he's like recognized that if the same good-looking hero was the hero of all of these crazy tales, then he's like truly elevated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, still just like but yeah, he does very quickly. I love how he's like, books can be misleading, and Harry's like, you wrote them.
I know. I wrote touche.
Yeah,
so good.
misleading. Oh man!
Oh,
but I
Lord.
guess he's only coming clean so quickly because he's also planning to just wipe their memories just immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, I also love how he still tries to defend like his fame He says, no, if there's one thing I pride myself on this moment, no, it's been a lot of hard work here. It's not all book signings and publicity photos, you know. You want fame, you have to be prepared for a long, hard slog. Just like, look at all the work I did getting famous, stealing and cheating. Like, come on, give me some credit.
Do you think at all, like, that's the thing, is that, like, out of everything he hasn't done, it's like, this is something he has done, and it almost, like, drives him crazy, like, that nobody ever actually hears the hard work he has committed, which, like, this is, like, one of those things where it's like, I can imagine that everything that Lockhart has done has not exactly, like, it's like he's cheating in a sense, but he had to work really hard in order to successfully pull off the cheat.
Right.
But then nobody ever gets to know about everything that he did to do it, but he is someone who really wants credit.
Right.
So it's like, I'm going to tell you so that you can be impressed by all of my, like, devious nature or whatever.
It's a classic story of, like, if you put in half as much effort into just doing the work as you do to avoiding the work, you'd be amazing.
Yes, exactly.
Right,
Exactly. Like just do the real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's so preoccupied with what he thinks fame is. But anyway, that was my curiosity. It was like, because he's coming clean and it makes him look so bad. But, like, maybe he wants someone to know everything he did, because he can also then just erase their memories and then they won't know. But he gets to feel, like, he gets to, like,
he's got like that
experience.
release valve.
Right.
Yeah.
He gets to brag.
Someone knows. But then Harry has a great moment here where, like, because the entire time Lockhart's telling them this, he's planning on just, like, wiping their memories, and he's like, he is planning it out in his head ahead of time. He has premeditated what he is going to do, and despite that, Harry beats him to his wand and disarms him with Expelliarmus, which is like Harry is good.
Harry is good. Yeah, I think this is something that's underemphasized throughout the whole saga, is that, like, Harry has genuine skill and talent in this particular arena. Is this the first time he's using Expelliarmus?
I think it is, because they teach it to him in the dueling club, or Snape does, and then, like, him and Draco have their duel, but, like, they quickly don't follow the rules and just start attacking each other with tickle fights and stuff.
Yeah, yes, indeed. As two bros do.
As two bros do. I think maybe it is. Yeah, this is the first time he uses it on somebody.
Yeah. So what I like about this, though, is that I actually talked about this back in an earlier chapter in Lockhart's first lesson with the Cornish pixies, but Ron catches the wand and flings it out the window, and this is exactly what the Cornish pixies did when he tried to cast a spell on them. Was they took his wand and threw it out the same window. It's like, that's so funny. It's like, what a throwback.
Yeah,
his wand is just always being thrown out the window. But that's also a nice setup as well. Like, talking about, like, weaving the story into, like, the fabric. It's like the setup for Lockhart to have to use someone else's wand. It's like, you have, like, an entire section of the story where it's like, we're going to do a dueling club, we're going to do disarming. Like, you need to have a way for Lockhart to be in possession of the backfiring wand when the moment comes.
Right.
But, like, the dueling club doesn't feel like a reach. Like, that just feels like a completely reasonable thing for the school to do. It's like a self-defense class.
Right. Yeah.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Yep. So I like that. That works out pretty well. At this point in time, Lockhart is basically just like, he's got nothing on him. It's like he has literally been taken captive by two 12-year-olds.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they have wands, he doesn't. They've disarmed him. And he's like, I mean, he's like, he, starts making what feels like reasonable. I mean, he's been bragging that he knows where it is, but he's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't know where it is. There's nothing I can do.
I wrote next to that, I was just like, well, at least he's honest.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. But unfortunately for him, Harry does know where it is, sort of, and what's inside of it. So they go to visit Moaning Myrtle and ask how she died. And she looked as though she'd never been asked such a flattering question, because she hasn't. Yeah.
Oh, it was dreadful, she said with some relish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. Olive Hornby. I highlighted it because I can never remember it for some reason.
Olive Hornby. My glossies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that even though it is the Basilisk and Tom Riddle that murder her, she sticks around to haunt Olive Hornby.
I know.
Like, she's not even the one, man. Like...
Right. Yep.
The pettiness on Myrtle, sky high.
I know. I guess that's the big thing, though, is you needed a reason for her to come back as a ghost.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's like one of those where it's like, man, how much was Olive Hornby bullying her?
Oh, I know. She sounds terrible.
Like, I'm going to commit the rest of my foreverness to existing in the name of bothering you for the rest of your school time.
Yeah.
It's like,
right.
That's tough.
I know. But so while she's in there being bullied, she remembers that someone came in, a boy, and he spoke a different language. And then I died. Yeah. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes. My body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away. So she doesn't mention the obvious heat that penetrated her body.
Yeah. Due to the laser vision.
Due to the laser vision. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But
so there's an interesting. This is interesting because she says she died, but then later when Harry talks to the nearly headless Nick after Sirius dies, he's like, I have never truly died. So she says she died, and obviously she doesn't have her regular body, but she doesn't truly die the way that like Sirius dies.
What's kind of interesting is that she may have like witnessed whatever has to be done in order to create a Horcrux then.
Oh, you're right. That is true because like her death is what makes the diary Horcrux.
Yeah, this is one that always confuses me a little bit. I'm sure we've touched on it before, but it must mean that it is not absolutely required for you to be the person to Tom Riddle was commanding the snake, so it's like death by proxy, which I guess is like what Voldemort does to Snape with Nagini. In the Shrieking Shack, like fast forwarding to Deathly Hallows. So I suppose there's like something to that being a case, like there's like some magic behind like being the one to direct,
like have directed it, that murder is yours,
right? Yes, exactly,
right?
Because otherwise it seems like the kill should go to the basilisk.
But seems like it.
But additionally, to your point, it's like that. It's kind of fascinating because it's like I mean, Nearly Headless Nick describes it as if he's never truly died, or maybe he doesn't know what it feels like to fully experience the complete sensation of death.
Right.
Maybe is a better way to describe it because you never just go like, air quotes on. But I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This is the only person who dies at the hand of Voldemort that comes back as a ghost, right?
Yeah. And what's crazy is does she he must not have been planning to like go in there and kill her, he's just going in there to open it, and like she walks out of the stall, and he's like, well.
I know, yeah. This has worked out well. I've just checked out Magic Most Evil from the library, and now I want to test out my new skills.
Yeah. So this is the other thing we were trying to figure out is the diary the first Horcrux?
Yeah, I know this is a weird timeline situation because there's a couple of glimpses that we get into Tom Riddle. We know that when he opens the Chamber of Secrets, he's a fifth year. And we know that whenever he's in Slughorn's memory, he's already got the ring. And I suspect that since the ring would have existed so closely to the actual Riddle household, because they're like right there in like the same town of is it Little Hangleton? Yeah, Little Hangleton. Because they're both right there, I suspect that he killed his father and family the same day that he collected the ring and made the Horcrux all at once.
Well, because he frames Morphin for the murder of the Riddles.
I genuinely think, okay, I'm starting to put like a plot together that makes sense in my head. I think he would have learned, because we've always struggled with why he uses the diary. It's never totally made sense, especially since it's bought from a Muggle shop. It seems so unimportant by comparison to like Hogwarts founders' artifacts that all have like magical, capabilities in their own right. But I'm starting to think, if he is coming up from the Chamber of Secrets, which he must have been doing because he has the basilisk with him, that his running into Myrtle is completely accidental, and I think he's just seizing the moment. I think that like, and chances are, if he has a diary on him, not for largely nefarious reasons, just because it's a small object he could have had on his person in that moment, it may have just been like any old port in a storm situation where it's like, I need an object to turn into a.
But I guess I always get the feeling that he was actually actively writing in the diary for the entire year, and that like that's like how he recorded the memories in it and stuff.
I mean, I think that is still entirely possible.
Okay,
he could have been doing some manner of that, or maybe that's like what makes it twice as powerful. Or maybe once he stored his soul in it, he then wrote his whole story inside of it.
Yeah, because like when Harry goes in, it like flips to a certain page.
Right.
You know, which I like the way I've always interpreted that was that like this was the page that originally had the writing about what I did.
Okay.
Or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
yeah.
I follow what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's possible. I just think I don't know. It seems so. This is like where I've always been caught with the diary in terms of whether or not it was planned to be a Horcrux from the beginning. Which, like, again, you know, I feel like I'm coming to terms with a little bit more, especially because like Harry doesn't throw the diary away because like for some reason it's got this like magnetism to him.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like that sort of tracks to me. I can sort of understand like what's going on with that. But like the diary seems like an odd choice. The death of Myrtle seems like an unimportant death. The basilisk is the one that kills her. It's like there's so many things about it that don't seem to fit the equation that we know is applied to every other Horcrux.
Yeah.
You know, even the fact that like he's preserving his final Horcrux for like the death of Harry Potter, which would basically all but like seal his permanence, his you know fixture status, you know, in immortality and leading and ruling over the wizarding populace, if not you know the world. Like none of the rest of it's. I don't know. I sort of don't hate a situation where it's just he runs into her. It's the first moment he's ever had to actually kill somebody, and he does.
Yeah, but that's if it's happened. If that's happening before he gets the ring.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. So it's, I mean, I guess that's what you're coming down to is like, how much status could he have to be so ingratiated into Slughorn's inner circle as like a fifth year? Which I mean, I guess Ginny's invited.
Yeah,
you know, as a fifth year to the Slughorn
because
meetings.
then there's also like what he's asking Slughorn, which is what happens if you make more than one Horcrux.
He's definitely not asking. Yeah, he's asking to get to the quantity of 7. Like, wouldn't 7 be the magic, like most powerful magical number or whatever?
Right. But so like, but he already has the ring, and presumably the ring he's wearing is presumably already a Horcrux, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah,
definitely. Right. So it seems like the case could even be like he has the ring, then he asks Slughorn, like, what happens if I make more than one? Then he kills Myrtle.
I follow what you're saying, because otherwise he would have 2
right
at that point in time by the time he asked Slughorn.
Yeah, because otherwise why would you need to ask? Like, if you could make more than one.
Well, but that's the thing. It's like maybe he knows he can make more than one. He's just trying to determine whether or not 7 would be the most powerful.
I guess that's true, too. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we might. I feel like I've always thought the diary was the first Horcrux, and now I'm like, was it?
I know. Maybe this is just like a whole like it just needs to be like a deep dive in and of itself. Yeah. Okay, but we're not going to figure it out without the ability to do more research.
Yeah, no, we're not just going to reason it out here. Yep, I don't think so.
Yep.
Anyway, moving on. Let's see. Myrtle says she came back to haunt Olive Hornby, not Tom Riddle. Okay. And she says that the attack came from somewhere over there, pointing in front of the sinks. And then they're looking at it. And this is sort of a weird one. She says, that taps never worked, said Myrtle brightly as she tried to turn it, which is like, to me, that's already a little bit sus. Like magic should be able to fix things like sinks. You know, like the entire, like for the last 50 years, the sink hasn't worked and you guys haven't been able to magically fix it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like one of those where it's like maybe they even like cast a spell at it. Because like, you know, if you were fixing a broken pipe, you could use Reparo to fix the broken pipe. But if the pipe isn't hooked up to any water supply at all, you could repair it, and it still wouldn't have water.
Right.
You know, like repairing it would almost be like rerouting it. But this is another one of those things where it's like I think there's additional writing on Pottermore, because one of the big issues is like plumbing, indoor plumbing especially, didn't exist when Salazar Slytherin did. And so this is something that had to be sort of like backfilled with additional narrative, which is that a different descendant of the Gaunts, I think in the 1870s, actually went in and installed the plumbing and like reconfigured the location. To the Chamber of Secrets, which is kind of another one of those things where I think like Tom Riddle's vanity is his belief that he was the only one other than Harry to discover the Chamber of Secrets, which is just not true. But Tom Riddle also believes he's the only one to have found
the Room of Requirement.
Yes. Despite the fact that it's just overflowing with stuff.
Yeah, right. Like clearly other people are here.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Well, anyway, they find the tiny snake on the side of the sink, and Harry realizes that he's got to talk to it. Or is it Ron that says, Harry said, Ron, say something in parcel tongue. So good call by Ron.
Yep.
To figure out how to open it. And they decide, like, Harry and Ron gasped, made up his mind what he's going to do. I'm going down there, which I just love that Harry's just like, yep, we're going. That's it.
Through the trapdoor?
Full send.
Yep.
Through the trapdoor. It's the exact same moment from after Fluffy's asleep. Like, yep, we're going through.
Right. But they do make Lockhart go first.
Yeah.
Into the slimy, dark slide, which does sound horrifying.
Does sound terrible.
You know, this is the type of thing where it's like Tom Riddle must have been good at like whatever, like, cloak cleaning magic.
Yeah.
Because I can't see a world where he's like walking around the castle in like a totally goopy, slimy
Not at all.
interior pipe type thing. Otherwise, it sounds kind of fun. But then once they travel down through the slide, I think Harry says, we must be miles under the school.
Oh, yeah.
To which I just wrote, that would be so far.
Oh, I know.
Like,
I was like, miles?
miles?
Miles.
Yes. It's like
Plural.
You know, for reference, like the Empire State Building is nowhere near miles tall.
Right.
You know, and it's like,
Yeah.
and that is a remarkably tall building if you were to imagine flipping it upside down and going beneath the school and then multiplying it by like, I don't know, 27 times.
Yeah.
You know, like if not more, you know, I
Yeah.
mean, it's 1 mile is 5,280 feet.
Yeah.
Miles would suggest more than one of them.
Right, yeah. 10,000 at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's just a figure of speech. And then Ron says they're probably under the lake, so this is interesting to me because it's kind of what you said, because he's probably right. I think they're under the lake, which is all great. But it there's he has to do the thing with the sink where he talks to the snake to make the chamber open.
Right.
But then there's a second door later where he has to do the same thing.
Right.
Right? Like, why is it twice? Right? Why? It's like, it'd be like if you have to like punch in a key code to get through a door and you walk through it and it's like, hold on, there's a second door. There's another key code. Yeah, it's the same as before. Okay. Open it. Go through the door. It's like, why do you have to unlock the door twice? You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I wonder if the second door, because that one seems more ornate. That one's got like the snake with the emerald eyes.
Yeah.
So like, I wonder if that was the one that Salazar Slytherin, back in the year, like 990 or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that was his door.
Yes, that was the original door, is
Yeah.
what my theory is.
And I would say that the other door in Myrtle's bathroom is the one that's like added.
Added, right, exactly. But if that was the original door, then he must have had access to it from somewhere. Do you think because they wouldn't have had the bathrooms then, so how was he getting to the door?
That's the question. That's like
is the question.
We've always said that we think the headmaster's office was Godric Gryffindor's former like quarters.
Yeah.
Because it's got like the Griffin knocker on the door, meaning it's a Griffin door.
Right.
And that is obviously turned into like school use type thing. I think, have we suggested the possibility that like the room of requirement was possibly like Rowena's because it like takes like cleverness in order to like access. And then the kitchens sort of like, we know that like Hufflepuff's key contribution was in part doing the kitchens and was very good with like food related spells.
Yep.
So the question is like whether or not like what becomes the girls' bathroom that Myrtle resides, like, is it possibly like formerly what Salazar Slytherin's quarters were, and the other three founders were like, let's turn it into a bathroom.
Yeah.
That'll show him.
That'll show him.
His chamber of secrets he was
Get
always
out of
going
there.
on about. I got a sweet pun for you.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing. Here's what my thought is that Ron thinks they're under the lake, and the Slytherin common room is like, you can like look out into the lake.
Right, yeah, it's like green tinted, yeah.
Right. So it stands to reason to me that there was a way for him to access the original door to the Chamber of Secrets from the Slytherin common room.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Which then it doesn't really matter because you probably had to use the same thing like Parselmouth or whatever to get to it. But then there haven't been any other students who did it. And by the time Voldemort gets there, he just uses the one in the bathroom.
Okay.
How would he have found it the first time?
That's a really good question.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
he's just like, that doesn't make a ton of sense to me, I guess.
The only thing there, unless he got the ring first.
Or the lock, because he doesn't get the locket until later.
We've always theorized that the what is inside of the locket, because Slytherin's locket becomes a Horcrux and is therefore an important magical artifact in the realm of like Voldemort and Tom Riddle. But obviously the locket existed for a very long time before that. And so usually what we would say is like a locket is usually meant to contain something, typically like an image of, like a loved one or something like that. But our thought forever has been the only way to open the locket, as we know from Harry, who opens it in order for Ron to destroy it, is by speaking to it using parcel mouth or parcel tongue. And so if Slytherin wanted to ensure that the only people who could find the Chamber of Secrets are his descendants because they're the only ones who can speak parcel tongue, then if the only way to open the locket is by doing it, then inside of the locket is instructions on how to find the Chamber of Secrets.
Exactly. Which even though he doesn't get the locket, he does talk to his uncle Morphin Gaunt, who is a previous owner of the locket. And
True.
The Gaunt family is the one who added the plumbing to the chamber and stuff.
So that was what I was going to say. So if he's already got the ring, then he's already gone to see the Gaunts.
Exactly.
Which would mean he might know how to find the chamber.
Yeah, he could have read their mind or figured or learned about the Chamber of Secrets from them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Okay. All right. And that's why he would find the bathroom entrance and not the common room entrance.
Well, so if all that explanation exists, then the video we will inevitably make about the order in which Voldemort made his Horcruxes will almost certainly suggest that the ring came first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's why I'm starting to lean. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? All right. Anyway, we're going on a bunch of tangents on this one.
That's okay. I mean, sometimes we got to do that.
We got, there's a lot of questions about the chamber.
There are a lot of questions. It's a rather secretive place.
Yeah, no doubt. Secrets, plural? I don't know. But,
Chamber of Secret.
The secret chamber.
The secret chamber.
Slytherin's secret chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, chamber of secret. Giant snake. Anyway, I love that even though they're down here and Lockhart is sort of committed, he is still in no way here for it. He's even the fact that they found the chamber, he's nope, not here. Don't care about these boys at all. He is still scheming. He goes as far as to fake fainting so that he can steal Ron's wand and try and turn the situation around.
Yes. Yep. I love the fact that once he's stolen his wand, his gleaming smile is back on his face. It's they sort of talk about Lockhart's appearance even earlier in this chapter. It's he doesn't look as handsome after he's been torn down a couple notches.
Yeah.
And it's it's funny to me that it's the moment his confidence comes back, he's so does my persona. I get to be me again.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's not doesn't matter because he has the I'm impressed by how quickly he comes up with the plan, because it's he's it must be what he's thinking about while they're going down the 2-mile long slide. Oh man, we have found it. This is definitely the chamber. What am I going to do?
Right.
Then he sees the snake skin and he's booyah, here we go. Get the snake skin. We found the chamber. Couldn't save the girl. They lost their minds. I'm back on top, and I actually was down here with proof this time.
What was his game plan, though? To wipe their memories? And then does he say... Let's see here. You two tragically lost your minds at the sight of the mangled. Okay. So he doesn't intend for Harry and Ron to not be able to come back. He just doesn't intend for them to be able to tell them anything because they will have lost their minds at the sight of the mangled body.
Yes.
Okay. Because that's one of those things where I'm does he want Ron and Harry to die down there? You're just gonna let them slowly starve because they can't remember why they were there or how to get out?
Right.
But no. Okay. I follow. But yeah. So then he raises the wand over his head, yells, "Obliviate!" Which is kind of one of those funny terms for a spell where when he does it in this particular instance, it's yeah, definitely. It seems a very obliviate sounds like exactly what it sounds like, to obliviate something,
right,
to destroy it. But then going forward, we keep the memory spell as obliviate,
right,
which at certain times feels more intense for other applications.
Right.
Then you have in Fantastic Beasts, obliviators,
right,
whose job it is to just gently wipe people's memories in case they've been exposed to magic.
Right.
It seems much more like a tidying type of thing and less of a obliviate.
Right. Yeah. Destroy them. But I guess he's really trying to he's trying to land Harry and Ron in the state that he ends up in.
Yes.
You know. So he's not just trying for recent memory wipe. He's gone. That's it for you two.
So maybe that's how you scale a memory charm.
Just yell it.
The amount of vocal cords you're engaging.
Exactly.
But yeah. So anyway, the backfiring spell causes the rocks to separate rather conveniently, Ron and Lockhart from Harry, who is
Yep.
now going to be stranded. On the next page, though, you can hear from like the other room where Harry is perceiving a dull thud and a loud ow. It sounded as though Ron had just kicked Lockhart in the shins, and I was like, rather specific. Kind of kick.
Where'd you kick?
That was a shin kick if I've ever heard one.
If ever. Ow.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that was right in the shins.
Definitely not in the ribs. Absolutely in the shins.
Yep. And then they're wasting time. Ginny had already been in the Chamber of Secrets for hours. It is like it is interesting how well this times out, because again, it's like the loading bar on Ginny becoming fully dead and Tom Riddle coming fully back is basically like 90% now. If they waited like another half hour, it's like, well, that would have been it.
That would have been it. Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad.
I know. Yeah. So they're awfully close. They've acted in just the right amount of time.
Just the right amount of time. Wouldn't you know it?
Yep. I like that Harry is able to offer, wait with Lockhart, I'll go on. If I'm not back in an hour, and Ron sort of like picks it up and it's like, I'm going to try to shift some of this rock. It's like I sort of like the little bit of like bravery that Ron's got for him there. Like we're going to work on something. We got a plan. We're going to do something. But yeah, so Harry says, see you in a bit, and he sets off past the giant snakeskin, and soon the distant noise of the rocks was gone. They turned and turned again. Every nerve in Harry's body was tingling unpleasantly. He wanted the tunnel to end, yet dreaded what he'd find when it did. And then at last, he crept around yet another bend. He saw a solid wall head on, which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great glinting emeralds.
Boom. The original entrance.
The original entrance.
Yeah, seems like it has to be.
Yes, yeah. It's like that. That
The
definitely got like
entrance.
the Salazar Slytherin flair of authenticity. It's
Yeah,
like,
it
you know
does
when you see it.
Right, yeah. Not this like bathroom sink scratching.
Right.
Yeah. No.
Does it seem odd at all that the snake skin is outside the door and not inside the door?
I mean, you got to molt, You
gotta. It's like I don't have time. I don't have time to get back.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right here.
It's like Ginny, Tom Riddle's talking was like, you can't do that inside. It's like, can't wait.
Foreboding.
Can't wait.
People are gonna be spooked.
Yeah. Like no one's coming down here. What are you talking about?
This is a secret. That's the whole point.
Secret.
I made it so people can't know.
People can't know.
Yeah.
It's like, well, then why does it matter where I molt? Dude, you want the molt inside?
Yep. But I do love the fact, so then, Harry basically, he's kind of got it like dialed in now. He looks at the emerald eyes, which seem to flicker, and he's able to say open in a low, faint hiss, and the serpents part as the wall cracked open. The halves slid smoothly out of sight, and Harry, shaking from head to foot, walked inside.
Yeah.
To which I just wrote, let's go!
I thought I said, here we go.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's
yeah.
hilarious. Yeah. Here we go.
All right, we've reached the climax, you
We
guys.
have. We are there. We are at the Heir of Slytherin. Oh my goodness.
Chapter 17.
Chapter 17. Who done it this whole time? It's Voldemort. It's always Voldemort.
It's always Voldemort. Spoilers in case you're
Spoilers indeed. Let's see. Do we have a review?
Yes,
we do.
Do we have a review? I
We do
usually
have
ask
a
you.
review. Yeah, we do. In fact, it's from Abby W21NJ.
Nice.
Yeah, great name. Says, years of extraordinary content to look forward to. Hey, brother, love the podcast. Can't wait for the new episode to drop every week. I'm so excited to have something to look forward to every Sunday for the next few years. My question is, if Dumbledore and Harry wanted to convince Fudge and to an extension Umbridge that Voldemort was in fact back, why didn't they just use the pensive to show Harry's memory from the graveyard? Seems like it would have saved them both a lot of trouble and unnecessary hate from the Ministry and Daily Prophet.
There are lots of instances where it does feel like if proper judicial process was involved, or national security, they would be delving into such matters to it's the same thing like with Chamber of Secrets, where it's like, why is there no ministry presence? Why are there not they have the teachers out in the middle of the night exhausting themselves patrolling the hallways? Aurors should be there.
Yeah, absolutely. There should be people besides teachers protecting the school at this point.
Yes, yeah. It's definitely one of those things. I think it's a great question, and I can't tell if this is one of those things where is it any amount of Dumbledore's stubbornness is coming into play, and it's look, if you can't follow all of the evidence, I'm not going to spell it out for you. I've got too much other stuff on my mind,
right,
to go through and bring you in so that you can just look at the memory and see, in fact, because I don't know. That or like possibly, I mean, we know that the pensieve is theoretically found at the location where Hogwarts School is built.
Yeah.
So it could be the case that its existence is a very closely guarded secret.
Oh, that could be.
We've talked a little bit before about how the sorting ceremony is not something that incoming students seem to be capable of being aware of.
Right.
We've always sort of theorized there's like a little bit of like a potential like Fidelius charm that prevents like Fred and George from telling Ron like, yeah, you just go and sit on a stool and like they'll put the sorting hat on, like because they don't want students prepared to try to like counter the hat's decisions.
Right.
Despite the fact that they do sort rather early on in their lives. It's like the only reason I bring that up is because like when it comes to like Hogwarts artifacts in particular, maybe there's something to be said about like some built-in secrecy as to like not let castle secrets
get out. I think the other thing, my other thought is that like even if they did that, even if Harry had extracted his memory and put it in the pensieve and like, yeah, Fudge goes down there and like watches it. Like, I still don't think it would have mattered.
You don't think so?
I don't think it would have mattered because Fudge is already so convinced that like it's all a plot, and it's like the fact you're right. The pensieve seems like it's a pretty singular object, more or less.
Yes, yeah, I think so.
And so it's like I think he could talk himself into believing that like this object is of Dumbledore's own design and therefore it's not trustworthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus. Even if he's seen it, even if he knows about pensieves, like we know that you can alter memories. Like Slughorn does this exact thing. That's like half of what Harry's tracking down.
That's a good point as well.
You know.
So if anybody knows anything about pensieves, they may also be aware that it's like, well, you've just altered his memory. It's like clearly I haven't because it's not like all congealed and stuff like Slughorn's is. But I mean, Fudge doesn't want to see the truth.
Right. That's the thing. He's like, yeah, he is determined for it not to be true.
Yeah, it's incredibly inconvenient for him to have to face down the reality that Voldemort is in fact returned and everything that comes with that and what it's going to mean for his potential, to maintain his nice cushy position of being a figurehead in the wizarding world.
Right.
It stands to remove his power, so it's easier to just ignore it and hope it goes away than bring a whole bunch of attention to it and have to deal with all those ramifications.
Right.
That seems a lot more Fudge-like.
Yeah, it does. So.
I was trying to give him an out.
Right.
But I don't know why.
Yeah, I think no matter what, he is going to think this is just phooey. It's all a plot by Dumbledore. He doesn't even think it's like possible for Voldemort to come back, I don't think.
Yeah.
It's not. That is so outside the realm of like, wait, what? Voldemort's back? Are you kidding? No. Like, what?
I'm not here for it.
I'm not here for it because it's not even possible. The only reason you could possibly say that is to take me down. Like that's the only reason I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a big one too. Is like it's hard to like get into the mind of somebody who's clearly like at the head of the entire wizarding world. But like Fudge has massive insecurity about the fact that all Dumbledore would have to do is throw his name in the hat and he would be a shoo-in.
Oh, to get
take
to
his
be
job.
minister.
Like
yeah.
nobody would fight it for a second.
Yeah.
And so any amount of like credibility that he could lend to Dumbledore is not something that he really wants to do, because that would be like building up the credentials of somebody you might see as a potential competitor, even though we know that Dumbledore doesn't want the job.
Yeah, we do. So there you go. I think that's why it doesn't matter that if they sell the memory or not, because Fudge can't be sold either way.
Excellent question, though.
Excellent question.
Thank you so much for the review, as always. If you guys would like to potentially have your review read in the future, it helps the show a lot out for discoverability. So if you wouldn't mind going and leaving us a quick 5-star and a note and a question, we'd be happy to do our best to see if we can't answer it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I am always impressed with the questions people come up with.
I know. I feel like it's led to like so many like main channel SCB videos.
I know. Yeah. If I could leave a review on the reviews that people give, I would give it 5 stars.
Nice. Yeah. Same. All right. Well, I think that is going to do it for us today, but make sure you join us next week for the climax of the Chamber of Secrets. We are heading into Chapter 17, The Heir of Slytherin, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands, dust off your broomsticks, and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 17, The Heir of Slytherin.
Shoot dang, dude. It's the climax chapter
Yeah,
of
it
book
is.
2. Pretty remarkable.
Great. Yeah, we're so close to like the end of book 2. I can't believe it.
And I just got to say, I feel like I came down hard on chapter 16 and all
Yeah.
of like the sort of like coincidence-based nature in which everything like unfolds.
Yeah.
And man, this is just a good chapter of Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah? You don't have any coincidence problems in this one?
I have fewer coincidence-based
I
problems.
have less coincidence-based problems and more like Fox is so OP problems.
Fox is quite good.
Fox is quite good.
There
Not
is-
even problems, just like, boy, another solution.
Fox definitely charges in there and is essentially like the opposing puzzle piece to Tom Riddle's whole plan.
Yeah,
Like,
basically.
Like somehow if there is an like antithesis to the King of Serpents, it's Fox.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, are you feeling scared? Don't worry, I'm gonna sing a song and make you feel better. Oh, what? He can't. He's gonna kill you with his heat vision. Don't worry, I'm gonna blind him. Oh, he stabbed you with his poison fangs. Don't worry, I can cure him. Oh, you're stuck down here. Don't worry, I can carry you out.
It really does feel like if this story were coming out in real time and I was an adult and reading this exact book, I would be all but certain that Dumbledore is supposed to be the great ancestor of Godric Gryffindor.
It really, really feels like it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's already sitting behind the Griffin Door.
Right.
You know, we're now fighting the heir of Slytherin, and Harry's whole thing is like, do I belong in Gryffindor? And it's like, yeah, obviously you do. You pulled the sword of Gryffindor.
Yes.
And like, I mean, Dumbledore, Gryffindor, like
It's even Godric's own sorting hat.
yeah,
that, like is brought down.
Swording hat.
Sorting. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of my all-time favorite things is like the like I don't know if this was on purpose or just incredibly fortunate and lucky.
Yeah.
But like the fact that the sword comes in the hat and it's like the sorting hat, the
Yeah.
sword in hat, the
Yeah.
like sword is in the hat.
It's like that How I Met Your Mother joke where they're like, it's a ring bearer. Like, you're saying bear or bearer? A ring bearer.
A ring bear. Yeah. It's like, what's gonna happen?
What is good? You better not bring a bear to my wedding.
No, that's exactly it. But yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. There's a real
Sorting.
like a real Mad Gabs kind of nature to sorting hat and sword in hat.
Yeah.
And there happens to be a sword inside of the hat. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. It's otherwise, I just love this whole chapter. Like, it is such a fun chapter. Chapter art, freaking awesome. So good.
It is really cool. It is really cool. He gets like some of the feathers in there, which
Yeah.
like coming into the chapter, you would have no idea. It's like, why would there be feathers? But at the same rate, like because there's like the blood spatter and the feathers are just sort of there, it's almost the type of thing I think you could like not even notice that they are feathers.
Yeah, you're right. It sort of blends in. It's also sort of nice. This is like all of the chapter art is in black and white, and it's sort of, this is nice. It looks like blood, you're right, but it's like if it was in color, it'd be clearly black.
Oh, true,
Whereas like
yeah.
because it's not in color, you're like, is it blood?
Is it blood? The other thing I do think is kind of, I mean, this is not a critique. It's just, I think it's adorable, is the diary itself has got like a physical lock on it. It feels like a bit more like ornate than the diary that I picture, which is just like the one from like the films where it's just like a leather bound.
It doesn't seem like it would have a lock on it because like, then does Jenny have the key too? You know?
Yeah, right.
I guess
yeah.
you could just magic it open
This
it is a Muggle diary.
This feels more like Gilderoy Lockhart's diary. Yeah, Lockhart. Yeah,
right there.
Yep. So anyway, but yes, we can dive on into chapter 17, The Heir of Slytherin.
The Heir of Slytherin. All right. So in the last chapter, we have just entered Chamber of Secrets proper, where Harry is surrounded by towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents. I love to me, what is really funny about the appearance of the Chamber of Secrets is like the amount of time Salazar Slytherin spent decorating it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Like he had a vision.
He had a vision. He is like, you know what? It's not enough to have a secret room for my giant pet snake. I need to snake this place out.
It's like, I imagine, like they're like, there's like the montage scene and like the castle's being built and there's people walking by with like rafters on their shoulders and everything. And, Godric walks over to Salazar, who's looking at like an easel with information on the easel. And Godric's like, Salazar, what are you up to? And he's like, well, it's my mood board. And, it's like, mood board for what? It's like, well, my chamber of secrets. Obviously, I'm going to have a secret hideout.
I'm going to have a secret hideout. It's like, you're going to have a secret hideout?
Yeah, I'm going to do that too.
Yeah.
What a great idea. It's like, what do you got on here? And like, Godric looks closer at the easel and it's just snakes.
Yeah.
Like, it's like snakes everywhere.
Right.
And he's like, Sal, this is, I see what you're going for. You clearly have like a decision made about what your space will look
direction
like.
here. It's like, it's what the basilisk will live there, of course. It's
Right,
like,
right.
I want him to feel at home. He's going to be lonely. We can't go visit him very much. We can't bring him into the school.
Exactly. Then he looks at Gryffindor or Godric, and he's like, what are you thinking for yours? And Godric's like, well, get this. I'm thinking I'll have a, how my last name is Gryffindor, right? So I'm going to have a griffin-shaped knocker on my door. And Salazar's like, crap, that's pretty good.
That's amazing. I'm putting snakes on my door.
That's it. I'm putting snakes on my door.
He's like, it's all a game of one-upsmanship, between
it is,
these two.
yes.
Right, because, again, I know you're like, wait, why would they be talking about the Chamber of Secrets? Because, obviously, at the beginning, they all knew about the chamber, and then he conceals it, Fidelius Charm style.
Yeah. And then stores the information about how to access it into
the locket.
Slytherin's locket,
Yes.
which is like, its unique power.
And then all the other founders are like, wasn't there... there was like a basement. There's something in it. What? Oh my God, what is in it?
Magic has got to be so infuriating because it could even be the type of thing where like they're like reaching for the information and they're like, he Fidelius'd it.
That'd be so frustrating.
Right.
Like he did it. The sly dog.
That's the thing. And I know it sounds silly and ridiculous, but like partially I love that because I think a lot of Harry Potter is silly and ridiculous. But like whenever me and you talk about the founders, I feel like we are so aware that like the fracture in the friendship between these four does not happen until the end of the story.
Right. Yes.
So it's like they are otherwise best friends.
Yes, that is the thing. Like you've got, when you think about the founders, you like must remember like the four of them are like best friends. Like honestly, they're not like constantly bickering. They're not constantly like Slytherin sort of at odds. Like they are all hanging out, doing important. Like they are four good guys hanging out.
Yes, exactly.
And then something happens.
Yes. Yeah, which it's a story for a different day, I think. But in the meantime, though, as we get into the chamber, there's a couple of notes that I think are kind of interesting about it, or things we can discuss. The greenish gloom that fills the space almost certainly means they're beneath the lake.
Yeah.
Because the Slytherin common room has the same kind of like green tinted windows, which I think is just not as deep.
Yeah.
So like maybe the gloom is coming from the fact that like light is barely making its way, through so much of the surface.
Yeah.
That like all you're getting is just like a little bit of ambient light that's like funneling through. So I think at some point in time they said they were like miles beneath the school. It's just not possible. They can't be miles.
They can't be miles, but you can't get but so deep into the earth anyway. I do. So this is like I think Chamber of Secrets is like up there for one of my favorite movies from Harry Potter. But like there is a great scene in this particular one where like as Harry's walking down, they have all those snake heads along like the big hallway or whatever.
Yes.
Like there's a great scene where the basilisk is slithering like between them straight at the camera.
Yeah.
And it's like you probably don't notice it, but like at the beginning of Deathly Hallows, then there is the same scene happening at Malfoy Manor where Nagini is slithering on the table.
Right.
But all the snakes have been replaced by the Death Eaters, and the head of Slytherin has been replaced by Voldemort. It's the same scene.
Good.
It is such a good like overlay. It's like such an illusion back, and it's like yeah, I love that one.
No, that is super good. That is super good. The other thing is that like, and I know that this has always been like a little bit of a reach for us, but there is the other big detail is there's the statue of Salazar Slytherin himself.
Yeah.
And I think it's described as quite a large statue.
Quite a large statue. Had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above.
Yeah. So it's really, really big.
Yeah.
At one point in time, I think we possibly like tugged on the thread of the possibility that like Salazar Slytherin himself like is alive in the chamber, and he used the basilisk to petrify himself.
Right.
And the statue is not a statue, it's him.
It's him,
and he's just
petrified.
He's been petrified. So it'd be like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of amazing because, or at least if you wanted like a plot for like a future Harry Potter story, would almost be the world where it's like, Voldemort is gone, the world has been rid of evil, and then like you cut to the Chamber of Secrets and like the green eyes flash open, and you're like,
Right.
what the heck? It's like this is a
Slytherin's
1,000-year-old. It's
Yeah.
like, we've been dealing with Slytherin's heir. This is Salazar Slytherin.
Right.
He never left.
He never left.
It's like, which, I mean, it's unfortunately, the statue is just absolutely like comically gigantic, which is the other thing that I feel like Godric would have given him so much crap for.
Oh, I know.
It's like, it's a little
big.
It's a little of your
It's
nose.
a little big. I like how you exposed your toes as well.
Yeah. Like,
I like where you went for barefoot. That was nice.
It's a choice.
Or open-toed shoes. Whatever.
whatever. We're deep
Yeah.
in a basement. There could be
you do it.
hazards. Probably not OSHA approved. Otherwise, his face is described as ancient and monkey-ish.
No, I think he's barefoot. He made this statue of himself barefoot. It says, 2 enormous gray feet stood on the smooth chamber floor, and later it describes his large toes. So he makes this giant statue of himself barefoot.
Barefoot.
There you go. Okay. All the more reason it's not really a statue. That seems like a weird design choice.
It does seem like a weird choice. It's
Here's what happened. He was like, there's commotion above. Things are collapsing. Things are about to crumble, and he's like, we have to hold it up. It's like, we can't make anything that big that'll hold it. And he's like, I have an idea. Basilisk is going to petrify me. Godric, you engorgio me. I'll hold it up. I'll know exactly where to go.
So it's like a very like Atlas holding up the sky.
Yeah, he's
type
literally
situation.
holding it up,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
okay. So that's what actually happened here is that Salazar Slytherin has been made into a
massive statue.
gigantic statue, and it's just the actual petrified version of Salazar Slytherin.
Exactly.
People are like, okay, this podcast started out good with like lots of excellent commentary. At some point in time, these guys clearly went off the rails.
Even if the statue is probably not him, but I love the idea that somewhere, maybe Harry just didn't see it, there is a more regular size statue of him as well that is just him.
That is just him. Well, the thing that I think is the most vital to this story that seems shocking that it is absent in any way, shape, or form is the absolute emphasis on the heir of Slytherin's existence and zero reference at any point in time to Salazar Slytherin having like a potential partner of sorts that could have created the first heir.
Right.
And it's like, that to me has always brought me back to the narrative for a Founder series that would revolve around like Slytherin having a witch who was his wife or love interest, and the like non-magic populace result in her death.
Right.
And it's like, that's the point where he is like Salazar never had issue with the non-magical community. He has only come to recognize their danger through his own personal heartbreak. And he's like, I think what we need to do is keep magic to people who are magic, because people who don't understand magic are not going to be like open-minded to it.
Like,
and it's a danger to us.
Exactly.
So it's not this superiority complex that like Voldemort inherits and believes was his intention.
Right, like through the lens of like the 1990s, when they're looking back, they're like, "Why? That's ridiculous." But like you can arrange the show such that like the Muggle population around them is like truly dangerous and hateful.
I mean, like we know historically there,
Right.
like in the actual history, that there were like witch trials.
Yeah.
So it's not a complete leap to see a
Right.
world where something that people don't understand
And
is
their
something that-
existence would predate the Statute of Secrecy.
it would, yes.
Yeah.
By like centuries.
Yeah, centuries. So
yeah.
Who knows? I'm always like, Slytherin's story is so interesting to me because it's like it's sort of shrouded in mystery. It's very clearly hinted that he's like evil, but like you just don't really know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even the founding of the school, I don't even know what date it was somehow.
I know.
Yeah.
It's there's so many like unusual things that date back to this particular time. The other thing that we learn about in this particular chapter that I'm deadly curious about is Tom Riddle refers to the founders, and I think he's the only person who ever does this, as like the Hogwarts Four.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like, like we always call them the founders, but like the Hogwarts Four must have been like, or could have been how the founders were known to the populace at that point in time.
Oh,
so like,
sure.
Like Tom Riddle's research has like almost like uncovered how they were referred to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe do you think the Basilisk calls on that, the Hogwarts Four?
It could be.
Tom's just talking to the Basilisk, and he's like, what was it like? And he's like, well, the Hogwarts Four, Toms.
I love the little...
It didn't have any S's in that sentence.
Just got to add an obligatory...
Hogwarts
I'm a snake. Which, by the way, this is jumping ahead so far for no reason because it's otherwise a very small detail. But one of the things I did love is when they shut the door, or when Harry has like defeated the Basilisk and they're leaving, it says, Harry heard the stone doors close behind them with a soft hiss. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so perfect. It's just like
with a soft hiss.
Just a little soft hiss.
Salazar was blind. He was like, Godric, come here. Listen to this. Listen. Ready? Close. And he's going, he's like, oh, did you make it hiss?
Godric, that's a good touch.
That's a solid touch.
That's a good touch. It fits your snake theming so well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Anyway, let's actually talk about the
book and not our like
not our theories that Salazar Slytherin lives as a petrified statue of himself in the Chamber of Secrets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which clearly he does.
Right.
That would be so like the thing. I'm gonna get sidetracked again. Like it's fun to me, like if you're doing a founder series, to show like the other side of Slytherin and that like Voldemort's like entire, because to me, if Slytherin's a good guy, then Voldemort's that much worse of a bad guy.
Yes.
Because his entire platform is based on his belief that his ancestor wanted this done, which isn't even true. So
Yes.
he's just evil for literally no reason.
Yeah, no, absolutely. To me, this is the thing, like where if Slytherin could arise and appear to Voldemort, he'd be like, dude, not what I meant.
Not what I meant.
At all. This is not the goal.
Right,
like,
yeah.
And Tom Riddle would then just sort of be like, yeah, but it works for me, so I've twisted your words in a way that
right.
I'm going to run with it.
I didn't want the Muggles to come here because they were killing us. We're not better than them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Like, yeah. So that's the thing. It's like the blood purity is where the like confusion arises from.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away all of our ideas in case.
I know.
I'm like, don't say it all. But believe me, we could go on. Anyway, let's see. Harry goes in there. He finds Ginny, and Tom Riddle emerges, just leaning against the wall. Which is like, are you just chilling, waiting for like the download to finish over there? How long has he just been leaning against this wall? Like, here we go, Ginny. I'm gonna be alive soon,
dude. This is like one of those where like it's like you'd love to imagine like Tom Riddle's just in this basement in the darkness, the green glow, by himself, and he's like kind of like twiddling his fingers, and he's like, okay, like when he comes down here, I'm gonna need to like, where's a good shadow I can like tuck myself into. I gotta look kind of cool.
I know, because he goes on to reveal, he's like, because I think we were complaining in the last chapter, like, why did you write on the wall, dude? Like, you could have just taken her down there and come back, no problem. Like, why did you write on the wall? And he's like, I wrote on the wall to lure Harry Potter down here. It's like, oh, you intended this.
Okay.
You intended it.
It wasn't a mistake.
Right.
I see.
But you're right. It does mean that he was down there. It's like, where should I stand?
Right.
Should I be like waiting for him in the middle, like, hey, welcome, Harry, or should I be in the shadow? I'm going to be in the shadows. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Where does he say it? Because I'm afraid I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but there is the line where he specifically says, let's see here. I've been waiting for you to appear since we arrived here. I knew you'd come.
Yeah.
And this is like really one of those things that I find to be kind of fascinating, because it's like Tom Riddle does feel like he's got Harry Potter's number in a way that he's like, I know how you're going to, like, I know you're predictable, because this is exactly what Voldemort is lamenting in Deathly Hallows when he basically tells Harry through his mega speaker voice to the whole castle.
Yeah.
He's like, you have 1 hour to arrive in the forest. And then Harry arrives in the forest under an invisibility cloak, and Voldemort is basically saying like, I thought he'd come. I knew he'd come.
Right.
Like, he's like, how did I misread this situation? And sure enough, Harry is in fact there.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, that's such a crazy, like this is the same line,
Yeah.
as he will eventually say in Deathly Hallows.
But there's also a great reverse of that where Ron is talking to Harry at one point because they have some idea about what he's going to do. And Harry's all like, no, he won't do that. And he has this like, I can't remember the exact thing. He has this like amazing, like insightful reason for why Voldemort won't do what Ron suggested. And he's like, wow, you really understand him, don't you? And he's like, parts of him. Yeah.
It's like, whoa, that's heavy.
Yeah, it's like, I know. It is like a really cool scene where Ron is just like so impressed by the way Harry understands Voldemort. So like they really see each other.
Harry's confidence does come out in such like such drips.
Yeah.
But when it does come out, it's like, man, okay, all right.
Let's go.
Go Harry. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's always so brave. Go
Yeah.
Harry.
Go Harry. Go Harry. All right. So Tom Riddle emerges. Harry does not immediately figure out that he's the bad guy. He's still like, Tom, you've got to help me. Here we go. This is interesting. There's like a little thing here where I guess like Harry reaches down to try and like lift Ginny up or like hoist her up or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, he says Riddle didn't move. Harry, sweating, managed to hoist Ginny half off the floor and bent to pick up his wand again, but his wand was gone. So it's like without moving, he like summons the like. Does he like wandless magic it to himself?
That's a good question.
It like specifically says Riddle didn't move. His wand was gone. Right? So it's like
You're right.
The memory is like.
I think that's maybe like just a tiny little like situational error.
Yeah, it does sound like
because it does seem like the film depicts it in a way that just makes perfect logical sense, which is that like Harry immediately sees Ginny on the ground, assumes danger is afoot, has no idea that Tom is the one causing the danger, drops his wand, runs over to Ginny, and Tom Riddle just sort of like picks it up.
Yeah, picks it up. Yeah, it looks totally normal.
Right.
But that was like, is he doing magic right now? That's as a memory, can he do it?
I guess he can. I mean, because he does. I mean, he writes his name in the air with Harry's wand.
That's true. You're right. So he can absolutely do it.
The thing about the wand in particular is that, I mean, it has the fox phoenix,
the fox feather in it.
Yeah, which only has like one other, which is Voldemort's own. So it stands to reason that Voldemort would have zero issues using Harry's wand.
You would think so, because you'd think the core would have more to say about it than like the wood.
You would, you'd believe that, or
right?
I would think that at least.
Okay, so here's like a random thought. So I thought this because I wrote down things. So it's like, would their wands work well for each other? And it's like, it doesn't look like Tom has any problem using Harry's wand. Not that he tries to do very much with it, but like Harry like takes his wand to Ollivander and is like, I can't, he's like, I can't fix this. But it's like the feather's still there and the feather's still intact. So it's like if he extracted the core and just like put that feather in a different Hollywood, wand, would it effectively be the same?
I mean, I don't know. It seems more like one of those things where like there's so much melding that's happening between all the ingredients, where one of those ingredients is the wizard itself. So there's the core, the wood, and then the wizard, and they're all like learning from each other as they go.
That's true. Yeah.
So I think it would be like there's a chance that it would make a more functioning wand than what Harry is left with. And even if he still had Holly.
Well, yeah. Okay. So then maybe it wouldn't be as good as the one it was broken from. But do you think that would like basically be like him getting his original wand again? Almost.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how badly broken the feather is, if it is at all.
Right. Or is it like, no, I was in a wand and then that wand broke, so now this is just broken.
It's just broken.
Yeah.
That's sort of the way that I read it, because the lack of repairability to the wands is actually a piece of the canon I'm pretty obsessed with, because it's so rigid as a rule that it makes the power of the Elder Wand being able to do something that, like, within magic, like if a teapot falls off or like a teacup or whatever falls off and lands on the ground, you can just repair it back to a perfectly good working order, no big deal. Like, it's such an easy solve in magic, but like with wands in particular, it's like, no. Once it's been broken, that's it. Yeah. So that would be my thought. Obviously, we're jumping ahead a lot too.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Deathly Hallows. But either way, I'm going back to Harry picking up Ginny. That was like one of those things where I'm like, man, way to go, Harry. We've been doing some some squats.
Oh, I know, right?
Because,
yeah, he's only 1 year older than her.
Right. Yeah. Lifting somebody off the ground who is like in dead weight mode is so difficult.
It is hard. Yeah.
Not that I'm speaking from a huge amount amount of experience or anything, but I've carried some sandbags in my
Well,
life.
it says he only manages to hoist her half off the floor.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, it's like maybe you should have tried to magic her off the floor, Harry.
Right. Well, he already left his wand.
Already
so
left his
couldn't do
wand.
it.
Yeah,
There you go.
There you go. Anyway, let's see. Harry takes a startlingly long time to realize that Tom is the bad guy because he says, "We've got to go. If the basilisk comes," he says, "It won't come until it's called," said Riddle calmly. And it's like, even now, it's like, oh, he's not surprised by the basilisk information. He already knows about it and knows how it responds. Yeah, still probably trustworthy.
Still probably trustworthy. This is the thing where it's like I like to think that Harry would just see the good in everybody before the bad. Like it's like this is kind of one of those things where it's like if you assume everybody is suspicious, it's not a very good way to live your life. But Harry, as somebody who has a lot of like natural instincts as an Auror, I like the idea that he still assumes the best first.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I think that probably means that he would be good at his job and like more thoughtful about how he approached it. So
right.
I like that.
Yeah, let's see. So eventually, though, says Harry stared at him. There was something funny going on here. He starts to catch on, and Tom starts monologuing his entire... It's quite a long story. But I got time. I'm waiting for this download bar to finish. Let's go.
It's no big deal. We
You'll
can do
be
this.
dead.
I can do this all day.
Yeah. I'll just tell you everything that happened because it's the end of the book. So let's go.
Yep.
I suppose the real reason Ginny Weasley's like this is because she opened her heart and spilled all her secrets to an invisible stranger, which is like, I was like, man, it doesn't not sound like he catfished her a little,
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Yep. No, I can totally see that.
Yep.
Just definitely like that is really what happened.
Yeah.
You're
just sort of talking to someone on online. You're like, I don't know who you are, but I guess I'll just keep talking to you.
Right. Yeah. We'll do like a really like modern version of Harry Potter like 100 years from now. And
Right.
It's like Ginny's on like AOL Instant Messenger.
Right.
Messaging Tom Riddle.
Yeah. That's how long it takes wizards to get the internet.
Yeah. Who's like actively like uploading a virus.
Yeah, exactly. Like into her through the screen.
Yep.
That's the magic part of it.
The interesting thing to me though is is basically what Ginny has been writing in the diary for months. Like you could certainly assume that there'd be a world where she talk about Harry a little bit because she certainly seems to have feelings for him basically from the beginning. She also says how her brothers tease her, which is like one of those things where it's like this is not something that I tend to think of, or I can't imagine it lasts very long once Ginny gets to school. Like she doesn't seem like she is on the receiving end of being teased past year one.
Right, yeah.
She's just too capable. She's too good. She's too popular.
Right.
Too well liked. It's like, what's there to tease?
I know, exactly. Meanwhile, there's Percy. His younger brothers are teasing him.
Yes, yeah.
Relentlessly, endlessly. Yeah, that's funny. I love how there's a bunch of hints to like Ginny and Harry sort of like, or like Ginny liking Harry. Like even right here it says she didn't think the famous, good, great Harry Potter would ever like her, and it's like, does he mean like just like her at all, or like her?
I think probably like her.
Yeah, like romantically.
Like romantically.
Yeah.
I mean, they like we know that they will eventually get married, so
Yeah,
it's like
so-
normally I wouldn't weigh in on such things, but it's like they've just been. It basically just means she knew from the beginning.
Yeah,
she
she's
always.
like,
knew.
oh yeah. This is the guy. Let's see. So Riddle starts revealing more and more of his plan. He has this cold laugh. Let's see. I love his line here. If I say so myself, Harry, I've always been able to charm the people I needed. And it's like, yep, that is true. That is like his main characteristic growing up.
It really is. I mean, this is definitely like a big one where it's amazing how quickly Tom went from who he was at the orphanage, where he was using there's no reason why. There's no obvious reason why he wouldn't also have just been using charm to elevate his position at the orphanage.
Right.
But for whatever reason, he seems to just have this like inherent value for magic that like within the world of Hogwarts, he never he wants to be seen in a completely different light
Right.
than like what he's ever done for his whole life.
Yeah.
All he's ever known.
Well, it's like, to me, it's like he knows what he wants. And he's like, if the way to get that is by simply being polite, then that's how I'll do it.
Right.
Like whatever the path forward is, I'll take that path because at the end of the day, it will get me what I want.
Right.
But it's like, I will only ever appear polite even though clearly not.
Clearly not.
Clearly not.
Yeah, there you go.
Perhaps the more important line, though, is, so Ginny poured out her soul to me, and her soul happened to be exactly what I wanted. Then if you skip down, it says, feeding Miss Weasley a few of my secrets to start pouring a little of my soul back into her. So this is starting to get into like your first like Horcrux talk.
Yeah, and again, you know, like this is an interesting one where I've had to backpedal a lot because I've historically been a little bit skeptical that the diary was intended to be a Horcrux as of the writing of Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
And I do feel like there's a lot more basis for it, like kind of going back and combing through each sentence like we're doing right now, where it's like, yeah, no, it does seem like the diary is using, like its primary magic seems to be soul centric.
Yeah.
You know, so it's hard to argue with what it's, you know, doing as a potential Horcrux.
Yeah, like I think it probably was always intended to be a Horcrux. I think it is possible that maybe like the full idea of what a Horcrux is wasn't like entirely like fleshed out, perhaps, or like what they'd be capable of, or
you mean from a writing perspective?
From a writing
not
perspective,
from Tom Riddle's.
Not from Tom Riddle. Yeah,
okay.
Clearly, yeah.
So yeah, because we just spent a lot of time last week delving into a theory, basically discussing the prospect that the way in which, and I'm trying to remember if we talked about it on Gryffindor or not, but the primary way in which Tom Riddle most likely found the Chamber of Secrets in this year in particular is because he first went to the Gaunt Shack where they had previously owned Salazar Slytherin's locket and they could speak parcel tongue. So similar to like how Harry eventually is able to speak to the locket to open it so that Ron can destroy it, like the Gaunts would have been able to do that. They would have the instructions to the Chamber of Secrets, which is just the theory that we've always had, is what the locket was intended to do. So our thinking here is that Tom Riddle has already made the ring Horcrux.
Yes.
And in making the ring Horcrux is how he found the Chamber of Secrets, and then once he's in the Chamber of Secrets, it ultimately creates the diary as a secondary Horcrux as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the interesting thing is that it does mention, like it says he was twirling Harry's wand between his fingers, so like Harry notices like his hands, but there's no mention of the ring here, which is almost surprising. You'd think he'd be wearing it at this point.
Yeah, I do agree with you. That's a detail that I almost feel like I could let pass because like it's because we, the reader, don't have any reason to know what it means yet either. But like just because it's not described doesn't mean it's not there.
Doesn't mean it's not there. Yeah. Also doesn't mean he couldn't have like hidden it already.
Also true. Yeah. Also true, because we do know that he doesn't keep the ring with him. He is wearing it at school at least for a period of time, at least through Slughorn's memory. But so it's I can see where it might seem like a little flimsy to just lean on, be like, just because it says it's not there. Like I can get that argument, but I don't feel lost by that detail either.
Me neither. All right. Well, just wanted to bring it up in case we had some dissent.
Yes, absolutely.
Down there. Also, I think earlier in the book, we were wondering whether or not the words on the wall were up there in paint or blood. We get clarification that it was paint.
I highlighted that as well because I was like, part of me thinks it's blood. But is it paint?
Yeah.
It's paint.
It is paint.
It's paint. There we go.
Yeah, it feels like it would have been better if it was blood.
Pretty intense.
I know.
Whose blood would it have been?
Whose blood? Who knows? That probably would have given it away if Ginny's just like slashing her hands open to write on the wall.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's definitely like this. I highlighted the next line because that piece of information comes basically as Tom is sort of like mocking Ginny's diary entries where it's like, I've got paint all down my front. Dear Tom, Percy keeps telling me I'm pale and I'm not myself. I think he suspects me. There was another attack today and I don't know where I was, Tom. What am I doing? I think I'm going mad. I think I'm the one attacking everyone, Tom. This is terrifying to think about.
Yeah.
Like there being something like disastrous that happens like in your proximity and then somehow realizing that you could be responsible for it.
Yeah, but like you keep blacking out.
Right. Yeah. It's like I don't know what's happening. It's like it's a very Jekyll and Hyde kind of vibe.
Oh, yes.
You know, it's like I don't realize that I am a danger when I'm like, in those blackout phases.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I mean, Ginny would obviously not normally hurt anyone ever. And this is like the realization, like, dawning over her. So it's like, I could imagine how scary that would be to be enduring by yourself, especially because who do you tell?
Yeah. Yes. It does sound really terrifying.
Yeah.
Let's see. Then Harry goes on. I love he's still being so trusting, even as Tom's telling all this is, I thought you made a mistake, but you framed Hagrid, didn't you? And it's like, yeah. Get there, Harry.
Riddle laughed his high laugh again.
Hear me out.
Yeah, this is really funny. Mostly, I was highlighting these little bits because there is a Voldemort laughing scene in Deathly Hallows Part 2. I think it's maybe like when Neville steps forward and starts like. Basically saying like it's okay if Harry's gone because we're still here and we're still fighting, and Voldemort lets out this just absolutely hilarious like and we use it in videos so often because all of us in office get a massive kick out of it.
It is hilarious.
Every time he did the laughed his high laugh again, I kept playing.
I know, and it's like the funny thing is like his like high cold laughter is brought up over and over in the books, and he never laughs in the movies. But like there is that one scene where he laughs like a complete clown, and it's like super famous.
It's super famous because it's not like a very high cold laugh at all.
And it's not. It's just like. Anyway, he says some things about Hagrid, that he's in trouble every other week trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed, sneaking off to the Forbidden Forest to wrestle trolls. And I was like, well, now wait a minute. We talked about the werewolf thing a few times, how there's like, if two werewolves mate while they're a werewolf, the resulting offspring will be like really smart wolves or something. Like, are we to believe that Hagrid has found some of these really smart wolves and is raising them? Because that's really the only way you have werewolf cubs.
Yeah, you're right. Like that's basically the only scenario. At which point they're not werewolf cubs; they're just wolves.
Yes, they're cubs of a werewolf.
Right.
And
the idea that he would be raising them under his bed is it's so outlandish to even consider. It's like surely this is like hyperbole.
It's got to be. It's like because also like on the wrestling trolls is like I don't think there are trolls in the forest.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I guess the troll in the dungeon had to come from somewhere with Quirrell.
I guess they just never run into them ever again.
They do never run into them. Yeah. So I mean,
I don't know. I guess like in Hogwarts Legacy you can come across some forest trolls, but they're always like in like encampments. It always seems like someone brought them there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's not a hill I would die on or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
me neither.
It's just clearly like, I don't know. Even like Hagrid being in trouble every other week, to me, this speaks more to like the possibility of like there being like a little bit of like Hagrid being maybe targeted a little bit.
Yeah.
But because it does even seem like basically what Tom Riddle is saying, like, look how clean cut I was. I was a prefect. I was doing good in all my classes. And then there's Hagrid.
Right, yeah.
Like, okay, man.
Not so good. But then he even says, even I was surprised how well the plan worked. I thought someone must realize that Hagrid couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin, which to me, we also have another theory that Hagrid was in Slytherin in school.
Right.
And it's like, to me, this is more proof that he was, because it's like, you're right. Like if he wasn't in Slytherin, why would people think he was the heir of Slytherin?
I know. I mean, and maybe the only basis for that is that like Harry speaking to snakes basically led everybody to believe that he was also the heir of Slytherin.
Right.
Despite the fact that he's like in Gryffindor.
Yeah.
And really the thing that like sort of like is giving any credence to that thought as a reader as well is that like we know what the Sorting Hat said to Harry beforehand and considered Slytherin.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, they did think that.
They did think that, but Harry also has this like side relationship with Voldemort that he's already famous for.
True.
True.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, otherwise, also, how is Tom Riddle know what Hagrid's keeping under his bed?
I know.
The sharing dorms is how.
Yeah.
In the Slytherin common room.
And again, we go back to that flashback from before. Like they clearly know each other by name. Which I mean, to be fair, Hagrid probably does, stand out enough to where it might be easy to like recognize him from like across the quad or something. But and then Tom Riddle is a prefect, so he also may have enough like notoriety surrounding him that would be also possible. But,
but still, I still don't love it seems impossible to me that Hagrid is raising Aragog in like the dungeons in the castle and having to care for him all the time and sneak out of Gryffindor Tower and successfully make it to the dungeons like on a nearly nightly basis.
Yeah, especially if you're going to be like regarding a young Hagrid as Tom Riddle describes him as big blundering Hagrid.
Yeah,
it's like it doesn't exactly sound like someone who's going to have excellent stealth skills.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
When Harry's halfway getting caught all the time and he's got an invisibility cloak and is quite small in stature.
He's the youngest seeker in a century.
Exactly.
Just the build for a seeker.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, Hagrid was in Slytherin, probably.
We do also get the bit of information here that I think kind of adds additional thought to our theory that the ring comes first, which is just the very next sentence where you had stopped off where it says, it had taken me 5 whole years to find out everything I could about the Chamber of Secrets and discover the secret entrance, which means that basically like he had been looking for quite some time, which pairing that with his obsession with his own lineage, I think could very easily, be like how he partially like what drives him to the Gaunts. Because when he gets to the Gaunts, he does not know that Tom Riddle Sr. lives up the hill.
Right.
Morphin has to tell him that information.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's like one of those where it's like he didn't go looking for his father. He went looking for the Gaunts.
Right.
So.
Yes. Yeah. So, and it's like, if he's been looking for it for 4 years, then it even stands to reason that like when he is questioning Morphin in like, the scenes we don't see, that like he is like, do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Because I've been looking.
Right. And we know from the Pottermore archives that the Gaunts do know about the Chamber of Secrets because they are the ones responsible for basically reconstructing the girls' bathroom over top top of the entrance.
Yes, which was a trap door. Like, how did no one find it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
just a trap door.
The Fidelius charm.
Fidelius charm.
You can't
no
see
one
it.
can see it. Yeah,
it's just like it's the Potter's house.
It continues to make sense to me that this is what the locket is hiding, is the Chamber of Secrets information.
It definitely. I mean, the fact that it's a locket in general. Again, going back, and this is the other thing. Like I said earlier, like why are we not more preoccupied about Slytherin's like love life when his heir is so important? His key artifact is a locket.
I know. Typically, you think of lockets as like where you keep a picture of like your wife or something,
which probably he did.
He did.
Up until her potential death, and therefore his turning on everything and the creation of the Chamber of Secrets. See, it all fits together, guys. It all fits together. HBO, if you want to call us, just anytime.
Anytime you want. I got some. We will write you the best Founder series. People will forget about Fantastic Beasts. It'll be great.
It'll be great.
It'll be great.
Anyway,
we'll do it.
Next thing I really love here, though, is the basically Harry immediately putting his allegiance to Dumbledore is amazing, which is just, I bet Dumbledore saw right through you, said Harry with his teeth gritted. I do love this, that Harry, who has just failed for the last 3 pages to realize that this person who happens to be in the chamber with his dying friend is the person responsible. Yeah. He's immediately like, yeah, but Dumbledore probably had your number, even if it took me a few pages to get there.
Right. Yeah. Dumbledore gets a little faster.
I do love that though. Yeah. Go Dumbledore.
Yep.
Let's see here. Then we've got the next line here, which is more information about the diary Horcrux itself, which is that Tom Riddle did always intend for it to be more offensive in nature versus defensive, where he says, I decided to leave behind a diary preserving my 16-year-old self in its pages so that one day, with luck, I would be able to lead another in my footsteps and finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work.
What you think his work was.
Yeah, exactly. I disagree with your premise, but, but I mean, that right there is absolute proof, because Horcruxes in general are not meant to do what this one is doing.
Yeah.
Like, this is even like a big misconception about Horcruxes across the board, which is that the soul inside of Hufflepuff's cup could have also come back to life, so to speak. It's like what they're doing is tethering what we always refer to as Voldemort Prime to the living. So it's like Voldemort himself, like even in the Potter's house, like when the spell backfired, like what prevented him, it's like he ran into like an invisible wall, which would be passing over to death. Like his soul cannot pass through the wall,
right?
Because the Horcruxes exist,
right?
But it's not like once the thing backfired, that piece of soul was gone, and now one of the other Horcruxes needed to spring into action.
Right, and like come back to life.
Right, which is
Right.
additionally important because the question does arise, like, does that then mean that it would be possible for there to be two Voldemorts at the same time between Voldemort Prime, again, as we refer to him, and Riddle Diary Voldemort? And the answer to that question almost has to be yes.
It is. I think the answer is yes. It is possible, but Riddle Diary only even acts because he knows that Voldemort Prime it has been taken down.
Right. Yes.
So,
yes.
Like so. Otherwise, he just says it. His goal with the diary is to lead someone else to finish the work.
Right.
Like he doesn't intend. Like his intent with the diary is that someone else will get it and he'll tell them how to use it.
Right.
Not that someone else will get it and I will take over their body and become a person and then do it myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess he's only trying to become a person because he believes that he otherwise failed.
Right.
And I mean, also to be fair on that note, it might mean that Riddle Diary would believe the ring had already been destroyed, and Riddle Diary also doesn't know everything else that happens after age 16.
Yeah.
Ginny has to inform him as to the fact that Harry Potter basically led to his own eventual future downfall.
Right.
So the only reason that Riddle Diary knows anything about what happened is because Ginny told him,
Right.
not because he's otherwise informed.
Yes. So
So he
yeah, he's
doesn't-
under like Riddle Diary when Ginny starts must be under the impression that Voldemort is still out there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
At least at first.
At
Yeah.
least at first.
Yes.
Yep.
There's also, this is just more just piling on to our idea that this was the second Horcrux and not the first, is that it says there was an odd red gleam in his hungry eyes now, which to me is like if 16-year-old Tom Riddle has the red gleam in his eyes, like the red gleam, all of the transformation stuff is because he makes the Horcruxes.
Yeah.
So like the gleam is part of the reason he has the red eyes is because of this. So it's like the ring, he already made the ring, which is why 16-year-old Tom has the
red gleam.
The red gleam
Yeah,
going.
Just like
Yeah.
a little bit. Like
Just a little bit.
It's not as intense. I know that like when he goes to visit Hepzibah Smith, it's like you're starting to see that like more of it happen. And I think like when she pulls out it's either the locket or the cup, maybe
Yeah.
both. But like the red gleam also comes back then
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
It's back there. But now we are to like the best part, the big reveal where he writes his name in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle waved his wand and it rewrites itself. I am Lord Voldemort. It's like, oh my God. The absolute chills every time I read this one. I'm like, it's right there. It is like so sneaky.
I know, but I think as you pointed out kind of cleverly early on, is I don't think that we ever get all three names lined up in order. Like,
We do not.
Like we've seen like Tom M. Riddle. We've heard his like grandfather's name referred to as Marvolo. I think we knew Riddle was like his father's last name. So like we're getting like all the piecemeal, but you're right. I mean, it's almost one of those things where it's like if you saw Tom Marvolo Riddle, it wouldn't be impossible to like even just like put your brain to the task of unscrambling it. Like
Right.
it's almost like you can like feel the essence of I am Lord Voldemort like attempting to like rip itself from those like letters.
Exactly, like especially because the VOL in Marvolo really like if you see that with like it's like Vol, then the D's are right there and the Riddle's like Vol. It's very close.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I will say the one thing that this has done for all of my theory writing forever since is I want to discover an anagram before the author tells
Oh,
me.
yes.
Like more than anything.
Dude, I have spent. There are so many pages of my old notebooks that are covered in ridiculous anagram, crazy person writing.
Yes.
Where I am like,
You're like the person with the red string and
It's
the yarn.
exactly,
and
yes. It's like, it's something. It's got to be, it's so close. Maybe, what about this way? You know, I've got like word unscramblers going. I'm trying as many combinations. Oh, it's like, it's got to
I know. It's like I desperately want it to happen. I want to figure it out on my own.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
so one day it'll happen.
This particular trick, though, the Tom Marvolo Riddle translates to I am Lord Voldemort. I think we've talked about this, like created all sorts of publishing problems because when they print the book in other languages, this trick still has to work.
Exactly.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
So it's like a very big one where I think in one of them, like his middle name is, and maybe in the French one, his middle name is Elvis, which I always think it's like, okay, all right.
Tom Elvis Riddle.
Yep. So there's some really funny ones there, but they always end up working regardless of the translation. iteration. But that is like one of those details where it's like so infrequently is the spelling of anything, like even if an anagram is being used, a lot of time it's not like a visual plot point in the story.
Right.
So you can maybe like fudge it like a different way, or maybe the reader needs to figure it out more as like additional reading, like a fun fact type of whatever. This is plot relevant, so it has to work.
Yes,
so
it has to work.
Then you have to go and find like what is something that is like acceptable to use in every other iteration.
Right.
This is actually just a curiosity that I would have for any of our international readers out there is because I feel like I've spoken to a few different people who have done different things. Do you read the books in your like native language, or do you read them in English? Like, I mean, because assuming if you're listening to at least the show,
you must speak English,
right? Yeah, or
understand it.
Yeah. So that would be like a curiosity. I just wonder if that's like a thing where it's more common to be like, no, I want to read it like as it was written, versus the translation. That's just a genuine curiosity. So anyway, but then as we move on, there's another line immediately after that I think is kind of fascinating, where he says, "I am Lord Voldemort. It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts to my most intimate friends only." Intimate friends only, of course. Friends. I know that's exactly why I highlighted
put quotes around it. Yeah.
It's like he doesn't have friends. He's incapable of having friends because he cannot love.
Yeah, no, not real friends. He also says, "In whose veins run the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself through my mother's side." It's like a weird detail to include there. Like if Harry's going to be like, "Wait a minute,
which side?
Oh, which side? Prove it through my mother's side. I got it. You want to see the chart? Here it is.
Yep. No, but that's another one though that I do think again leans on that thought that he's already visited the Gaunts.
Oh yes, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So he's already figured.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true. That does help.
I kept thinking as I was reading this chapter that the video we made last week trying to prove that point. I was like, I'm going to end up reading a sentence that like completely takes it in the wrong
invalidates
direction.
it. Yeah.
And everything I read, I kept just being like, this helps.
I know there was one on the next page. It's like or a couple pages from now where it says probably the only two parcel mouths to come to Hogwarts since the great Slytherin himself. And I was like, oh man! But if he visited the Gaunts, he'd know that they came to school, but then I was like, no. It's pretty clear most of those guys didn't come to school.
It seems very possible or likely.
But doesn't mean they wouldn't know about the chamber.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yep.
Because they had to lock it.
I mean, it's probably the same thing where I'm sure that they would, as Slytherin's descendants, would have a great sense of like ownership over Hogwarts, even if they themselves haven't attended it. Like they may even see their position as being so superior as being the descendants of a founder that like it places them in like a higher position than having been educated there.
Right.
Formally.
Yeah. Right.
It's like my dad invented Harvard. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you go there?
It's like,
no.
Could you get in?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No, I didn't, but my dad invented it, so I'm better than you.
Right.
Except not dad, just great grandfather.
So there.
Take that.
I'm gonna go nail a snake to a door.
Exactly right. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's see. This is okay. So next, Fawkes shows up because Harry just starts yelling at him and tells him that Dumbledore's not gone as long as people are loyal to him. And then it says I thought this was a weird order of things that happened. It says music was coming from somewhere, but then a few sentences later it says, then as the music reached such a pitch that Harry felt it vibrating inside his own ribs, flames erupted at the top of the nearest pillar. So the flames erupting is like Fawkes arriving.
Yeah.
Right? Like, which to me is very similar to how like Dumbledore exits the castle in Order of the Phoenix, right? Like he grabs Fawkes, fire, flash, disappear.
Yep.
Right. So that is sort of the same effect we're going here. What's interesting to me is that prior to Fawkes's like fire flash into the chamber, the music is already there. Like the music is arriving at the destination before Fawkes is there.
I mean, to me, I think that makes sense though, because it seems like Phoenix Song is something that has like an eerie ability to like carry.
Yeah.
So it's like, I mean, assuming Fawkes is traveling some measure of distance in order to get here, which that's the other thing is like, does Fawkes come through the same, like Fawkes can't become, actually, this is occurring to me in real time. Fawkes can't be coming through the same entrance because that entrance is currently being blocked and only opened by Ron and Lockhart.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's not flying in like he does in the movie. He's like fire flash.
Oh, I'm following your meaning.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was not understanding what you were saying before.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good point.
Right.
Yes.
So it's like the song is like arriving at his destination before he like teleports or whatever.
Ooh.
But it's weird, right?
That is weird.
But that's exactly what's happening.
It does seem like that is what's happening. But
yeah.
But okay. So, okay, this is now I'm like, there was a thought that I was tugging on, and I was asking you before we sat down to record, because it's like one of those things where I'm like, I know it's ridiculous. Like, so let me preface with that.
Okay.
But like, I mean, Dumbledore himself shares many qualities with a Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like he definitely, like, I think there's a line in Goblet of Fire after Harry like returns from the maze, or from the graveyard rather, where like Dumbledore picks him up with like surprising strength.
It does say that,
which is like very similar to the Phoenix. He has like the ability to like exit Hogwarts ground, which can't be done in any other way as far as we know through like basic apparition.
But he's doing it via Fawkes.
He's doing it via Fawkes.
Yeah.
Right.
He has this whole line about how music is more powerful than any other magic or a magic beyond what we teach here.
Yep.
Which is like the Phoenix song.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then there's numerous circumstances throughout the story where when Dumbledore is feeling like a certain kind of intensity, Harry describes his eyes as almost having like flame or fire in them, like a certain like flame like intensity.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then I think that Dumbledore's Patronus, I think we can know from Pottermore Archives, is a Phoenix. So
yes.
like Dumbledore's relationship and pairing, and he's uniquely capable of owning one as a pet, which is otherwise just rather difficult to do.
Right.
So like there's a certain kind of like thinking in my mind where I'm like, is there some bizarre scenario where Dumbledore is an animagus and can become a Phoenix?
Right.
And like which, I mean, this would be the stretching to breaking point even for me part of the story, but it's like is Fawkes arriving here or is it Dumbledore? Because as we'll see more as this chapter unfolds, Fawkes seems to be very, very uniquely equipped to handle this situation just so well.
Well, there's a weird line where like he gives Harry the diary, and it's like Dumbledore doesn't even know about the diary at this point.
No, because
you know?
because the way that Dumbledore will eventually learn about the Horcruxes is because Harry brings the diary to him.
How does Fawkes know to give Harry the diary?
How does Fawkes know to bring the Sorting Hat?
There's a bunch of weird stuff going on. But then in the next chapter, Dumbledore will say like, "You must have shown me true loyalty. Only that could have summoned Fawkes to you."
But I mean, right.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is that it's like, I guess the question is it better for?
Well, we have this is. I mean, I'm trying like remembering other theories we've done. I think we have done theories that Godric was Fawkes' original owner.
Okay.
Once upon a time, which would at least give him a connection to the Sorting Hat and knowledge of how it works and stuff. And we have a different theory that Dumbledore is also a descendant of Gryffindor.
I mean, we've certainly made the argument as valiantly as we're capable of doing it.
But then, not to just like berate you guys with theories or anything. I think we made a video once that like in death Dumbledores become Phoenixes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is another one that we could add to the on top, is I'm pretty sure that like there's a moment that Harry alone witnesses after the White Tomb where something like erupts from the tomb itself, and Harry says like for a split second he thought he saw a phoenix and then it was gone.
Right.
It's like the phrasing that is used there, and it's like what is the deal? Because then in Fantastic Beasts, not to jump completely out of our zone here, and especially into a territory where like the canon is a little quaky at best, but it's sort of like this idea that like a phoenix will arrive to a Dumbledore in need.
Right.
Of course, we know that there's like the oh my gosh, what is the Tychodonus.
The poems of Tychodonus.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Can we remember it?
Oh, let's see. Arise, great avenger with wings from the water is the end of it.
Right.
It's despair of the daughter. Avenge.
Return, great avenger with wings from the water.
Right. Yeah. It's like despair of the daughter. There's something. Despair of the daughter. Return, great avenger with wings from the water.
Yes. Okay. So long story long, there's the bizarro baby swap that happens out at sea. Clearly, one of the babies, and like the return with wings from the water has always sort of like led us to believe that the phoenix that appears to Credence could potentially have been a former Dumbledore.
Right, but I think we thought that because Corvus Lestrange is the baby that drowns.
I think so.
Right, because Lita switches the babies.
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So she saves.
So Credence is not Corvus Lestrange.
Right. Credence is not Corvus Lestrange because he's Aurelius Dumbledore, whatever. And Corvus Lestrange is the baby that actually goes down. So our thought is that because these two babies are like sort of connected from this event, that he becomes the phoenix that appears to Credence.
And that's why it's Return, Great Adventure with wings from the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's our man. Boy, if you're following us, bravo, because we're like 4 theories deep right now.
I know. Yeah, it's just like layer on top of layer on top of
and
layer.
we'll never know the answer to this one.
It's fine. The point is that Dumbledore obviously has a very distinct and unique relationship with phoenixes that must go further than what we're ever told on page. And what Fawkes does in these next few pages is just unbelievable if Fawkes is just simply acting of his own accord.
Right. I mean, it's possible Fawkes is immensely... Okay. I'm thinking. Fawkes's tail feathers are what's in both Harry and Voldemort's wand.
True.
So is there... would Fawkes be able to detect Voldemort's soul in the diary or something? something. I don't think there's any precedent for that. I'm just like, I'm trying to make sense of how on earth Fawkes knows about the diary.
I know.
I
know.
Because he would he have been around when? No, it's not even like, oh yeah, Fawkes could have seen Tom Riddle when he was at school, and it's like, I mean, I guess, but that's just guessing. Which I know, it's like, wait, you guys are not okay with that kind of guessing?
I know.
So there's a difference between conjecture and theory.
Yeah, right. People are like, I'm rolling their eyes so hard. Okay, so the other thought, if we want to use what was that?
That was Siri activating somehow. I don't know on my phone.
Okay, so the other theory that you could potentially go off of if we want to use Fantastic Beasts as canon is the idea that a phoenix will arrive to a Dumbledore in need.
Right.
Dumbledore himself could have the line wrong, because the other thing that we know is that, in a way, Dumbledore and Harry are both from Godric's Hollow, which, if we want to back up even further, we know that the Dumbledores actually live on like mold on the wall or something. They
move.
They move to Godric's Hollow.
Yeah.
But they must have had some reason to go there. And it's like, this could be one of those things to pair it back to the idea that Godric Gryffindor was the original owner of Fawkes. It may be that like, it's not to a Dumbledore in need, but a Gryffindor in need. And in this particular case, both Harry and Dumbledore themselves could both be descendants of Gryffindor, which would make this battle Gryffindor versus Slytherin.
Which is what it's like clearly being set up for, but I think it is like known canon that Harry is not descended from Gryffindor.
It is known canon. It's like I'm arguing for the case that it should be.
Should, yes. Like that would be great, but I think it can still work because it can be the case that Dumbledore is a descendant of Gryffindor, and that like when he sees over time that's just been the name long enough that the legend arises that like a phoenix will appear to a Dumbledore in need, but what he means is a Gryffindor in need. But then why it still works for Harry is because even though he's not a bloodline of Gryffindor, being a Gryffindor in need means being a true Gryffindor, which Harry clearly is because he can pull the sword.
I just got
yes
because we know because he pulls the sword, because he's a true Gryffindor. Boom. A Gryffindor in need. Dang it, that's so good. Oh, I love that.
Got it.
I love that.
Got it.
A phoenix will arrive to a Gryffindor in need.
Yeah. Oh, man. Got it.
Okay. Okay.
That was a good one.
Well did.
Thank you.
Well did. Okay. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Starting to feel like maybe Gryffindor's mascot should have been a phoenix.
Feels like maybe it could have, should have, would have been. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's
And then they're over there, and everybody be like, guys, Griffin is right there in the name, and then all the Ravenclaws are raising their hand.
Yeah,
They're like,
whoa,
Ravenclaw.
Whoa, Ravenclaw. They did us, but then also they did us dirty by not making it an eagle.
True.
Yeah. Like people will complain that they didn't make that it's not Raven, and then complain that there are ravens on it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which all actually, I'm for all of those arguments.
we're pro eagle.
Yeah, we're pro eagle.
Yeah.
Bring back the bronze, as they say. Anyway, let's see. So Voldemort starts having some real forgetful moments here. All of a sudden, he starts revealing he's super powerful. He has some bad memory sometimes, is what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Harry reveals that my common Muggle-born mother died for me to save me. That's why it didn't work. And he's like, so your mother died to save you. Yes. That's a powerful counter charm. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You mean you knew? You knew. You 16-year-old you knew about the sacrificial protection, and older you was just like, wing it. Like, dude, or like, how can people know about this if Harry is the only one to survive? Is there a different version of sacrificial protection where people are like dying to protect people from non-death? Like, does it protect against other things? I guess it does, but like it seems like no one realizes it can protect against death.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you're right. Like it's a type of thing where it's like possibly in the moment, this is where Voldemort is so blinded by how close he is to seizing power.
Yeah, I mean that's probably it.
When he goes to kill Harry, he basically thinks like, I have like friendship. Even Peter Pettigrew's betrayal of James and Lily is proof to him that love is not what people think it is. It's such a ruse. Like, it's not like your own best friend betrayed you.
Right.
That's how I'm here right now, and I'm here to win.
Right.
My way.
He's like fate favors Lord Voldemort.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like I think he's just blinded by his proximity. Because if Harry loses,
right.
then Voldemort wins forever.
Certainly. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right about that. Next we have he summons the basilisk to come fight Fawkes. The basilisk. This is such a good inclusion. Is that the basilisk emerges from Slytherin's mouth, the giant statue, which is just the dark mark.
Yes.
Effectively.
Yeah.
With the snake coming out of the skull. So
Also
that's very clever.
Little nod to like Parcel Tongue as well.
And Parcel Tongue. It's
Yeah.
like there's a lot happening in just that imagery. Very good, very good.
Yep.
He says Parcel Tongue won't help you now. It only listens to me. But I don't think that's true. Because of something that happens here. Let's see. What happens is Fawkes attacks the basilisk, and Tom is just yelling at him. He says, leave the bird, the boy's behind you. You can still smell him, kill him. And Harry is just like at a loss. He has no idea what he's going to do. He says, help me, Harry muttered wildly. Someone, anyone. And then what happens is the snake's tail whipped across the floor again. Harry ducked. Something soft hit his face. The basilisk had swept the Sorting Hat into Harry's arms. Oh. It's like Harry says, help me, and the basilisk does. And it's like,
I mean, yes, no, it's like I get what you're saying. It's like I can hear the people saying like it's a reach, but it's also like it's not.
It's not a reach.
It's like Fawkes is in there being like Dr. Convenience
exactly.
for Harry, and it's the basilisk that throws him the hat.
Right. It's like it's like why would the basilisk help him? And it's like because Harry told him to. The basilisk has to listen to the heir of Slytherin, and Harry has a piece of the soul inside of him.
That's what Tom Riddle doesn't know too.
Tom Riddle doesn't know that.
It won't listen to you, but only listen to its master. And Harry's like, joke's on you.
Joke's on you. I have at least the same amount of soul in me as you do in you.
Yes.
And I'm alive. If anything, I'm more in control here. Not that Harry realizes that, but I think when he says, help me, it says Harry muttered wildly. I think he's speaking Parcel Tongue when he does this. And and the basilisk is like, okay, doesn't maybe make sense to the basilisk to help Harry kill the basilisk, but he does it.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. This is like one of those classic instances where it's like, I refuse to believe that the snake itself is just mean of its own accord.
This is also further proof then that if because if the basilisk throws it to him, it's further proof that Godric knew the basilisk, because the basilisk would know about the hat and the sword.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Guys, it all keeps coming together. I'm not trying to force this, okay? It's just there.
It's just working.
It just works. So I never put that together until we were reading like this. It was like, help me. The basilisk whips him the hat, and I was like, oh my God, did he make that happen?
I know. It's so funny too, because I read that, and then I like zoomed backwards and I like re-listened to it again, and I was just sort of like, huh. And like I didn't even piece it together. But for whatever reason, I did listen to like this paragraph twice.
Yeah.
So it's like
something caught your attention. Wait a minute.
Deep inside my brain, my subconscious was like, you idiot.
Yeah.
See the writing.
Listen.
The writing's right there on the page.
Oh man.
But yep. So then we get the moment where Harry basically puts the hat on his head, and something very hard and heavy landed on top of him, almost knocking him out, which is like one of those where it's like, it almost feels like
I have a prop from the movie, and that sword couldn't knock you out.
Yeah, no, not so much.
Yeah.
Not so much. It's a little small. It's a little like
dinky.
a letter opener.
Dude, let me tell you what, when they remake the HBO show, the Sword of Gryffindor better be freaking massive. Okay.
Like way cooler.
Like way cooler. I'm thinking, like, if you've seen Game of Thrones, when Ned Stark is like, bring me ice. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what you're thinking.
That's what I'm thinking. I want an ice sword. That would knock Harry out if it bumped him on the head from the length of fall from top of hat to head.
Little 12-year-old Harry wielding like a 7-foot sword.
It is so because that's what you need to kill Giant Snake, man.
Sure, yeah.
You don't want some little pointy needle thing.
There you go. Well, so anyway, but the sword does come to him. Harry basically like has a couple of moves where he's able to dodge the basilisk, and then basically it's kind of like remarkable phrasing. It just says the basilisk lunged again, and this time its aim was true. So little me listening to Dad read this story is like, is Harry dead? Like, what do you mean its aim was true?
And we'll pick it up next week.
It hit him?
It hit him. He got it.
But no, so then the very next line, basically Harry slams the sword through the roof of the serpent's mouth, instantly killing it. However, unfortunately, one long poisonous fang was sinking deeper and deeper into his arm, and it splintered as the basilisk keeled over. So
it's really a pretty short fight.
It's a pretty short fight.
He gets the sword and stabs it.
Right. Yeah. Yes. So it does come together rather quickly. And this is like one of those big questions as well, where people often ask, like, well, why doesn't, if Harry is about to use the fang to destroy the diary, then how come the piece of Tom Riddle's soul inside of Harry isn't destroyed by the exact same methodology, which is basilisk fang venom hitting him? And it basically really comes down to Hermione's explanation of how Horcruxes work inside of their containers.
Yeah.
Which is to say that if you can destroy the container itself, then the piece of soul trapped inside will also be destroyed, which is the opposite of like a human person, where like if I were to run Jay through with a sword, which I of course would never do, but his soul would be fully intact, even though his body would be damaged in the process or ruined in the process.
Right.
And so the idea here is that if Harry had died, then Tom Riddle's soul inside of him would also have been destroyed.
Right. Yes. But he is in the process of the Horcrux inside him being destroyed, but Fawkes saves him.
Yes. Another one of those things that Tom Riddle seems to have.
This is another forgetfulness.
Yes. Yeah. He's basically like, you're dead, Harry Potter. Do you see what he's doing? He's crying, and it's like that's the moment
you said
where
it out loud, bro.
Like, Tom needs like interrupt himself and be like, do you see what he's doing, Potter? He's oh crap.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it takes him another 3/4 of a page. He's I'm going to sit here and watch you die. And it's like, dude, you're holding the wand. Just do it.
I know. Yeah. It seems like it. Seems like he could have
Actually, I'm not even sure if that would have worked, but because I guess the sacrificial protection would still be active.
Probably so.
Right, so,
yeah. So
wouldn't necessarily have worked, but
right. Yeah. But either way,
maybe you stab him again or shoo the bird away.
He does shoo the bird away.
Yeah.
Like
too late.
He says, "Get away, bird."
Get away, bird.
I said, "Get away from him."
He does. That's the line. Get away, bird.
Yep.
Oh man. All right. There you go. So he suddenly remembers, of course, healing powers. I forgot. Convenient.
Way to go.
Wow. Or inconvenient if you're you. Let's see. Yeah, so then in a rush of wings, Fawkes had sword overhead and something fell into Harry's lap. The diary, which is like Fawkes, really doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, Fawkes is definitely figuring out more. Fawkes is figuring out more than like
Harry.
Yeah. I mean, even more than Dumbledore himself should know.
Yeah.
Like, even if Dumbledore were there to know to do anything. But this is another one of those moments where it's like, it kind of is fascinating to know, like, what must be happening inside of Harry that's so instinctual that, like, the diary lands on his lap and Harry just, like, knows what to do with it.
Right.
Like, he grabs the basilisk fang, plunges it straight through the heart of the book, and it's over.
The basilisk venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. More of the basilisk heat powers on display.
Yes.
Yeah.
That sweet laser vision.
Yeah, that laser vision and its heat tooth. I guess venom could just have acid that's burning it or something.
That could
I
be
guess.
it. That could be it.
But rest of you guys, I don't want to like get you too excited or anything. But let me just say, if you think we haven't been working on heat vision basilisk merch, you'd be wrong.
We are. We're
Yeah,
working on it.
It's happening.
Yeah. Things coming.
We'll keep you posted.
Things coming to a web store near you.
It's glorious.
It is glorious. So, but basically at this point in time, Harry is inside of the chamber. Ginny is immediately coming back to life, and pretty much immediately upon coming back to life, she just starts explaining everything that happened. She does say, I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry. And I'm like, you probably could have said this in front of Percy.
You probably could have.
You probably should have said
Maybe
this
you should have even gone to him before Harry. You
right.
know?
Yeah. I mean, he is a prefect.
He is a
after all.
prefect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ginny,
I don't know how you could have forgotten that.
Ginny does say, I'm going to be expelled.
I know. I was like, obvious concern. Right. Obvious concern of every Hogwarts student. I'm expelled.
I'm expelled. I truly, I've brought it up a million times, so I'm sorry for constantly coming back to the same thing, but it is one of those things that always goes back to, like, the idea of being removed from Hogwarts, especially for Harry, is just such worst case scenario when it means life at the Dursleys.
Yeah.
And his, like, position at the school, and this idea of expulsion for at least the first two books is on proud display.
Yeah.
It's constantly, and I feel like
Absolutely.
after Chamber, it might go away.
Does it? Well, I guess we'll find out soon.
I guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah. It is like it, but I guess there is a certain amount of it. Like if you're in the wizarding world, if you are expelled from Hogwarts or whatever school you're at, it almost puts this like outcast status on you, because it is going to be so much harder for you to like become like a fully trained wizard.
Yes.
Like you will be like in a magical community where you are really bad at magic because you did not get educated.
Right.
So like the threat of being expelled is like tremendous.
Yeah. No, it does.
Yeah.
It seems like it'd be very, very difficult. You'd have a huge uphill battle up against you.
Mm-hmm.
But so then from there, they make their way back to the dark tunnel, where they hear the sound of shifting rock, where Ron has successfully been able to basically just create a small enough hole for all of them to crawl through, which again means that Fawkes did not come through this particular entrance.
Exactly, because the fire flashes in.
Exactly.
Yes. How come you've got a sword?
Right. Yes. Well, Ron also asked, "Where did that bird come from?"
Yeah. So Ron didn't see it go in.
Exactly. Yep. We're just
Which means the song arrived before Fawkes.
right somehow.
Which is crazy.
Somehow.
How does that work?
I don't know.
I'm so curious. Anyway, the Lockhart, it's revealed, has just completely blasted his own memory away, which is just hilarious here. And then they're like, how are we going to get out of here? And it turns out Fawkes has yet another answer for them, because he's just the greatest ex machina ever.
Yeah. He's just capable of
every problem we were going to run into.
And it's kind of one of those things. I actually drew a picture on my very last page of the tunnel going from the girls' bathroom down to the Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah.
And I've got Fawkes and Harry with a sword, and Gilderoy Lockhart with a little question mark next to his head.
Very good.
There is the question where it says, Harry bent down and looked up the long dark pipe. How do you think we're going to get back up this? He said. This is like one of those things where it's almost like, was the basilisk at all included in Slytherin's plan for the Chamber of Secrets, so that, like, as a mechanism for leaving?
Oh, like how was Slytherin himself getting out?
Yes.
Right.
Like just like transport.
I don't know. Maybe he could fly like Voldemort.
Maybe he can fly like Voldemort.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like you got the really big long tube that comes down, but like surely there's another way to
get out.
get out.
Yeah, it's like there's a door right over there.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, maybe if you ask the guy who designed the space, he's like, guys, I interior design.
How do you think I got out? Come on.
Right.
Or was he just riding the basilisk up?
I don't know.
Maybe he was. Maybe he was.
Yeah.
But okay, so there's like interesting, just like splitting hairsness here. It says because Dumbledore tells him that Fawkes is capable of carrying tremendously heavy loads, but when they grab onto his tail feathers, it says an extraordinary lightness seemed to spread through his whole body, and the next second, in a rush of wings, they were flying. So it's not to me that Fawkes can lift heavy things; he can just magically make things light.
Yes, I
right?
know. It's a bizarre distinction.
Yes,
for sure, because it's a very like extending kind of magic.
Yeah.
Which is kind of unusual. So I highlighted that exact same line because I was like, that is pretty interesting and how this actually works.
Right. So that is good. It's not just that Fawkes has like massive super muscle wings.
Right.
Or anything.
Yep. But so they do make it back to the girls' bathroom where Myrtle is extremely disappointed and says that you'd have been welcome to share my toilet.
I know. But what I do like is that it says, Ron says, Harry, I think Myrtle's grown fond of you. You've got competition, Ginny, which to me is sort of like Ron being like, he's kind of already okay with it.
He's kind of, yeah. There you go.
He's like, there you go. Yeah, there you go, Ginny. You're trying to win over Harry, right? Haha, you've got competition. It's like, but you're okay with it? Cool. Harry, maybe you could have remembered this a little earlier.
Seriously, man. You could have had more time with Ginny before you went and risked your life and everything. It could have been great.
Could have been great.
But anyway, they make it back into the castle where Fawkes leads them down the corridor to Professor McGonagall's office. They knock on the door and push it open. And that closes out Chapter 17, Chamber of Secrets. And now we look forward to Chapter 18, Dobby's Reward.
Which is the last chapter.
The last chapter.
We're going to finish Chamber of Secrets next week.
I know. It's so exciting. It's so exciting.
Which means we are super close to Through the Griffin Door.
I know.
Yes.
Just right around the corner. We are going to actually, so after Chapter 18, we're going to have a couple of like recap episodes, and it will basically leave us for Through the Griffin Door rather, to where we will start in Boston with Chapter 1.
Yes.
Which is going to be so
Prisoner
cool.
of Azkaban.
For Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah.
I am so excited.
I know.
It's going to be so much fun.
Going to be very fun to be kicking off book 3 on tour with you guys in person. Just in case you're wondering, tickets for DC sold out, so can't wait to see you, DC.
Yes.
But in the meantime, also we are limited, like low ticket availability for Boston, New York, and Philly. So if you are interested in coming, like act fast, because like there are not many tickets left.
Yeah, if you've been on the fence, there is a possibility of selling out between now and showtime. So
yes,
be sure to go and check it out. Link in all the show notes and all the places down below.
Yes. So that's going to be just it's going to be so much fun.
Yes.
Anyway, I've got a review for us, Ben.
Lay it on me.
From B. Foxman. It says, having read and listened to the series multiple times, it's fun to really take a deeper look at the story. I enjoyed the funny insights into certain details of the story, like the basilisk somehow having heat vision, which obviously it does.
Nice.
Yes, yeah. Guess why I picked this one? I honestly never noticed Chamber of Secrets as a whodunit style mystery, but wanted to go back and look for the subtle clues scattered throughout. Excited to see what the series goes as the books become more complex with character development and story elements. Here's a thought. What were Barty Crouch Jr.'s career ambitions? He was clearly smart and driven to earn 12 OWLs and was able to perfectly mimic an Auror when he posed as Mad-Eye Moody. What would he be doing if he hadn't become a Death Eater?
Man, it's a really good question. I mean, this is like one of those where it's like when you're ranking Harry's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, it's like you probably put Lupin at the top. There's the potential to put Snape in there for teaching Harry Expelliarmus, even if it doesn't happen while he's, But like Mad-Eye Barty Crouch Jr. is a pretty darn good teacher.
Oh, like maybe he could have been a teacher?
Like he could have been. He was a good. I mean, he seems to have a rapport with the school. Like, like with the students. I mean, he even like takes Neville under his wing at one point in time. Like,
yes,
I mean,
you're right.
He's doing it in the name of giving him information that Harry was supposed to be able to use, but like,
yeah, which doesn't work. But
But I mean, he was still able to recognize that Neville could use.
They still learn a lot.
Right. Yeah, they do learn a lot. And so like, and I sort of like his like sort of kind of like unfiltered, no nonsense methodology to like, this is what you're up against. Like, we may not be living in dark times. Like, you guys need to learn. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's not terribly dissimilar from like Harry's approach in the DA.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very gruff interpretation of it, obviously.
Yes,
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I think I like the idea of him being a professor. I also think like this says he was clearly smart and driven to earn 12 OWLs. I doubt that. I think he's definitely very smart, but I would bet that I bet he's like forced to take 12 OWLs by his dad.
You think it's like a little bit of like parental pressure?
Yes.
Kind of breathing
like,
out
oh no, you're taking all the classes, son.
Yeah, I mean, Barty Crouch Sr. definitely seems like he'd be a tough dad to have.
He does.
In the education department. I mean, I think he speaks like over 150 languages. He's impressive in every single regard. It seemed like he would have been a shoo-in for Minister for Magic, if not for, basically what happens to his son, which kind of throws him off track. So I mean, he even seems to carry a huge intensity. Like Barty Crouch has sort of got like a unrelenting like approach to chasing down Death Eater. So you're right. I do think that there's a good possibility that was Barty Crouch Sr. sort of like putting that on Junior, which also could be the reason that Barty Crouch Jr. in some way, shape, or form was sort of like, I don't really want to walk to the beat of your drum,
right?
Dad.
Like this could be like part of the underlying story about like why he resents his dad and like goes to the dark side. It's just like, I am so sick of this.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, not to excuse any of his behaviors or anything like that.
Oh no, not at all.
Terribly dark wizard, but it is like one of those things where I could see a world where that could be kind of folded into it there. I'm trying to think of like what else would sort of make sense. I mean, he's teaching defense against the dark arts. He's clearly got some abilities in that field.
I know, and it's like you're right. His dad is very anti-dark wizard, so
right.
Like,
so,
I mean, he probably would have been a good Auror himself.
Probably so.
Yeah.
I mean, that stands to reason. So that would be like where my head would go, because it also seems like to become an Auror, you have to have exceptionally good grades in the first place.
Well, he's the one who suggests to Harry to become an Auror.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And I think at one point in time, Harry's like, of course it was an imposter, but like it always sort of stuck with me.
Yeah, that's such a weird one.
I know it is. It's so funny. So great question, great review. Thank you so much as always. If you too would like to hear your review in a future episode, be sure to go and drop one somewhere. It means a lot to us as the host of the show, and also helps with some discoverability and helps the show kind of continue forward. So be sure to do that.
Yes, absolutely does. Look forward to reading them, but I think that's going to do it for us today here on Through the Griffin Door. Make sure you join us next time for Chapter 18, Dobby's Reward on Through the Griffin Door.
Hey guys, just a super quick tour-related announcement. 1, if you are planning to attend, tickets are very limited, so be sure to snag yours while you still can. And 2, if you are attending and would like to submit a question to be read aloud in the in-person Jay vs. Ben Trivia Showdown, please submit your question in the link in the show notes or description. Questions can come from any of the original 7 books.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the treasures behind Chamber of Secrets, Chapter 18, Dobby's Reward.
Man, we got big finale energy.
It's the last chapter.
Oh, man, it is very exciting. It is very exciting. It's a good chapter.
It is. It's a good chapter. I can't believe how fast we went through this book. I mean, I guess it's 18 weeks, but
I know. Yeah. It's definitely it's been unbelievable to see the cadence, because it feels like just yesterday we started this project, and here we are at the end of book 2.
At the end of book 2, granted, the books get significantly longer as we move forward.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like Order of the Phoenix will take us like 1 year.
Yeah, like we'll be doing it for a year. Okay, cool.
We're inside of this book for one hot minute, but that's okay because so chapter 18. This is a fun chapter. We're going back to like basically out of the Chamber of Secrets. We're meeting. In my head, this scene always takes place, and possibly just because of the movie, in Dumbledore's office, but like throughout the whole chapter, it's just in McGonagall's office the whole time.
I think even in the movie, is it not in Dumbledore's office?
No, that's what I was saying. I think in the movie it is in Dumbledore's office.
No, I'm saying I don't even know. Is it?
Oh, I thought it was.
I don't know. I always feel like Dumbledore's desk looks a little bit different in the movie.
Huh.
You know, like he's sort of sitting off to the side a little or something.
Have to go back and fact check.
I guess we will.
Yeah.
Because then, like when Lucius leaves, he doesn't like go down the staircase, does he? He just like exits the room, and Harry's like, "Can I give this back to him?"
I don't know. I think I do remember Harry coming down like the rotating staircase.
Okay.
It seems ridiculous. We don't know.
It does. It does.
We watch the movies in such a weird way because it's so rare that I just sit down and like watch them start to finish these days. But I'm always interacting with them because we like pull video clips from them.
Yeah.
So it's like I watch in like 16-second like intervals as I'm going through like trying to like find like each little piece.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess we can go. We can fact check that ourselves, but it doesn't really matter. The other important thing about the fact that this is our final chapter of Chamber of Secrets is that, of course, we will be starting Prisoner of Azkaban on tour in person.
In person,
Yes.
It's going to be so much fun. Yeah, we're going to be like cracking into like a brand new book.
I know.
In Boston
on stage.
So yeah, tickets
Yes.
are still available to at least Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia.
Yes.
One of them I think has like 2 tickets remaining.
Yeah. New York was like real close. So
Yes,
even maybe by the time you're hearing it might be sold out. But
Yeah.
Boston and Philly, still some tickets left. So
Some tickets,
still
yeah.
chance if you want. Especially Boston, because that's chapter 1 of a new book.
I know, it's gonna be so much fun.
But so the way it's going to time out is that after this episode, we will have our Dumbledore's Big Plan episode where we recap how Dumbledore's Big Plan affected Chamber of Secrets. And then we're also going to have an episode where it's just a Q&A. So we will just be answering your questions for an episode.
Yeah, which I'm so excited about because a lot of the questions submitted inside of like each of the reviews that we do at the end of the episodes are
They're so good. They've been turned into like so many Super Carlin Brothers videos.
Yes, no, it's been really amazing. So if you guys have any deep burning questions, it doesn't have to be about Chamber of Secrets, just any of the Harry Potter saga altogether. We will have a Google Doc in the show notes for today's episode, and not next week's episode, but the week following. We'll be doing a full Q&A episode. It should be so much fun. I have a feeling that will be like jam-packed with new theory fodder and all sorts of just like good quality discussion. So
yes.
Be sure to check that out and send us all of your thoughts and questions.
Yes, please do. Looking forward to answering them for you. All right, Ben. So Dobby's Reward. The chapter art of this one features Dumbledore holding the sword of Gryffindor.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. It's interesting to me that there is no inclusion of like any visible lettering on the blade.
You're right.
That may suggest that, but that it's. I think that's for good reason because we, the reader, don't know yet that this is Gryffindor's own sword.
Right. All we know is that Harry pulled a sword out of a hat somehow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The thing I will say from the chapter art is that it looks as the book describes it, but the hilt of this sword has almost got like protuberances or something. Like
I guess those are like the rubies.
The rubies,
Yeah.
This seems like an incredibly uncomfortable sword to wield for any amount of time at all.
It does. It seems like it would be hard to hold in your hand. What it makes me think of every time I see this chapter art is one of like my own personal theories about the sword of Gryffindor, which is that like is it possible that it changes shape depending on who it appears to?
We've talked about this thought before, you and I have, and I do love that thought. Like because I think Gryffindor's whole thing with the sword is that like he was an amazing duelist with a wand, but out of like respect to Muggles, if he was to be in a duel with a Muggle, he would duel with the sword instead of a wand.
Instead of magic.
And I like to think that like Gryffindor, especially if the intention of the sword is to arrive to any Gryffindor in need, it's sort of like the sword then needs to be appropriate for any Gryffindor who then receives it.
Right.
Because, it's like if Colin Creevey as a first year went to pull the sword,
Yeah.
it's like he might be like too little to successfully like wield it.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's like this is just like kind of going off the movies and whatnot, but like the sword that appears to Harry in the movies just like doesn't. It's like a small sword.
It is a small sword.
It doesn't seem like the kind of sword Godric Gryffindor, the full-grown adult man wizard, would carry around for dueling other Muggles.
Yes. Yes. No, I agree. Yep. It's like how like it's perfect for Harry, the 12-year-old who's fighting the giant basilisk.
Yes.
But it's basically a small dagger to a full-grown adult.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it doesn't quite seem big enough, and then there's like discrepancy across like this is obviously just different artists interpretation of the sword, but like it often appears different on like all the different cover artworks and stuff.
Right.
So it's like does the sword change shape? I think it does personally.
It's fascinating because even this depiction of it like almost comes across more like a pirate's sword to me.
Yeah.
Like if you can picture like a toy pirate, I feel like that's what this sword looks like.
It does look kind of like a pirate's sword.
I think it's great chapter art though. Excellent depiction of Dumbledore. I do think this is a premium Dumbledore chapter. There is like a kind of like information dump for one we get whenever we get like lengthy conversations with Dumbledore, because like everything he says is always so impactful. It's so meaningful. It's like you're getting like more of the story. And again, like to go back to young readers coming into this whole thing, like at this point in time, like Harry's scar, why he survived, like these things
why he was targeted. These are all massive mysteries that still exist for you, the reader. Like sometimes it's hard for me to even remember that lens because we've just gone through the story so many times. So I'm always looking at it knowing all of the information that comes after. So it's like sometimes hard to remember like how badly and how tantalizing it must have been to be getting these morsels just like sort of spoon fed to you by Dumbledore to like accelerate like what you, the reader, knows about the greater picture, like what's going to unfold. And even then it still leaves you with a ton of mystery. But the other thing I love about Dumbledore inside of this chapter is Dumbledore has this great way of almost like utilizing his kindness and politeness in a way that like I think leaves him very in charge of like so many of the rooms he's in, but he's not doing it by being like bold and loud and like big. And he does it like all throughout the chapter, and it's one of the things that I love the most about like book Dumbledore. And I think it's probably like where if I ever had any like critiques of like the Dumbledore that we end up seeing in the movies, like there's the very famous scene like did you put your name in the goblet of fire? We've all complained about it at this point in time, but like it's like I think in this chapter it literally says said Dumbledore calmly, which is the same text that is used to describe how he asked that question.
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry? It's like it's just so different. But it's like one of the things that I love about Dumbledore. It's like I think if I were ever to imagine myself as like a powerful leader, it's like a trait that I would love to carry with me.
Right, like your politeness commands the room.
Exactly.
It's like a very you don't see it very often.
No, but it's a great way to set the tone for that like level of authority. So anyway, I like that. But without any further ado, we can go ahead and dive on in.
Yeah, all right. So let's see. Where are we? We have Harry, Ron, and Ginny. They're covered in muck and slime and blood in Harry's case. And there's a scream. So Mrs. Weasley is there, which this is like it's like a very tiny thing, but like it almost certainly it's almost like telling. They don't say exactly how Mr. and Mrs. Weasley got there, but since Ginny has been taken and they have gotten her out, there has not been enough time for like the Hogwarts Express to have run. So like they must have used flu powder or something.
Almost certainly, yeah. I mean, we will learn in Order of the Phoenix that like Umbridge's, really even the Gryffindor common room, Sirius is able to sort of do like the face.
That to me, yes, that Sirius can communicate with Harry in the Gryffindor common room is bananas to me. But based on the rest of the security around the school, because he's just going to random wizards' houses, sticking his head in the fire, and successfully getting in. And they're like, how could Sirius Black be getting into the castle? We can't figure it out.
It's like through flu powder.
Through the flu powder, guys. Come on. It's like it's open to literally anyone.
It's very strange. It is very strange. Yeah. It's like what is preventing anybody from like in that situation? Could Sirius have? I mean, he does the face thing, but like, could he have just thrown the flu powder in and been like Gryffindor common room and like been just sitting there.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, because I don't like the way they depicted it in the movies where he just, like, face sort of appears, like, in the coals.
Right.
Like, that is never how like, in the book, it's more like you put your head in, your head is physically there.
Right.
It's not like projecting a picture of your head. Like, your physical head is there.
Could you imagine how awkwardly you would have to be positioning yourself in the fire in order for your head to be like floating in the way that would like make sense? You'd almost have to like sit like on your butt and like lean backwards into the fire. Because if you like leaned forwards into the fire and your head showed up, it almost seems like your head would be like facing down into the coals.
It does seem like that. Although I think when Harry does it in Umbridge's office, he's like, he describes like how pain in his knees are. So he's like on his knees doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a very weird like metaphysical thing to like, try to figure out like, is his head physically gone, or is it just sort of like a telephone call, like it's a signal?
I think it's physically gone. I think if you looked at Harry in that moment, it would look like his head wasn't there.
Oh man,
right?
Really, really odd.
Very weird.
Yeah,
very odd thought. But yeah, like also, if that's true, it also doesn't make sense in Prisoner. Like Sirius goes to all this trouble of having Crookshanks steal the passwords from Neville, then breaking into the castle and going up to the common room and using the password. Like, why don't you just use the flu powder this time?
Right.
I don't get it.
Maybe this is just like one of those things where like as security is tightened, it's sort of like, okay, now we gotta like close down the Flute Network.
But in Goblet of Fire, as far as they're concerned, Sirius Black, convicted murderer, is still on the loose.
Okay, maybe then that this is something we need to throw into like a Dumbledore's Big Plan type of situation, where it's like Dumbledore has almost enabled the fireplace to be available for Sirius so that he can talk to Harry.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because he is talking to Sirius at that point.
He is.
Yeah, okay, I do like that.
Oh, he even says in that book, like, you're not the only one communicating with...
Yeah, with Sirius.
Oh,
so I could even see a Dumbledore like secretly opens the
like a valve or something.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just got like a little like, oh, Gryffindor's open. What do you know?
Oh, no.
That honestly makes a lot more sense because it's like otherwise anyone could just come into the Gryffindor common room at any time.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that makes way more sense, dude. Good find.
Thanks.
Good find. That was amazing. I've been that was like a little thorn in the back of my brain for like ever. And she's like, oh my God, it's gone. That makes so much more sense.
Such relief. Such relief.
Wow, we solved it.
I know. There we go. I'm so glad. But anyway, so we're
one sentence into the chapter.
We're talking about like Goblet of Fire chapter 17 while we're literally staring at chapter 18, the finale of Chamber of Secrets. So,
okay. They get there probably by flu powder.
Yes.
Let's see which. They're immediately just like, you saved her. How'd you do it? Amazing. You're so cool, Harry. Wow. Thanks for saving all of our kids all the time. Then they make Harry retell everything, and it's kind of funny to me, like when Harry retells everything you're going through this one paragraph, and Harry just sort of describes the whole book in like 5 sentences.
Oh, right, right, yes, yeah.
It's like, yeah, then we did this, then that, then this, then that, then this. It's like sometimes you and I will have to like write a video. We'll write a video for YouTube, and it'll be like 5 pages long, and then it'll be like, okay, can we repackage this and put it on like TikTok or Instagram or something?
Right.
And we have to make it a lot shorter, and it's like, how can could we write this 15-minute video into 1 minute? You know,
it's there's an art form to speaking concisely, and I don't possess it.
Oh.
I'm like the wordiest person you've ever met. If you used Grammarly on anything I wrote ever, it's like you could say this with fewer words, and it's like, yeah, but I like all the words.
But I like the words.
I'm like a word hoarder, you know. It's like, but I want them. In my pile over here.
The more words I put in, the more I can narrow down my exact, particular, definite meaning, and then people can't argue with me about the vagueness of my statements.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
it's actually not what I'm intentionally doing, but you're not wrong that probably is a byproduct of it.
It is interesting that it's not what you're doing, because that I do feel like I often think that's why you're doing it.
No, I'm trying
to. You're like I'm not leaving any margin of interpretation available to you, the audience, to assume what I said was offensive to anyone in any way, because I have stated it so particularly that you know exactly my intended meaning.
Oh, maybe that is more intentional. Yeah. Okay. I thought you meant more like, haha, no, you can't say that. Oh, but anyway, we're on like a completely different discussion here. But, no, I do think it's like, okay, like, no, I want to make sure that this is like covering like all my bases.
Yeah.
You know, I think certainly some intent there. But anyway, Harry's really good at it, and I'm really not good at it.
Yeah, he just sums it up real quick. Let's see. I love how Professor McGonagall responds to. She's like, very well. So you found out where the entrance was, breaking 100 school rules into pieces along the way. Like, yeah, that's what's important right now.
I highlighted that exact same sentence because I was like, I think this reflects the relationship between McGonagall and Hermione in such a big way, which is also kind of interesting because I feel like Dumbledore and McGonagall have a very similar relationship to Harry and Hermione, like where like, you know, they're like both, you know, like they can rely on one another for things. But like Hermione sort of has that famous line from Sorcerer's Stone, which is like you know, you're going to get us all killed or worse, expelled.
Well, that sentiment comes up one paragraph later.
Okay.
Honestly, where they like Harry's like, oh, he manages to tell the whole story without talking about the diary. But then he's like, what about Ginny? What if they expelled her? And it's like, dude, is that what you're worried about right now? Someone was almost just murdered and you fought a basilisk and you're like, what if they expelled Ginny?
Jay, once again, it's the Dursleys. It's you don't like expulsion at this stage in Harry's like childhood. He's too young to be able to just go out and like live on his own,
right?
And so it's like you gotta get that constant reminder of like what worst case scenario is.
I know, but it's like this is that. Imagine that, like he just fought a basilisk, and it's like to Harry, living with the Dursleys is a fate worse than death. Like I would rather the basilisk just win that fight, you know. Just like if it's this is really where I get most of my courage from.
I really this is something I want to be curious about because I made such a big deal out of it for the first 2 books, and I think I'm going to finally be able to stop talking about it after all this time. But I feel like the conversation about expulsion is going to start narrowing down.
Yeah,
it's less of like a constant worry for Harry, but
which is
at this stage it is.
It's funny that it's like such a concern of his as a first and second year when he's like sort of lightly breaking rules and like no one's actually like trying to expel him, but by order of the Phoenix, like Umbridge is there and she's looking for any opportunity at all to expel Harry from Hogwarts and get him in trouble, and she can't do it.
Yeah,
it's like this kid breaks rules left and right, and you are going out of your way, making new rules to put in front of him to trip over, and he still can't do it.
I know.
Yeah.
What's so interesting to me about this conversation as well, though, is again going back to like young version of me reading the books for the first time. Like, I don't know that there's like a greater picture. I'm not thinking about the fact that there's like a publishing house that realizes that this is going to be like making tons and tons and tons of money. The more volumes of it that come out, the more installments or whatever. In my head, as a small child, there is just a world where he gets expelled and that just means the series is over.
Yeah.
You know, so like that anxiety like was in me reading the books where I was like, no, like if he gets expelled, then it's over and I can't have it be over because I want more.
As
like,
if the writer's not in control.
As if the writer is not in control. And it's like at some point in time, it's like, unfortunately, he gets expelled and there's nothing we can do about it.
Sort of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
we've had that happen to us on some what ifs where it's like you go through like the entire scenario and you're like, actually, if this happens, that might just be it. Voldemort might win.
Yeah. Well, that's the fun of the what if.
Right.
Is that we're not trying to steer the story anyway. We're just discovering what would happen. And it's like if we write ourselves into a corner, it's sort of like, well, if we find ourselves in a corner, it's like, well, I guess that's kind of it.
Right, yeah. I'm not going to break the rules to get out of here. So it's like, unfortunately, that's it. Voldemort wins.
It rarely happens, though. Almost always. I think it's only happened one time that we've actually had Voldemort win.
I know, and I can't think of which.
I can't either, yeah.
And in case you only know us from Through the Griffin Door, the podcast over on our YouTube channel, SuperCarlinBrothers, we do a lot of like what if deep dives that can be like hours long.
Yeah.
Where we go super in depth, like, you know, what if Harry was in Slytherin? And it's sort of like, we almost go like scene by scene throughout the entire series to outline it. Talk about a 5-page script. That was like a 200-page script.
It was like a 200-page script, and I think it almost killed me. I mean, there were so many. I would be up until like 3 a.m. writing. I was like, we got to get this done. We got to put it out by Friday. I got to read this whole book again in a week, and
right,
and then rewrite it. Yeah.
Yes. Good times. Good times.
It was, honestly, it was. It's my favorite thing we've ever made, for sure.
It is really good. But anyway, expulsion, constant worry for years 1 and 2.
Yes. Dumbledore has a nice little revelation afterwards. Obviously, Ginny's not going to be expelled. But he says, what interests me most, said Dumbledore, is how Lord Voldemort managed to enchant Ginny when my sources tell me he's currently hiding in the forests of Albania. Like, number 1, who are your sources? And number 2, if you know where he is, what are you doing, bro?
Oh, like,
you know,
like why not?
Why
like,
aren't
go
you
after
going
him?
out there?
This is like a big one, especially with Dumbledore and Voldemort. I mean, maybe it's just because Dumbledore knows the prophecy, and so it's like it can't be me.
Well, you know what? I have issue with that because
You got beef?
I got beef with that because, like, when Dumbledore is talking to Harry and telling him, and Harry's like, "There's a prophecy. This is so like I have to do it," and he's like, "No, you don't have to do it because the prophecy says it. Like, the prophecy only matters because Voldemort put stock in the prophecy." And it's like, Dumbledore doesn't have to put stock in the prophecy. That's like basically what he's telling Harry.
But his whole plan revolves around putting stock in the prophecy.
Yeah.
You know, like so does Dumbledore put stock in the prophecy?
I mean, it seems like he must, because otherwise it sounds like he knows generally where he is.
Right. Well, and what's also interesting about this particular situation is that Harry is currently in the process of physically handing Dumbledore the first ever proof that Tom Riddle, Voldemort created Horcruxes.
Right.
And so at this point in time, it is entirely possible that Dumbledore is like himself flummoxed as to how Voldemort has continued to stay alive.
Right.
Despite all of this. So it's even possible that like when Dumbledore sees the destroyed object of the diary, he's like, my sources tell me he's in Albania, but there's a chance that like Dumbledore in this moment is like, Voldemort might be dead right now.
Well, but he even in the scene will tell Harry he thinks that there's a bit of Voldemort in him.
I guess that's true.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So maybe that theory is being formed.
I suppose because the prophecy does include the line, neither can live while the other survives, or one must die at the hands of the other because neither can live while the other survives.
Right.
So, and he already knows Harry can talk to snakes because of zoo-related incidents and stuff. So he could sort of already suspect that the bit of soul is inside of Harry and that Harry is effectively acting as a Horcrux, even though he wouldn't have been an intentional Horcrux.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
In which case, he does need Voldemort to destroy the piece inside of Harry.
Right, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the big thing that relays back to that is jumping forward to Goblet of Fire, which apparently we're gonna have a lot of fun with.
I know, right?
When we get there,
Want to be a goblet?
there is a moment where when Harry tells after the graveyard of Little Hangleton, where Dumbledore, or where Harry explains to Dumbledore that he used Harry's own blood to return, and Dumbledore has the gleam of triumph in his eyes. That gleam of triumph is, I mean, I'm sure we'll spend an hour just talking about that.
I'm sure we're gonna.
Yeah, that little fragment of sentence there, because that gleam of triumph is the moment that Dumbledore learns Harry gets to live, or that he has a chance of living.
Yeah,
because up until then, he is raising him like a pig for slaughter.
It is. I mean, you're right. I mean, that's like one of the most important sentences in the entire series.
Yes.
Yeah. We're like it's a little bit of foreshadowing too, that like you. Like, it's so easy to skate past, but it's like, what was the gleam of triumph? What did that mean? It's like, you're not going to know for 3 more books.
I know.
And by then, you're going to have forgotten about the gleam of triumph. And only after you've reread it again and really paid attention will you be like, oh, I see.
The single most important line.
There it was.
There you go.
It was.
That's a video we can make.
Yeah.
The single most important sentence in all of Harry Potter.
Oh, man. That's not bad. Write that down.
Keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, as we continue forward, there's
so much Horcrux setup happening in this chapter that I don't feel like I fully appreciated.
I know. I keep going back to this because I've said this before, but I've been so skeptical forever and ever and ever that the diary was meant to be a Horcrux from the beginning, and it's because it behaves so weirdly compared to all of the rest of them. But you're not wrong. I mean, it's like, you know, Harry basically says, it was this diary, said Harry quickly, picking it up and showing it to Dumbledore. Riddle wrote it when he was 16. And Dumbledore's reaction is even kind of fascinating because it comes across as oddly positive, but Dumbledore says, brilliant, he said softly. Of course, he was the most brilliant student Hogwarts had ever seen. So it's like his reaction here, like even the way he says brilliant, like if you're reading this, it's like brilliant. What do you mean brilliant? Like evil.
Evil.
Terrible, dark.
Terrible,
like,
but great.
I know, yeah. The Ollivander line. But it's like brilliant seems like an oddly strange word choice. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Like it's like brilliant. What do you mean brilliant?
Brilliant, he said softly.
Yeah.
And it's like he says it softly. He's not like curious. It's like he sort of immediately gets it.
Right. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
the pieces are like falling into place.
Yeah, like he hasn't thought about it for too long yet. And then a little bit later on the page, he says, when he's telling them about Tom Riddle, traveled far and wide, sank so deeply into the dark arts, consorted with the very worst of our kind, underwent so many dangerous magical transformations that when he resurfaced as Lord Voldemort, he was barely recognizable. So the important part there is the dangerous magical transformations, all of which occur at all because he's making the Horcruxes. Like that's what makes him look so much like weirder and darker and like grosser and stuff. So even that is like an allusion to the Horcruxes. Like maybe at this point, Dumbledore hasn't fully understood like why Voldemort's appearance changed, but like that is what is the cause of it.
Yes, yeah. And it's interesting as well because the way that like Dumbledore takes in information, it's like I think he's very hesitant to work with information that he doesn't know for sure, which could line up very nicely with like the sentence he says like in King's Cross Station and Deathly Hallows, where he's like, but my guesses are usually good. It's because my guesses are usually based on like very hard learned facts. But even Dumbledore's obsession with Slughorn's memory over like the 7 Horcruxes before really truly like letting Harry move forward, it's like, you know, he made more than one.
Right.
You know, it's helpful for storytelling purposes to know what the outside limit is at 7, but otherwise it's like just start hunting them.
Right.
You know,
which
like,
I guess he has.
Which I guess he has. Yeah. But he's like it's very important to him to know exactly how many.
Right. Like how long will I be hunting? To what end are we? Yeah.
Which is an important piece of information, but it's always one of those things where I'm like, was Slughorn's memory that important? Because the really big thing that we learn is just that there's 7.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, I mean, it's helpful, but just destroy them, you know, like just go on the attack.
I guess because otherwise you could never know when it was time to attack Voldemort Prime.
I guess that's a good point.
You know, at some point you just have to be like, well, hope we got them all.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Maybe I should just give the line more credit.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so then as we move forward, Ginny starts to explain, you know, that the diary that she's been writing in it, and it's been writing back all year. Mr. Weasley has sort of like an interesting reaction to this, and we know that like Mr. Weasley works in the misuse for Muggle artifacts department, so I guess it makes sense. But he specifically says, "What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain." I'm like, that's like, I'm surprised that this is something that Arthur is already teaching his kids as of Ginny being an 11-year-old.
Yeah, it is interesting. He also says it was clearly full of dark magic. I was like, yeah, geez, Ginny, come on.
I know.
So clear.
It's like, why? Come on. Yeah. Can't you have more life scope at this point in your life?
I know, but it's also interesting coming from Arthur. Is this, never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Because like the flying Ford Anglia sort of can think for itself, and I don't really know where it's keeping its brain, you know.
The engine, Jay, clearly.
Well, I mean, is that where you think? Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but yeah, it's like.
I think cars actually have like CPUs or something, some type of like computer chip that's technically their brain. Although I doubt the Ford Anglia.
Yeah, I doubt the Ford Anglia had much computer chip action happening in it.
Probably not.
Not as much used to be a Thestral action as it had.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I still like that thought because something about. I mean, maybe that even is something to like spend more time on specifically, because something that Mr. Weasley did to the car allowed it to come alive, and it's literally something we're introduced to in this book, and it comes to life of its own in this book. And here he is warning Ginny about this exact thing. It's like, did he use dark magic somehow?
Flying Ford Anglia is a Horcrux.
You can't kill Arthur Weasley.
You can't kill Arthur Weaslly.
Dude, he put his heart and soul into that thing.
Oh my God. He literally put his soul into it, literally.
Literally, yeah.
Who did he kill?
Oh man, but maybe that's the difference. Maybe you can have something come to life if you put it has to be both your heart and soul, because the heart would provide a kindness, versus just your soul, which is then otherwise like, darker.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I like the idea that, like he worked on it so hard that he put his heart and soul into it. Because it also does like seem to like instinctively protect Ron.
It does. Yeah.
So there's a kind of that, I guess, going for it. That'd be like a different way for something to come to life, but it kind of still makes sense, because like the Horcruxes are sort of like alive. a little bit, and it's like the car is alive. I'm like, how is the car coming alive? Like, if it has like a little bit of Mr. Weasley soul in there, but like in a good way.
In a good way.
But like not in a bad way, in a good way.
Not in a bad way.
Not an I murdered somebody way.
Right.
And I worked really hard on it kind of way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Precisely. I mean, we know that wands, like the wizard learns from the wand, and the wand learns from the wizard. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's a similar one where like your magic grows and your relationship with your wand grows in turn. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And the Harry talks about like the broomsticks feeling like he compares them to horses, like maybe they could tell when you're afraid or whatever.
Right.
And it's like broomsticks can fly and the car can fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although, you know what? Even the broomsticks as horses, it's kind of like, you know what? There are flying horses though in Harry Potter.
That's a good point.
And they're called thestrals, and they can turn invisible like the car.
If this was the case, though, in order to put life into things, and it does require what we're saying here is the heart and soul to be put into it, it would basically mean that the only people who could make flying broomsticks are people who are deeply passionate about their craft.
Well, that's true.
And it seems like the firebolt is made rather meticulously.
Yeah.
It's like hand
twig
selected.
by twig.
Yeah, exactly.
Aerodynamic, except in the movie where it looks like not the opposite of that.
There is a real issue with the design of the firebolt in the movie where they had already designed the Nimbus, and for some reason they were like, okay, well, too bad. We already made one that looks super sleek, so we have to do the opposite of that. It doesn't seem like
the Nimbus just looks so much faster than the Firebolt.
It just simply does.
And Ben, I don't know if I've said it before, but the footrests on broomsticks, I think are the dumbest thing ever.
No, I know.
I mean, I hate them. It's so dumb.
I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah. Especially the Nimbus didn't have them.
Nope.
You know what though? You know, like how when you learn to ride your bike without training wheels, and then you get older and you're like, that was dumb. Let me put training wheels. Now I can't fall.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it's like. That's what it's like. There are all these professional Quidditch players out there flying around training wheels on the brooms.
I wonder if the real issue was that when they were filming it, they were like, it's really hard to sit on like a narrow piece of wood. We got to give him something. And it's going to be hard to like rotoscope green screen out the little stirrups. And so like, maybe just make it a part of it.
I mean, that could be an explanation, but also in Philosopher's Stone and in Chamber of Secrets, like it looks pretty fine. Looks fine to me.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. There's no excuses. Play like a champion. Take off the training wheels in the remakes and make the Firebolt look fast.
There you go.
That's all.
There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah. Good thoughts. From here, though, Dumbledore does dismiss Ginny and the Weasleys up to the hospital wing. And this is, I think, a really cool setup for Prisoner of Azkaban. But he says, bed rest and perhaps a large steaming mug of hot chocolate. I always find that cheers me up. And
yes. I highlighted that too. I said Dementor setup.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's so good because this is like one of those things that like I think gives Lupin a lot of credit like immediately is the Dementors in Prisoner show up on the train and Lupin immediately knows how to like handle the situation. He's like, here, take the chocolate. It helps.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, and then like Harry takes the chocolate and he's like, to his surprise, it was helping.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, there is something, and I love this too because this is another one of those like quirky little things about like the wizarding world where something as like joyous as chocolate is, it's like, we all love chocolate, right? Out here in the real world.
It's just like Dumbledore has like a real like understanding of like the joy that candy is supposed to bring you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like he never lets go of what candy is supposed to do. But it's like it's almost because he recognizes like the actual glorious purpose that candy has, which is not just like a fun, delicious treat, but like it is functionally making you happier.
Right.
Which then makes you better.
Right.
You know, because happiness leads to love, and love is the most powerful form of magic.
There you go. Go candy. Go candy.
That's the reason.
Yeah. Yes. I also like his defense of Ginny when he says older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort. It's like excellent point. Just excellent point.
Yes,
you know?
I like that too because it's almost a little bit in contrast to Mr. Weasley saying like it was clearly full of dark magic. Dumbledore's more like, okay, this is like one of the most dangerous wizards who ever lived. Like, let's give her a pass.
Yeah, let's give her a little bit of a pass there. He's extremely manipulative.
Yes. It's like the primary way he rose to power.
Yeah.
So
don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, Ginny. You're not dumb for not realizing it was clearly full of dark magic.
Right.
Yeah.
But so then so we get the Mrs. Weasley and Ginny out of the room, and I think then McGonagall is sent off to have a feast, which is another one of those where I feel like Dumbledore's like reading the room rather well. Like, you know what people like? Fun.
Feasts.
Food. If they're going to come down in their pajamas is unexpected. Nobody's like anticipating this. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to hand out 400 points to 2 students.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
I like to think at this point Slytherin's winning by like 399 points or something too. You know.
Yeah, almost.
And Dumbledore's like, you each get 200 points. Yeah, 200 points.
Yeah, that's some quick back of the napkin math.
Oh my God! Look at that! Oh, sorry, Slytherin. Well done, well done. Gryffindor wins again.
Yes.
What do you know?
Slytherin's just like, come on.
Like, are you kidding me, bro?
We worked so hard for this.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then McGonagall has to leave the room where Dumbledore is left to deal with Ron and Harry. And this is a little bit ominous, but really the big thing here is I think it's kind of like you need to like get everybody out of the room so Dumbledore and Harry can have this conversation. But it's interesting to me the way that like it's like Dumbledore's almost having to like give reasons for everybody to be like, okay, you two can leave. You two can leave. McGonagall, feast. Like, it's almost like one by one. Everybody leave. I gotta talk to Harry.
Yeah. Got to talk to him. Important things to say. I got some sort of vaguisms I want to pass out that are a little clearer, but not much.
Not much, yeah.
Yep. Let's see. What do we got here? Dumbledore admits that sometimes even the best of us must eat our own words, which I love that just sentiment that he's like just not afraid to be wrong.
Yeah, which specifically what he's wrong about is like, I seem to remember telling you both that I would have to expel you if you broke any more school rules. And it's like one of those where it's like, yeah, gonna have to go back on that because clearly you broke the rules for good reasons.
Yep, exactly.
Well done.
For the greater good, you might say.
What do you think about? Yeah, there you go. something you used to believe in. What do you think about the sentiment? Like you will both receive special awards for services to the school, which is kind of fascinating because it's like part of like what led them down their pathway was the award for special services to the school that was like given to Tom Riddle
for the same thing.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe they'll display Harry's and Ron's more prominently.
I suspect they get rid of Tom Riddle's after this.
Yeah, probably so. So. Do you feel like Ron at this point? I mean, this is like a pretty big accolade. Like you'd start to think that these two really would be gaining like considerable popularity.
I mean, yes, I think you're right, and I think for the most part that's true. Like Harry, like. Sometimes he's in his own head a lot about it, but like Harry's a very popular person.
That's true. You know? That's true. He's got like a little bit of like imposter syndrome. It's like he can't quite understand why everybody likes him, but they do.
And it's like, oh yeah, you're the star player of the Quidditch team, and you stopped Voldemort.
Twice.
Twice.
Hey, won the House Cup twice.
Yeah, won the House Cup twice, and you were the school champion, and you know the prettiest girl in Ravenclaw likes you, and it's like Harry's very popular. He just has imposter syndrome about it. Yeah.
Maybe this is like one of those things where like I even always think like Lavender Brown liking Ron. I'm always like, well, that one came out of left field a little bit, but like maybe not so much. Like maybe that's like one of those where it's like, yeah, it's like no, people are absolutely taking notice of Ron as well.
I mean, it's definitely Harry's best friend. Obviously, Harry asked Parvati to the Yule Ball, so I can't really ask Harry. But Ron, hey man, what's up?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
So there we go. Then we finally get a little bit of like a turn over to Lockhart, where he has said nothing for the whole chapter, and Dumbledore says, "But one of us seems to be keeping muddily quiet about his part in this dangerous adventure." Dumbledore added, "Why so modest, Gilderoy?"
I know, I like that too. Why so modest? It's like this is a great example of Dumbledore being so polite. Like, why so modest? It's like, because what he's really saying is, you're never modest.
You're never modest. I know, yeah. But like, what's really kind of funny is that like Dumbledore. This is the point where you're like, you must be aware of the fact that Dumbledore knows that Lockhart is a fraud.
I mean, he says, "Impaled upon your own sword, Gilderoy."
I know.
It's like, so he knew.
Yeah, so he knew. It's like. Why did you hire him?
Right. Because Dumbledore's big plan.
Because Dumbledore's big plan, exactly. What I love about this, though, is that Lockhart responds, "Sword," said Lockhart dimly. "Haven't got a sword. That boy has one, though. He'll lend you one."
Yeah. It's like such like a clunky little like transition into talking about the sword.
I know. Yes. Especially because I feel like... What is the phrase that we learned once upon a time? Like hoisted upon your own petard?
Hoisted upon your own petard, yes.
Yeah, petard, not petard.
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 Yes.
Yeah, since everybody knows what a petard is.
Yeah. It's like an explosive, isn't it?
Is it?
I thought maybe.
I don't know. I always thought of it as like a pole arm of some kind.
I'm gonna look it up because I remember having this problem. Whenever I heard "hoisted by your own petard," I always thought it was like a like by your own underpants or something.
Oh,
like
a wedgie.
Yeah, like a wedgie, but like accidentally it happened to yourself. Let's see. We're gonna look up petard.
What do we got for it?
We'll just come up with a bunch of places. Okay. Hoisted with his own petard is a phrase from a speech in William Shakespeare's play Hamlet that has become proverbial. The phrase's meaning is that a bomb maker is blown off the ground by his own bomb.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
There you go.
You were completely right. I
Nailed
was completely
it.
wrong. Well done. Point J.
Yep.
The point is, though, is that I actually do feel like this little like play on words is using that phrase, but was designed to allow for the segue that then that then ensues, because basically that does bring the attention back to the Sword of Gryffindor, where Dumbledore has now dismissed Ron from the room, where he's like, can you take Lockhart away now? I'd like a few more words with Harry. And now is kind of like one of the critical moments for Harry inside of the year, because we're going to learn a myriad of different things. But one of the things that Harry's been struggling with in it, like, kind of hailing back to that imposter syndrome, is that he has been concerned that the Sorting Hat was right. And like his ability to talk to snakes and his like relationship to like Salazar Slytherin, Tom Riddle, Voldemort, like all the rest, it's starting to kind of like not look so good for Harry. And I do love this, because it's like one of those situations like where he's kind of like, the thing is, you don't know that the hat thought me good for Slytherin. But like, I love Dumbledore's like reaction to it, where it's like, no, but why did it put you in Gryffindor? Because I asked it to. And Dumbledore's like, exactly. See,
even the way Dumbledore phrases that, I feel like Dumbledore put the hat on and was like, tell me about that Potter kid. Like, it seems like, yeah, no, but Harry, why did it put you in Gryffindor? Right? Because like, he already knows why.
He already knows why.
Right. How does he know? Because
he's clearly talking to the hat all day.
Because he's talking to that hat, man.
Yeah. I love to imagine Dumbledore sitting up in his office wearing the Sorting Hat, having conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like, now tell me about Harry. What about him? Yes. Oh, Slytherin, you say. All right. And why didn't you put him there? Oh, very good. Good to know. All right. That'll probably come up in 2 years or something, maybe. Yeah. I'm curious. Like, if I honestly, I do think he talks to the hat. I think he asked it about Harry, because he seems to know the answer ahead of time.
Yeah, like that's the thing, is that Dumbledore has like a very like omniscient like ability, to the point where it like seems to break the bounds of what's reasonable.
Yeah.
Like the private conversation that Harry had inside of his head with the Sorting Hat feels like not the kind of thing that anybody else would be able to access, and yet Dumbledore seems to know.
It does seem to know, yeah, or else he's like, always doing his piercing blue eyes. Or it's like, are you just reading his mind about the Sorting Hat or something?
Could be that. Could use legilimens on the hat.
Well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Like, what are you thinking, Hat? What are you thinking?
What do you think about that?
Why are you still thinking about Harry? It's been 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. But like, Harry's able to put the hat back on again and like have a conversation with it.
That's true.
That's true. Dumbledore's in his office the whole year.
Right. No, I think you're right. I think that, especially if it's got like the intelligence of the four founders, baked inside of it, there's probably just a lot to be learned from the hat. Like it's used in a rather like ceremonial capacity, but it does seem like the magical capabilities of the Sorting Hat would be rather extraordinary.
It does.
Should be like, like if your brain is like Wikipedia of all of your experiences, and you put that inside, and there are 3 others of those, and they're from the 3 other smartest wizards who have ever existed, like, there's a lot going on inside of that hat.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from that hat.
Yeah.
Gotta be. So Harry starts talking to Dumbledore about his experience with Tom Riddle. He says, Professor Dumbledore, Riddle said I'm like him. Strange likenesses. Dumbledore has like an odd reaction. He's like, did he now? Said Dumbledore. Which I think it's like what is, I wonder what, I don't know like how to read that sentence. Like, did he now? Tom Riddle said you were like him. Did he? That's interesting. Like, he finds that part of it unusual.
Yeah, I guess that is a good question. It's like there's the possibility, like you can learn that like a lot of the Death Eaters following Voldemort's downfall believe that Harry could be like the second coming of the Dark Lord. And so like in that situation, it's almost like, was there a moment where, or could Dumbledore have predicted the potential for a moment where Voldemort might try to like sway Harry to the dark side, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, like sort of like hey, me and you, we're kind of similar. Can we talk to snakes? Sort of look the same. Grew up as orphans. Like, you know, we have these things in common. What do you think, Harry? And I mean, so yeah, Dumbledore could be surprised by the question. But I also then think his like follow up is sort of like it's almost like a test of character, you know, from Harry, because it's like, as Dumbledore himself just said, you know, Tom Riddle is one of the most brilliant students to have ever come through Hogwarts school. So for Harry to be in likeness to someone like that, you know, you might be like, well, what do you think about that? Like, you know, it's like, you're doing some pretty big things over here. Do you think yourself brilliant? Like, by asking that question, Dumbledore does stand to learn a lot from Harry, and Harry's immediate reaction is, I don't think I'm like him at all.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Harry, I mean, he's very like, it even said Harry more loudly than he intended. I mean, I'm in Gryffindor. You know, so that's like where the imposter syndrome sneaks back in a little bit. But like, you know, I think that like it's a really good knee-jerk reaction. It's very authentic from Harry. Like, no, I'm not like him at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Despite the actual similarities. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, that's the thing. It's like, they could be very similar.
They could be, but like Harry's going down the complete opposite path.
Yeah. And then Dumbledore reveals that, or why Harry can speak Parcel Tongue is because Voldemort is the last remaining descendant of Salazar Slytherin and unless I'm much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar, which is like almost a weird way. Like they don't normally talk about like their powers or something. Like it's a superpower. You know, like he transferred some of his, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the way that is phrased is a little bit different to how they usually talk about magic. But, like, what he ultimately really means here is that he, like, obviously that he, like, a bit of Voldemort's soul went into him. And I feel like Dumbledore is just trying to phrase it in a way that is not like, yes, you have Voldemort living inside of you, 12-year-old boy.
Right. Yeah. And that's like the big area where it's like, you know, what really led us down Dumbledore's big plan in the first place is sort of that conversation that always felt so frustrating for the longest time was like, why does Dumbledore not just tell Harry everything from the start? And like, you can sort of understand the world where it's like a 12-year-old is not ready for this kind of responsibility. A 12-year-old does not need to know that a piece of Voldemort is living in him currently.
Right. It's like, if I tell him that it's like, that's what's giving you the powers. But if I just tell you he gave you some of his powers, it just sounds like he made me more powerful. Cool.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, you got to imagine the level of like patience even involved with Dumbledore in these moments to like almost like not be giving him all the information would be very challenging, because like you're sitting there and it's like, even as Dumbledore, it's like inside of this very conversation, you're getting more pieces of the puzzle that are teaching you a lot about like what Tom Riddle and Voldemort have done inside of their process. It's like, for me, I would just be like exploding with like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. Like I would want to be like, I'd be wanting to say it all out loud.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, he's having to like be very reserved here and like, you know, kind of like be like, let me say things carefully. I don't want to spook the kid.
Right. Yes, he is good. Harry has like a weird jump in logic where he says, Voldemort put a bit of himself in me. And Dumbledore's like, certainly seems so. And he's like, so I should be in Slytherin. I'm like, I don't know if that made sense, Harry. Like, how did you get there? From that math, but obviously that's not true. And then we finally get you. Then he finally says, "Yeah, why didn't he put you in Slytherin?" He says, "Put you in Gryffindor. Listen to me." Yeah, whatever. Tells him that it's your choices that are more important than that are more important than our abilities. That's it.
Well, yeah, one of the most such an important sentence. It is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities.
Yeah. Okay. Much better.
Who did it better?
Absolutely. I was trying to find it on the page. I was like, why can't I find it?
I know there is a small skill involved that I think we're slowly getting better at as we do this podcast, which is like being mid-sentence, deep in thought, and then trying to find your resource on the page in front of you and being like, and then, hang on one second.
Yeah, where is it? Although, because what happened is I highlighted a bunch of stuff when Dumbledore is saying the ways in which Harry is similar to a Slytherin student, which he says that you are resourceful, you have determination, and a certain disregard for the rules, which I think plays into the whole idea that each Harry, Ron, and Hermione, like their abilities represent the other three houses, but their choices represent Gryffindor.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's really like the key thing that's kind of going on there. But like even that in that tone, it's like they're not necessarily supposed. Well, maybe in some way they are supposed to represent the other houses, but it's like the like tying of all those ideals together is more of like a unifying force than it is like trying to be like, yeah, because Gryffindors are the best.
Yeah.
It's like no, when you put all the ingredients together, what you get is something great.
Exactly, because it's not saying that Gryffindor is the best. It's saying that between the three of them, all four houses are present.
Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
and that's why they're always like so successful.
Right.
Let's see. And then Dumbledore finally reveals that the sword says Godric Gryffindor on it. And it's like, oh, that's cool. Didn't see that coming.
I know. It's so
That's
amazing.
neat.
Yeah. So only a true Gryffindor could have pulled that out of the hat.
Now,
Harry says.
but so the thing is, Dumbledore seems like, I feel like Dumbledore must have pulled the sword out of it at some point himself. Because like he hasn't really examined the sword yet. Like Harry like brought it in, just put it on the desk, and Dumbledore to Dumbledore, this must be like he doesn't like sit there and like study it for a while,
I know. Now my brain's like whirring a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like what would have happened? Because we have long had the theory that obviously Dumbledore intended to make the final Horcrux out of another artifact from one of the other founders. The only artifact that we know that comes from Gryffindor House is the sword, and that the sword would present itself to a Gryffindor in need. Happens to be the case that like 90% of the members of the original Order of the Phoenix are Gryffindors, and specifically, I think it's Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, who'd be Molly's brothers. Like they die fighting like just weeks before the death of the Potters, and there's always the big question about like why does it take Voldemort so long to finally like go attack after learning of
where they live
under the Fidelius charm, which we know happens based on Sirius's letter to Lily's letter to Sirius.
Yeah.
Anyway, whole bunch of stuff going on there. But the thought there is almost that Fabian and Gideon were being attacked in such a way that would provide the opportunity for one of them to pull the sword of Gryffindor or for it to present itself.
Right.
So that then the Death Eaters could procure it for Voldemort, who would then use it to go and make the final Horcrux or whatever.
Right, because Dumbledore later tells Harry, and I think he's sort of wrong about it, but he tells Harry that he is positive Voldemort planned on using Harry's death to make the final Horcrux.
Yeah.
Which then leads you to the question, well, then he must have had the Horcrux on him when he attacked, right? So what was it? What was going to become the final Horcrux?
Right.
And our answer has always been the sword, and you're like, well, then why wasn't the sword in the wreckage? And because obviously the sword can disappear.
Right, yes, exactly.
So it really all adds up very nicely, and the sword is the only known relic other than the Sorting Hat of Godric Gryffindor, and we even know from Scrimgeour that like legend says how it behaves. So it's like Voldemort could even know about the sword.
Yes, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, it doesn't seem unreasonable for anybody who's spent time with wizard history to have discovered this tidbit about the sword.
And if you're thinking though, that's how Dumbledore knows that it's Godric Gryffindor's sword ahead of time. That he could know at a glance that is true. Like even if he'd only heard the legend and he saw the sword come up, he could be like, "Oh, I wonder if Harry activated that old legend or something."
Right.
But he still wouldn't know the words were written on it then if he hadn't seen it in person before.
That's a good point. But so yeah, my thought was going to be like, it doesn't seem unreasonable to me to think that the sword is busy throughout history. Like there are certainly plenty of Gryffindors. I mean, especially like a house known for its bravery and valiance and chivalry and stuff like that. Like for there to be instances where a Gryffindor will have found themselves in need of arming, in need of defense, and therefore it could arrive to him. So anyway, my head started worrying a little bit on the possibility of like Dumbledore versus the Elder Wand of Gellert Grindelwald in the duel of 1945. It doesn't seem like totally unheard of that there'd be like unusual magic afoot.
I know.
Inside of that.
And it's like there's this question of like, do you 100% need the Sorting Hat in order to like get it to appear to you?
I don't know. I still love the sword in hat.
The sword in it. I know. It's like, but like, when Snape gives it to Harry in the woods, like Harry just stumbles upon the sword and it's like taken under conditions of valor.
You're right. Like it almost makes you wonder, like the fact that Dumbledore gives that prompting to Snape. It's almost like what would have happened if Dumbledore or if Snape had just like left it like leaned against the tree or something.
Right.
It's like would it have not worked? Would it have disappeared? Like would something have?
Yeah, I don't know.
Happened.
Especially with Harry specifically, who is the one who pulled it out of the hat to begin with.
Yeah, so Harry is its last. Well, I mean,
Dumbledore uses it on the ring.
Dumbledore uses it on the ring.
But even that suggests he's used it before, because when Ron goes to destroy the locket, Harry's like, I think it has to be you. You're the one who got the sword. So it's like the sword is presently working for Ron, or like, you know? And so it's like, it feels like this, like, why would Dumbledore be able to successfully use the sword of Gryffindor to destroy the ring if he hadn't at least...
Here's a thought.
Pulled it before.
Here's a thought. Do we know where Dumbledore destroys the ring?
Oh, it's in his office.
It's in his office.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Phineas Nigellus sees him do it.
You're right. The last time I saw that sword was when Dumbledore used it to break open a ring.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, what I think could have been really interesting in that capacity would be a scenario where if Dumbledore went to the Gaunt house, found the ring, realized it was the Resurrection Stone, put it on, and was dying. And like the sword appeared to Dumbledore from his office to the Gaunt Shack.
Possible.
You know, but then Phineas Nigellus couldn't witness it, would be the issue. But anyway, the point is that I was going to say is that it wouldn't be unreasonable to me to think that Dumbledore himself, before he could use it to destroy the ring, would need a situation where the sword has presented itself.
Here's the thing. He could have found it in the Gaunt house. Does he put the ring on in the Gaunt house?
Does he put the ring on in the Gaunt? We don't know if he does.
Okay, because he could have gotten the ring, taken it to his office, and then put it on.
Yes.
And then, you know, the sword's already in his office, but he could have immediately he could put it back out of that.
Right. Like not terribly far presenting needed to be had there. The only other thing that I think could be kind of interesting is that the summer before he finds the ring is when he's dueling with Voldemort in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries.
Yeah.
Where... notably, and not in the movies, but in the books, Voldemort uses like a shield with like an S on it, and like a shield versus a sword feel very like battle-y.
It does.
So like it would almost be like the type of thing where it's like, is there a world like where somebody somewhere like in Dumbledore's cloak, like the sword did appear and like, you know, it's like it was like there's a world where this could be like a proper duel.
right.
You know, sword versus shield.
That would be hilarious. Like, I mean, if you're Dumbledore, like, just carry that hat around with you, man. You know?
I know, yeah. You keep that thing on you at all times, just in case
Just in case. Shring!
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he must have pulled the sword at some point in history.
Yeah.
And that's why he's able to use it to destroy the ring.
Oh, I definitely think so.
Yeah. And how he knows ahead of time without looking at the sword that it's the sword of Gryffindor and it has his name on it.
Right.
Yeah. Which then I guess also would mean that Harry could have used the sword to destroy the locket, but it's obviously still more like fitting for Ron to do it.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, I like this explanation. All right. I think Dumbledore has definitely pulled the sword. The question is when. It feels like an answer maybe we would have gotten in Fantastic Beasts that would have been very awesome and visually cool on screen, and that we'll never see.
Deep sigh. Okay.
Deep sigh. Then Dumbledore laments needing to hire another Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, saying, "Dear me, we do seem to run through them, don't we?" And it's like, yeah, apparently at this point, like 40 of them or something.
Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
This is not like a new problem that they're running into, and that's another one where like maybe Dumbledore is trying to like not fully explain the cursed position so much, but
right?
It's like, oh dear, yes, indeed, we're gonna have to find a new one. But yeah, it's like Dumbledore, you haven't had the same teacher teach this subject for 30 years,
right?
So it's like even that like has got to be like a running gag amongst the students, where it's just sort of like, you know, you have Snape teaches you potions from year 1 to year 7, but then.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, here.
You know, Defense Against the Dark. Like Hogwarts must have terrible pass scores on the
Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Yes. Yeah. For like any WT and OWLs.
Absolutely, they must. Unless for a while, I feel like maybe it feels like the workaround is to have like 2 people just sort of like take turns.
Take turns.
You know,
that's a good point.
You take it over this year, then I'll do it next year, then you take it back, and then I'll do it, and
like
maybe it's not killing every single person who does it; they just can't hold it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Something comes up.
Yeah.
But of course, eventually, obviously, things get pretty bad. Let's see, and then Lucius finally shows up.
Yes. So Lucius steps into the room, followed by Dobby. I love the fact that he is like carrying Dobby is carrying like a stained rag, which he was attempting to finish cleaning Mr. Malfoy's shoes because Malfoy had basically like left the house in such a hurry, being like, "Wait, what's happened?
Yeah.
No, we leave now, Dobby."
Right.
And like he never like let Dobby know that like to stop completing the task. So Dobby is just still trying to complete the task that they were doing.
Right.
That's like a fun it's like clever writing, at least from the perspective of like something was happening that you can imagine before this scene took place.
Yeah.
You can see what he was interrupted from doing and how he ended up in this particular instance. But this is when Harry is learning that Dobby belongs to the Malfoys.
Yes.
Which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, which is fun because if you remember back when Fred and George and Ron rescue Harry, they're like, I wonder, is there anyone at school who would be trying to play a prank on you or who hates you? And they're like, Malfoy. And it's because they're trying to figure out who Dobby might belong to. And like, sure enough, it is the Malfoys.
It is the Malfoys, but
it's not a joke.
He has a completely different intention than what the Malfoys had, though.
Yeah.
Which is to protect Harry, which is like one of those things where it's like probably when you're thinking about like, well, who'd be trying to protect Harry? It's like probably the last people you would think of would be the Malfoys.
Right. Yeah. Indeed. Of course, I mean, Dobby describes his owners as being pretty terrible the entire time. So maybe it's obvious that it's Malfoy. Maybe the reason that they guess Malfoy is so you don't think it's Malfoy.
Maybe so.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
so,
like it's definitely not going to be who they guessed. First of all,
right. We can go ahead. We can rule that out.
Yep. But so let's see. Dumbledore. I love how pleasant he's being. Just good evening, Lucius, said Dumbledore pleasantly, and Lucius is clearly all flustered and upset. And then let's see. He tells him about how the other 11 governors contacted me today. It was something like being caught in a hailstorm of owls, to tell the truth. They'd heard tell that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed and wanted to see me back here at once. They seemed to think I was the best man for the job after all. Then just that he threatened to curse their families if they didn't agree to suspend me in the first place. But he phrases it like very strange tales. Like it was, you wouldn't believe what they were saying. Clearly, they weren't true.
Right? Yes. Yeah. No. I know. I love that phrase. Like it's so non-accusatory to say. Several of them seem to think that you had threatened to curse their families if they didn't agree to send me in the first place.
Seemed to think.
Yeah. It's like oh man. Yeah, but it's a good way for Dumbledore just to be like, like he could make a big deal. Like, I mean, you could make a stand on that thing. It's like, Lucius, what are you doing, man? Like, stop.
Yeah, it's like a very veiled threat.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
it's like they seem to think you are willing to do this, but of course you and I know you'd never do something like that, wink.
Right. It's like we all know who's the more powerful wizard in this room.
Right.
And it's not you.
And it's not you. Not even a little bit. Let's see. Oh, there's a good line here. Of it, a clever plan, said Dumbledore in a little voice, still staring at Mr. Malfoy, because if Harry here and his friend Ron hadn't discovered the book, Ginny Weasley might not have taken all the blame. No one would ever be able to tell or prove she hadn't acted of her own free will. Mr. Malfoy said nothing. His face was suddenly mask-like. And I just like the phrasing of mask-like because that feels like some Death Eater foreshadowing.
It totally is.
Yeah.
The Death Eaters wear masks.
Yeah.
You're right. And this is such a Death Eater moment.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, you were caught planting dark magical objects.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then, Dumbledore sort of goes on to keep doing exactly what we've been talking about. Like, imagine what would have happened then. The Weasleys are one of our most prominent pureblood families. Imagine the effect on Arthur Weasley and his Muggle Protection Act if his own daughter was discovered attacking Muggleborns. It's like Dumbledore is basically being like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
And I know exactly
what you're up to, bro.
Yeah, from start to finish. I know why it was Ginny. I know who planted it. Like,
I know
everything about your plan, and it was dumb.
He's even just sort of like, he's even like trapping him in the argument. He's like, it's like one of our most prominent pure blood families, something you care about, Lucius.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
And it's like, yeah.
Just like, using his own argument against him.
It's exactly it. Yeah, it's just like, using the blood traitor argument or whatever.
Yep.
And then Harry just straight up, like, Dumbledore's doing a great job of being very, like, veiled about it. And Harry is very blunt. He's like, you gave her the diary, didn't you? He's like, prove it. And I love Dumbledore's response. He says, oh, no one will be able to do that, of course. It's just like...
I love that Dumbledore. Really, I feel like what's happening in this situation, which makes it so great, is that Dumbledore is just like, Lucius, you're not a threat.
Yeah.
You're not my concern. If you were my concern, I could end you in a heartbeat.
Right.
Because clearly I know everything that you're doing. You're not my problem.
Right. You
like,
think you're being so sly, and I got your number, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's so great because it's like the best way to take down a bully like Lucius.
Yeah.
Is to just like basically dismantle what they think is their strength.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So later, he says, if any more of them, he says, he of course says like, oh, we can't know it was you. But then he does tell him, I would advise you not to go giving out of any more Lord Voldemort's old school things. It was like, no one can prove it was you, but if you do it again, I love that.
Yeah, but then look where Dumbledore's like, I think Arthur Weasley for one will make sure that they are traced back to you. This is like one of those things where it's like you are not even big enough to register as my Albus Dumbledore's problem. But if you are on somebody on your own level, like Arthur Weasley, he'll get you.
Oh,
like
I literally just crossed out Arthur Weasley and wrote I. If any more of the thing, I think Arthur Weasley, I for one, will make sure they are traced back to you.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, or that.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that he's throwing Arthur Weasley like some serious like support right now. Like,
yes.
It's like as much as you want to look down on Arthur Weasley, that man can run laps around you, magically speaking.
Yes. So let's see. They finally Malfoy leaves and has Dobby come with him, and Harry asks if he can give the diary back to Mr. Malfoy. And I love this. This is such a random line from Dumbledore. He says, "Certainly, Harry, but hurry, the feast, remember." It's like, oh yeah, the feast that goes on to last all night.
Right,
it's like, yeah, make sure you give that back quick because it might be over in like a couple minutes.
Surely the kitchens have been alerted.
Yeah.
Everybody has made it down to the Great Hall.
Pretty much over.
I bet almost all the food is gone. Why are you still here in the first place?
I know, right? Yeah, I just think that's a funny line.
It is almost surprising to me, though, that Dumbledore in this moment, without any more information, is so willing to let Harry take such an important artifact and give it back to Lucius.
Oh, I know. I'm like, if I'm Dumbledore, I'm like, I would maybe like to continue examining that diary just a smidge.
Which apparently he does end up doing anyway, because Dumbledore ends up back in possession with it.
Oh, does he?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he has it and shows it to Harry when he's explaining the Horcruxes.
I think you're right. Or he does in the movie, at least, right?
He does in the movie. I know in the movie he does, because he slides the ring across the table with the corner of the diary, because he doesn't want to touch the ring again.
Yeah, I'm
Very
sure.
Understandably. I do love the fact that Harry's socks are just so absolutely disgusting.
I know.
The slimy, filthy sock.
Yeah.
And stuffed it into the diary. And this is like one of those things.
No, stuff the diary into it.
Stuff the diary. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Literally every single occasion on like 50 reads of this book, I have read it the other way.
Oh, yeah.
So
he puts the diary inside the sock and then hands that to Mr. Malfoy.
Oh my God. How big is the sock?
I know. That's what I'm like. How big are your feet, Harry?
If Hogwarts had a swim team.
I know.
Woo!
He does swim some laps in that prefect pool.
He does.
Or bathtub, I guess.
Yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
that is so funny. Okay,
Yep.
that I could see now where Malfoy would be like,
Hey, gross.
yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
Force the smelly sock into Lucius Malfoy's hand. What the? Is how Tim Dale reads it. Mr. Malfoy ripped the sock off the diary and threw it aside and looked furiously from the ruined book to Harry.
Yep. And then let's see. Well, let's. He said, Dobby looks up and he says, "Master has given a sock. Master gave it to Dobby." And it's like, this is a very loose definition of gave him a sock.
No, I love it though. I love it. This to me is like the thing where it's like house elves don't do laundry. It's like because the rules are that strict.
It goes, yeah,
It's
or
like-
that loose.
That loose. Yeah. But no, it's amazing. And then I love that the way that Dobby follows it up. Like Master has given him a sock, and then Mr. Malfoy says, "What's that? What did you say? Got a sock."
Got a sock.
It's like it's so adorable. It's so sweet. I just love Dobby so much.
Threw it and Dobby got it. Dobby is free.
To which I added a whole bunch of exclamation
I
points.
know. I
after
said,
that.
"Yay!"
Yay!
So good. And then just immediately, Dobby's like full power is like unleashed, and he's like, "All right, don't have to hold it back anymore. See ya."
I know. No, this is like one of the things that I love about house elves is that they are so powerful. It's like Lucius basically does not stand a chance. Like it even says, like, "You shall not touch Harry Potter. You shall go now." Lucius Malfoy had no choice.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean he had no choice? Like Lucius is a fully trained adult wizard, former Death Eater. Like it seems like he should have a choice.
Seems like he should be able to take the elf.
But instead, no. It's like, no, that's it. I think there's no trying to face down.
But like it's so revealing too, because it's like how Lucius treats Dobby is like such a massive weakness that like Voldemort falls prey to as well. But like, it is like, it's so clear that Lucius genuinely believes like in his absolute superiority over like non-purebloods, and just doesn't like, he's not just like putting on this front as like, oh, I like for like, he's not adopting that stance as a way to like gain himself power. Like, he genuinely believes it, because like even just minor precautions could have stopped Dobby from learning as much as he did and like tipping Harry off at all. You know, like Dobby knows like Voldemort's identity as Tom Riddle.
Oh yeah,
you know,
right.
Nope, like that's how much Lucius doesn't see Dobby as a threat.
Right.
Like, despite the fact that he has this magic, and it's like their inability to recognize the house elves as a threat, and their like ironclad belief that they are like completely worthless creatures that just exist to serve them, like upends them so hard.
It does.
Over and over and over.
Yes, and they are clearly so OP and so powerful, and like, yeah, so you're right. But like, this is the problem with that level of like arrogance, but it's also one of those things that makes it just like joyous that it keeps biting them in the butt.
Oh, yes, it's great.
It's like, okay, if you're not going to learn, we're just, it'll keep working.
Yeah. Also, I mean, it sounds like he falls down quite a lot of stairs. He crashed down the stairs 3 at a time, landing in a crumbled heap. Like, man.
I know. Yeah, falling downstairs, mighty painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really hurts, especially
Yes.
when I can only imagine our stone stairs.
Yeah, I know, right? The castle not exactly known for being made of anything but stone.
Yes, precisely. Or dragon.
Or dragon, right? Those are dragon scale stairs.
Hogwarts is a dragon.
Hogwarts is a dragon.
Or
yes.
at least it used to be.
Used to be, right? You know. Could be again someday, maybe.
Right.
Just like the Anglia is a Thestral and the Night Bus is a Zowu.
There we go. We got
all these giant things. They're just animals.
So many creatures, formerly animals.
Formerly animals.
Yeah, or so many objects, formerly animals.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love the way that Dobby. So they're kind of having this exchange here, where like, most of Harry's conversations with Dobby have been so cryptic that I think Harry is quite frustrated inside of most of them. But then Harry is sort of like, wait, but you told me all this had nothing to do with he who must not be named. Remember, it was a clue, sir.
Yeah.
What's giving you a clue? The Dark Lord, before he changed his name, could be freely named, you see.
It's
such a bad clue. Why that's in the book is so that the whole book you're not just like, well, it's obviously Voldemort.
Yes, in which
Right,
case,
yeah.
but for the most part, it's pretty obviously Voldemort anyway.
Yeah, right. It's like, you're right. It's like, if that line wasn't in there, how much more obvious is it to you, the reader, that it's Voldemort?
Possibly so.
Yeah.
So. Although, I mean, even that is difficult, because it's like, I do remember at this stage in the series, like, you don't know how immortal he is. So it's like, you don't know like whether or not Harry's just going to face different villains at the end of each installment.
Right, yeah.
In the
This
series.
is only
Like,
the second book. It's like, Voldemort could easily have just been like, oh yeah, he's the one who killed your parents, and then you faced him in Philosopher's Stone and sort of finished him off.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yep. So it's like, just like with the Avengers, it's like they're not fighting the same villain every time. They're always fighting different villains. It's
Right.
like, Harry's going to fight different villains, and maybe like Voldemort will come back as the big bad eventually, because he's the one who killed Harry's parents. But like, who knows who this Tom Riddle guy could be?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. But so anyway, then the other thing that's happening during all the rest of this is amazing timing. But Hermione and the rest of the victims of the basilisk attacks are also being awakened and should be at the feast. Which Harry is going to head off to. Dobby gives him a really big hug, which I just found to be absolutely adorable.
Yay.
And I love their like ongoing rapport with each other as time goes on.
I know.
So
So
great.
good. So good. Love
Dobsters.
Dobbers. Feels like, well, I was going to say maybe like if Harry can't do magic, he could still just summon Dobby and have him do magic around the house. But like, clearly he can't do that, because that'll still pick up on the trace. So,
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that much.
we know that much. That's exactly what he fell into this year.
Yep. So they go down to the Great Feast, where, does it say in this next sentence that Gryffindor will be securing the house cup for the second year in the running? Professor McGonagall stands up to tell them all that, as a treat, the exams had been canceled, which actually is kind of surprising. Like there are certainly some dangerous things that seem to happen inside of the school years ahead.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like they always cancel exams.
I guess not. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd think maybe they'd be canceled for like the people who were petrified.
Definitely for those people.
Yeah. Some of whom have been petrified for like months.
Yeah, it's been like a
Months.
while.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. When is it? Was it Valentine's Day? So this is we're like in June at this point.
Yeah.
So it's, months.
Long time, just sitting there. basically missed a whole year of school. Fortunately for Hermione, she just read the whole curriculum anyway.
Yeah, over the summer.
No
So
problem.
she's fine. She's not missing any beats.
Yep. Let's see. All the rest of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes were canceled, and I love Ron saying like, "We've had plenty of practice at that anyway," which is like that's actually sort of like a nice realization by Ron, because like later on, like even Harry doesn't like when they're forming the DA meeting, like. Everyone's asking Harry all these questions about like, oh, did you kill a basilisk with that sword, or did you fend off Voldemort in the graveyard? Did you do this, did that? And he's just like, well, yeah, but I was just like, I was just handling the situation, and like everyone keeps trying to tell Harry like, that's Defense Against the Dark Arts, you're good at it. And he's like, no, I was just acting in the moment. He's like, yeah, no, that's it.
I was just defending myself from the dark arts. What are you talking about?
Yeah, whatever. It's just like and like he eventually kind of realized it. But like Ron, even as a 12-year-old, is like, we did it. Like we did a thing.
I know. Yeah, like we are actively defending against the
dark arts.
No,
yeah.
It's true. Yeah, it is one of those things. Like I am like a little bit glad about, because I could really see an easy world or temptation inside of writing a story like this to sort of like. Harry is good at it without ever like actively relying on the knowledge that he is good at it in order to like solve problems.
Yeah.
Because if it was sort of like he was the best in his year at Defense Against the Dark Arts, he could totally handle this. It might just make it like that much more plausible for him to go and like face any danger at any point in time and just be like, Harry, ever good at this, wins. And it's like, oh yeah,
right.
Okay. Like it would be so easy, like writing shortcuts to just be like, yeah, Harry's extremely good at Defense Against the Dark Arts. So basically, put him in any situation, he's gonna be fine.
Right.
It's like the doubt that I think like kind of like looms inside of Harry all the time makes it so that like whenever he is standing up to bravery, it's always like he is having to be brave.
Yeah.
Because bravery is not the absence of fear. It's
right.
It's the ability to face your fear.
Exactly. This is why the Patronus thing that's so like good is like Harry doesn't necessarily think he can do a Patronus or anything, like when he fights off the Dementors, like he's trying to do it and he can't, and then he looks across the lake and he sees the Patronus coming, and then when he's in the position he realizes, oh wait, it was me the first time,
right?
And suddenly he can do it. But it's like he doesn't like at first he's not acting because he doesn't think he can do it. And it's like
right.
He has this like weird, he like falls backwards into the confidence that he can do it because
right.
Harry is like not naturally arrogant enough to like let himself do it.
I know,
Yeah.
which is so crazy, but I love that about Harry too.
Yes.
It's very admirable.
I know. Yep. Very good. I also like the little where they're all practicing Expelliarmus each other on the train, and it's like Harry was getting very good at it, and it's like, yeah, he's pretty good at that one.
Yeah, I mean, Expelliarmus is really like, I mean, other than the Patronus that you just mentioned, I mean, that is his signature spell. That's the one that like will take down Voldemort in the end. It is, like, which again is like one of those things I think for the longest time as a kid reading the books, it frustrated me because I was like, man, like, why is it Expelliarmus in the end?
Yeah.
Like, it's like a disarming spell. I was like, why can't you do something like really cool?
Something
like,
cooler, man.
Like explode.
That's right. Why doesn't he blow him up? Come on.
But no, it's like Expelliarmus. But no, then it's like as I get older, the more I'm like, okay, no, the idea of like focusing on disarming something that is dangerous rather than being on the offensive attack, or even worse, attempting to kill. It's like, okay, no, that is part of like the
messaging.
That's the messaging.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, right. Harry doesn't blow him up because if he did, he wouldn't be Harry.
He wouldn't be Harry, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, and they finally get they finally get the secret out of Ginny that Percy's got a girlfriend, and Fred and George are just like, what? Christmas came early. Oh my gosh. Guess what? We're gonna make fun of him all the time for that for some reason.
Yep. I know. Yeah, I do love their reaction, or even Ginny's like naivete here, saying, "You won't tease him, will you?" She added anxiously. "Wouldn't dream of it."
Wouldn't dream of it. Definitely not,
said George, sniggering.
Yeah.
I did write. I love Fred and George here.
Oh, I know. Same.
The other thing about Percy's girlfriend is that this is coming. Like, this information is on, at least in our copies of the book, it is on the last page.
Yeah.
Which is almost one of those things where it almost feels like for most of the writing process, like Percy is this big red herring. Like, he's behaving in these strange ways. He's been locked up in his room all summer. He keeps being found near or around the scene of the crime. He's locking himself in rooms. Like, he's telling Ginny not to share information. And it's like almost one of these things where it's like you get to like the last page of like writing and you're sort of like, crap, Percy. I gotta solve Percy. Percy has a girlfriend, which
Done.
I mean, clearly I think was thought out from the very beginning.
Yes, clearly, yeah.
It's like once you know, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Right.
But it is funny to me that it's like that loose end doesn't get tied up until literally like
Yes, let's see how many paragraphs from the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs from the end.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Some of which those paragraphs are quite small.
Yeah, or just like lines of dialogue in here.
Yes, yeah.
But also, Ginny says she walked in on them kissing, which I obviously crossed that out and replaced it with snogging.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Right.
The much more comfortable
The much more comfortable word that wizards use to talk about kissing.
Is snogging a British word? I think it
Absolutely, it almost must be. Although it's possible because like going forward, snogging will be the word. So it's possible that like snogging means more like making out.
Okay.
And Percy and Penelope are like not making out. They're just like kissing.
I don't want to think about it.
I know. This is a weird conversation.
It's so uncomfy. But yeah, no, I think snogging is the word. I've watched enough British TV to where I think I've seen that come up.
It must be. It's one of those things like to Americans. It just sounds like a gross word.
It's too close to snot.
It's too close to snot. Exactly. It feels like you were kissing and then you pulled away and now there's snot between you. Is what happened. That's the word snogging. Yeah. That's what it makes me think of. And if you're like a British person, you're like, oh, that makes sense.
I doubt that's what people are thinking.
I doubt. They're just
they're like,
no.
Stop hating on our word.
Stop hating on our
You're
word.
You're just jealous. You wish you thought of it first.
I super don't. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe just anyway. Obviously, Ginny used the wrong word. Is what I'm saying.
She does indeed. Yep. Mm-hmm. Basically, I mean, we're arriving back at King's Cross Station. Harry is asking Ron to try to give him a phone call over the summer because he can't last 2 months without being able to talk to anybody other than Dudley. Hermione, poor sweet thing, says, your aunt and uncle will be proud of you, though, won't they? Once they hear what you've done? And Harry's like, proud? Are you crazy? All those times I could have died and I didn't manage? They'll be furious.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
There you go.
But then I even do love the last sentence because it literally almost to me it feels like what we, the reader, are experiencing as well. Especially if you're to imagine this in a world where Prisoner of Azkaban is like another 2 years from being released or a year from being released, however long it is into the future. Because it's like you get to this point and it says, and together they walked back through the gateway to the Muggle world. Mm-hmm. And then you close your book.
Right.
And it's like,
and now, your journey is over too.
Yeah, it's like, it's over. It's over until the next one.
Right.
And it's not even out right now. I have to wait.
Actually, if you have this copy of the book, the next chapter is right there.
It is right there. Yeah. You can pick right back up with chapter 1.
Chapter
Owl
1.
Post.
Owl Post.
For Prisoner of Azkaban.
I feel like I remember, maybe it was before Goblet of Fire, they released the first chapter in like a magazine or something.
Did they?
And you could like buy the magazine and read the first chapter, which is the Riddle House one where it's just like Frank Bryce. I
remember listening to Goblet of Fire chapter 1 for the first time, being like, "Wow, this one's a lot different from the others."
Yeah,
like thinking like this is like a very
really takes a big turn.
It does. I mean, you have a perspective that's not Harry's.
Yeah, I know, right? Very unusual.
Well, I guess technically it's Harry's, but we don't know that yet.
That's true.
But yeah.
We haven't seen this since Vernon's chapter in chapter 1.
Chapter 1 of Sorcerer's
Stone. Yeah.
Well, there we go. So Chamber of Secrets is complete. What a journey it was on. I mean, it's been remarkable to me because as we've said so many times, and I'm sure many of the readers who are listening at home as well, it's like I've read these books so many times, and you have as well, and we've talked about them relentlessly. We've made, I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me if we've made 1,000 videos covering the series.
Oh, I mean, we've made a lot.
Yeah.
We've talked about Harry Potter a lot.
We have. And it's like, we're still finding and like turning over things for the very first time.
That's what's crazy. It's like, for as much as we've like read it and dissected it, it's like doing it in this like podcast fashion. It's like, oh, that's an interesting thing. Like there are still like new stones to continue to like discover 25 years into the wizarding world.
I know. It's really cool. It's just fun to get lost inside of it, and we appreciate everybody who's joining us for this particular journey.
We sure do. Would you like to hear a review?
I would love to.
All right. This comes from the THSD Bob. This is DeBob. This is DeBob.
This is DeBob.
This is DeBob.
This is DeBob.
Yeah, it says, actually, you know what? And then it also lists the username as Phantom Bob.
Okay.
I don't know. Phantom Bob, what's up, dude? Hey, brothers. Got to say, I love your podcast. Listen to it when I'm delivering mail and love to listen to your theories and watch your videos when I'm at home. Hogwarts was definitely a dragon. You're right about that, Phantom Bob. Yes.
Phantom Bob gets it.
Phantom Bob does get it. Hogwarts is a dragon. I have a question. If the Diary Horcrux had brought in a second Tom Riddle... If the Diary Horcrux had brought in a second Tom Riddle and wasn't stopped, do you think it would have tried to make more Horcruxes since it was the first or second one made? Especially if he knew that he wanted to make a total of 7.
Okay, so now we have 2 Voldemorts
Right.
out there in the world.
Right.
We have one whose belief would or knowledge base would only go up until age 16.
16, except for what he's learned from Ginny so far.
Except for what he's learned from Ginny, which
Yeah.
is that like Harry would be his nemesis. Would that Voldemort, who last at that age was intending to make 7 Horcruxes, go out and make more with the knowledge that he is himself basically born of a singular fragment?
Well, based on that information alone, if he knows that he's a Horcrux and that he survived, then definitionally Voldemort Prime exists
as well.
Like he couldn't have died because the diary worked.
The real question in my mind would be whether or not you would end up having a battle between young Tom Riddle and Voldemort Prime, as we always call him, because I could see a world where they would both recognize that they were such massive threats to each other.
I can totally see that as well. I can see young Tom Riddle thinking that like this defeated version of him is not as good.
Yes,
And,
yes.
and honestly, it would almost be a way for him to like get his good looks back,
It would be.
He could almost like resurface again.
So, do you think that all of the other Horcruxes, and I don't see any reason why not, would also work for both Tom Riddles, and you've almost got like a Hydra situation going on where it's like cut one head off and another one appears? Like would you have 2 Voldemorts actively existing at the same time that would be equally difficult to kill? Because if that was the case and they realized it, Voldemorts would not attack one another because they would know that they would both be anchored by each other's Horcruxes.
I suspect, I don't think they would kill each other because Voldemort considers himself like the most special thing in the world.
Okay.
So like I don't think he would destroy his own soul. I suspect Tom Riddle from the Chamber of Secrets would try and seek out Voldemort Prime to try and learn as much information about everything that's happened.
Definitely.
Like he wants information first. And I suspect like it's a very like they just sort of reform together kind of thing.
Oh, you think they could like
merge like what Quirrell does or something?
Possibly, but I
like,
mean, it's to have 2 Horcruxes come back together.
You have to feel remorse. So is that even possible? I mean, if Voldemort could feel remorse for anyone, it might be himself.
That's a fair point. This would be a very, very unique exception because basically what Dumbledore says is like he doesn't love anybody. He doesn't have friends.
Right.
But him having a conversation with him is very different from him having a conversation with anybody else. And I could see a world where young Tom Riddle, especially if there are rumors that Dumbledore is aware of, knows that Voldemort's hiding in the forest of Albania. It doesn't seem hard for me to imagine a world where this Tom Riddle could just get to Voldemort in the same way that Peter Pettigrew does and just be an even better ally towards himself than Peter ever was.
Or I could see if he's the one that like has a body and is walking around, he finds Voldemort Prime, gets all the information he can out of himself, and then makes Voldemort Prime like into a Horcrux.
Oh.
Because that's effectively just like the last piece of soul.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So then it's like placing that piece of soul into some kind of container.
Right. But okay, so that's interesting because if he did that, just theoretically, then he's still not Voldemort Prime.
Correct.
Right? So if then that piece of Voldemort's soul, that walking version of Tom Riddle gets, stabbed with the basilisk fang and it successfully kills him, like then he just dies and that piece of soul is destroyed. Like that part of him wouldn't turn into like Mist Voldemort.
Correct.
Because Mist Voldemort would then be like trapped in its own Horcrux.
So
he'd still be alive, just sort of like in waiting.
He would be stuck.
He'd be stuck.
Yeah.
But like, that'd be interesting.
That would be interesting. Then somebody would have, so if you could imagine like Slytherin's locket, it would almost be like somebody would have to be able to like open Slytherin's locket.
You got a real Jumanji situation going on all of a sudden.
A little bit, yeah.
Just like then you can really send Voldemort into the future and someone like discovers him and it's like, uh-oh.
No, yeah. You're right. That is a real Jumanji situation.
Yeah.
That's a good comparison.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So that being said, I don't know that he would need to. I think he would try to find himself. I think he would learn how many Horcruxes he already made. I think those Horcruxes would apply to both of them, and I think you'd have an incredibly dangerous situation on your hands.
Yeah.
With two Voldemorts, especially if they didn't want to kill each other, which I don't think they would do because they would value each other, and two, because they would be aware of the fact that each other's Horcruxes are anchoring each of them just as much as they're anchoring themselves.
Right.
So it's like, by defeating young Tom Riddle, handsome Tom Riddle, or whatever, if you're Voldemort Prime, it's just like that one is going to be anchored by the Hufflepuff's Cup and Slytherin's Locket and the Diadem of Ravenclaw, I think.
Do you think the Tom Riddle Horcrux? I don't think he'd be anchored.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it would come down to whether or not Voldemort Prime would want to kill Tom Riddle, Diary Tom Riddle.
Right.
That's the only way it could go, though.
But probably not. He probably just like wants him to be like an agent, because then effectively Tom Riddle Voldemort is the same as like Nagini Voldemort.
Yeah, it can be in two places at once.
Two places at once. He's more like an agent of Voldemort Prime.
Ooh,
Ugh, weird.
that's not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great question, though.
Yes.
Great question, Bob. Thank you so much for writing in. As ever, if you two have any thoughts about the show or would like to ask us a question, we do have the Q&A episode coming up here in a couple of weeks, which we highly encourage you to go into the show notes, so the links down below, and send us any of your questions. We're going to have a fun Q&A episode, which I really do think will be crazy action-packed. Like, it is amazing the thoughts and ideas of the members of this community come up with. So I think that's going to be a really, really fun and insightful episode that will probably like push our brains, similar to the end of each episode where we do one of these reviews and it's like, how would that work? Let's go through the motions. How does it come together?
Yeah.
So want to hear your thoughts there. Also, it always helps the podcast a lot if you're able to leave a review for us somewhere. Kind of helps with the discoverability as the show sort of goes out into the ether and we continue to grow that community, which is always super great. And as ever, if we can get that YouTube subscription up to 100,000, we can totally get the
get that silver play button, y'all.
Silver play button from YouTube.
We can do it. We can do it.
It would be so much fun. So, be sure if you're listening somewhere and you're having a wild hair and you feel like opening up the YouTube app and just go to the Through the Griffin Door YouTube page and click that little button for us. We would just so appreciate it.
We really would. But otherwise, that is going to be a wrap on Chamber of Secrets. We will be picking up with Prisoner of Azkaban from Boston on tour in 3 weeks?
In 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks. We will still have weekly episodes for you in the meantime, but we cannot wait to see you guys in person through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.